Club 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have classes for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
The official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars. Plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Welcome back. Sorry about that, a bit of an issue. We will crack on. 3,000 drivers joined this at the beginning, 27,000 qualifying laps all done. We're here in Warrington. TeamSport is full. The bar is, people are here ready to rock and roll for what will be the Cadet and Junior National Finals.
Yeah, it's exciting times, guys. It's really,
it's good because it feels like we were on here last week, and
well, that's it. We said it was, we were talking about 2020 and now 2021, but we've had to roll these into the same year, so we've basically lived 2 years in the last 6 months.
Yeah,
it's how this has worked out.
Crazy.
Yeah.
So the weather here in Warrington right now isn't amazing. It's very drizzly outside.
It is 8 degrees outside.
So that being said, it's obviously going to have track condition effects.
Yes.
Could add some drama to things,
Yeah.
which should be fun. But we want everyone to get involved, as always, like last year. Tell us who you support, and we've got so much going on today. It's going to be amazing. But the socials.
Yeah, so we've got lots in store for you. So if you make sure you are following us on Twitter, Facebook and Instagram, we are at BIKC Official. So just send us in your posts, your pictures, your banners. We're doing some banners competitions today.
Yeah, I've seen Basildon have brought a banner.
Yes, Basildon Takeover
They're
I
all
hear.
really?
I hear there is a Basildon Takeover. So if you are from Basildon, send us in some messages.
Yeah, we need to see it. We're going to give away loads of prizes today. We're going to be giving away cinema tickets. We're giving away coffee beans. There's just loads of
We've
stuff.
got a lot. We've got some tickets for Merlin.
Merlin as well.
Yeah, Merlin.
Thanks to Coca-Cola.
So what we're saying is this is a really, really jam-packed show.
Yeah.
Like over this whole weekend, there's going to be so much for us to try and cram into this, as well as incredible racing to come as well.
Yeah, it's going to be awesome. So the first race coming up is the Cadet Finals. Is there anyone, if I say Cadet Finals now, who are you thinking at the top of your head, Moles? Because obviously you were there for the regionals and stuff.
Who is there? So I know that we've got Jamie Warner is racing. I think he came second last year, so he's racing again this time. He's one of our Crawley drivers, so wishing him some luck. But yeah,
No, that'd be good.
there's lots of people.
We've also got a cart at the front. If you're coming down to Warrington, if you're racing or whether you're just coming to watch the action, there's a cart down there. If you get a picture with it and then hashtag it, BIKC 2021, you could win a thing. We've got loads of things to do. So it's going to be quite good.
Yeah.
So we've also got Tops F1 cards, right? We've got loads of them to give away as well. We're going to actually have a game of it throughout the day.
I'm
Yes.
looking forward to this because I think I played Top Trumps once before when I was a kid, right? So I played that Tops thing before.
Yeah.
And I wasn't very good at it. So this time, I'm hoping, if we're going to play a game, I'm going to smash it this time.
There is, yeah.
Like, I'm hoping everything's going to go
Method
my
to it
way
as
this
well,
time.
and a chance for you guys at home to get involved and win stuff with hashtags.
We have some interesting hashtags for you. So whilst we are playing, we're going to get you to hashtag who you think's going to win out of the three of us. So you've got Lex on top, double P, Moles on top, double P, and Davey on top, double P. So who do you think's going to win? If you can tweet us now, and we'll get the polls rolling.
Excuse me, if we do win, one of us wins, and you've got the hashtag, we'll throw some cinema tickets your
We'll
way.
give you a prize.
There's loads coming up. I absolutely can't wait. After the cadets, there's the juniors as well. Again, same question. Anyone in your head from juniors?
So we've got Charlie Ratford racing again.
Yes.
So last year's champion. So he's obviously going for the title. I know he's been down here for the past 2 days, I think, and he's part of the Basildon Takeover. So that's going to be a very interesting race.
So he's got a banner.
He has got a banner, but he's also racing with Kieran Eve. So they're both from Basildon. So that's going to be quite an interesting battle between the two of them.
So they've been through a long journey to get here. And with you being at the regionals and things like that, what was the drama behind all of that, and how did that go?
There's always a bit of drama to racing, isn't there? But no, I think everyone's been really good sports this year, and we've had some great battles. And I think the people we've got at the final, they are the best of the best.
Yeah, absolutely. Like we said before, start getting in touch now. We want to get all the content ready for Russ and Tom's amazing commentary, which I'm sure you all loved last time. So get on the socials. Hashtag BIKC 2021. They are ready to rock and roll with their commentary again. So make sure you're giving them all the love in the world. They're actually over there. We're going to be chatting to them very, very shortly. Cadets are on track now. You might actually be able to hear them. They've just been doing the practice sessions, getting themselves ready to rock and roll. So I can't wait. It's going to be good. But with the weather, I don't know.
Who knows?
Damp track maybe?
New carts as well,
new
so
fleet. Brand new
fleet. But they've been wearing them in for a couple of days, so it
I've got to
should be
say
good.
thank you to Adam Beale and the team and Joe McCann, everyone who's tried to get this place ready for this event. It looks amazing. It's looking really good. Everyone's in good spirits, and we just want to get racing with the action now.
Yeah, absolutely.
But I'm intrigued to see what happens with the weather. I'm excited. I love it when it happens, even though it's indoor.
Luckily, we've got the roof fixed.
The roof is on point, yeah.
Otherwise, we'd be standing here with umbrellas right now.
It's going to be fine. But yeah, that being said, 3,000 drivers have entered BAKC this year, which is a phenomenal number.
Indeed, 346 of them being the cadets, so all of the drivers today are within the top 346 indoor karting.
Which is a massive thing.
Yeah.
Do you know what I mean? Have you ever been interested in karting?
Yeah, I have a bit, but I've just never.
Karting once in Wales,
Yeah, we did. We went go-karting once in Wales, and it was like it was just some random track we found, wasn't it, when we were out and about camping. And the problem we had was that none of the karts were, all of the karts here are basically pretty similar all the way along, they're spot on. But we had the problem where one kart was like super fast on the track. We were at the random track in Wales, and I was too heavy. So I was already, Lex was in the faster kart. I was a lot heavier at that stage as well. And that was before the weight loss. And then, yeah, I just basically couldn't get the thing moving. It liked to plant in, round the corners, it was planted so bad. You're talking 5 miles an hour around a corner. You're kissing that apex.
Absolutely.
That's what they will be doing today.
Yeah, they will. Can't wait for it. We're also live at every TeamSport site in the fuel bar. Wave hello to you guys.
I didn't know about
that.
Send us some pictures. Not me directly, because my phone's going to blow up now. Don't send me them. Send them to the usual places. I want to see everybody there in your fuel bars enjoying the BIKC atmosphere before we get started with the racing.
Commentators will also be doing some shout-outs today, so make sure you are tweeting in, and they'll be shouting you out.
Do you know what I think we should do, actually? Do you remember last year, which was only
6
3
months
weeks ago? We done a hot lap with Russ Madley around the track, because if you've not been here and you've not seen this, or you don't even know what Warrington looks like, this is what it looks like.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, you join me at TeamSport Warrington International Circuit for the hot lap. This circuit is one of the longest, oldest and fastest indoor kart racing circuit in the country, going on to the main straight, and the drama, the action, it starts immediately as we literally slingshot down through these S's, tight as you can to the apexes, then it's down into the hairpin section, which is all tarmac, which is high grip, high speed. The most important apex is this one right here, because it goes onto the S's. The key here is to hug the corners as much as you can through here, but we're watching out for the next apex, which is coming up here. Really good high grip through here, and then we're just smoothing out this corner to hit that apex. Once again, we have good speed, and the car will be flat out around here, but we're watching out for the corner onto the up ramp. It's important to go left here, because there is an important apex there as we drive round over the hump, and then round these corners, down onto the downhill where you brake actually on the ramp, turn the kart in, and once again around onto the start finish straight for one of the most epic corners in indoor karting. Should we do it again? Why not? Look at this, flat out here, flat out there. And that is a lap of the international circuit at TeamSport Warrington. That was good. I don't think I'll do any better than that.
And that's exactly what a lap looks like. Well, we call it a lap. That's what a lap looks like at Warrington, by our very own Russ Madley. The lukewarm lap.
Yeah, the room temperature, I believe, is where we got to last time.
Yeah, it was.
See that lap, right, I want to get my excuses in straight away, was done first thing in the morning, wasn't there to be taken apart by BIKC professionals. Yeah. It was just there to show the track off.
And that's what it done, and it done it beautifully. Anyway, let's get to the nitty gritty of this. How exciting is it? Like, what are you most looking forward to now? Because last year was unbelievable.
Well, first of all, last time we did this, we had the most epic weekend of racing, and we're doing it again, and everything on every level it's better.
Yeah.
We've had more people taking part. We've got world champ. We've got BIKC champions. We've got 5 of them back to race this weekend.
So exciting.
So there's a lot of new drivers, a lot of new blood. There's a lot of drivers who are there really hoping to hold on to their titles. It's going to be epic.
Yeah, absolutely. Tom, you've been in the thick of it. Who've you got your eyes on?
Yeah, there's what amazes me is the amount of drivers that came through. It's the breadth of talent out there. I've been following quite a lot of the Northern drivers over the course of the last couple of weeks, and honestly, there's a couple that stand out to me. Looking through the results, there's a couple of drivers who have the chance to do what we call a clean sweep. They top their qualifying, they top their local, they top their regional, and they are Riley Raymond from Hull and also Tyler Mason Gray from Gosport as well. Both of those guys, they're pretty quick. They did well in the regionals, but they've also got to cope with the likes of Jamie Warner, second in cadets last year. He's back, hoping to maybe go one step further.
Yeah, absolutely. And then after that, we've got the juniors later on. Again, same question. Who have you got your eyes on for the juniors?
Juniors, honestly, is about 15 drivers that could take that title quite easily. If you put money on them, it wouldn't be a bad bet. And there's also Northern drivers like Tommy Lee, Jack Bate. They're really quick around here. They've got a lot of experience. You've also got a couple of outsiders. One lad I've got my eye on, Kai Bacchini. He's not only good behind the wheel, he's good behind the mic as well. Yeah. He's commentated on world championships. He's been here, done a couple of laps. He's way on the pace already. But like I say, there's about 15 drivers in that junior field that have a relatively good shot at taking the title by the end of the day.
Yeah, so with the weather, Russ, being obviously a lot less more colder than yesterday, last time, do you reckon that's going to affect anything? Do you think that's going to be more of a challenge or less of a challenge?
I definitely think it will. We were just chatting before, and Tom was pointing out that when it gets colder, the engines go faster. Yep. So we are expecting some really, really hot lap times. And the other thing is we're talking about tyres. Tyres can cool down. If there's a little bit of a delay between sessions, between races, between qualifying, it could easily just take a little edge off the tyres. If there's drivers out there haven't compensated for that on the first few corners, we could be seeing some really interesting incidents.
Yeah, absolutely. And you're giving away some prizes. You've got cinema tickets to give away for all the comments. How do you want people to interact with you guys to give away your stuff today?
We just want people to have fun, show us the drivers that you're supporting. Basically, we want you to catch our eye.
Yeah, I want the pictures. I want to see what they're doing at the tracks.
Well, we've got a screen, and as soon as the comment comes in, it comes up there, and we're going to talk about the comments as quickly as we possibly can. So if you want to say anything about what's happening on the track, anything about BIKC, get it on the chat, and we will talk about it.
Have you ever played the Tops F1 cards?
We have, and they're brilliant.
Okay.
Yeah, so we're going to be doing a bit of that as well as part of the commentary as we go through. But those cards are amazing. I've literally got a box, and my special card was Sebastian Vettel.
Oh, really?
Yeah, which I'm told is quite rare to get that. So brilliant, yeah.
I think I got Christian Horner. How am I supposed to do that? They had all the great drivers, and I have Christian Horner. Anyway, thank you. You guys are going to run down to the box to do your thing, which is going to be awesome. We'll be back in a minute, and we're going to have a little chat to Rod Stone, who's our roving reporter at BIKC.
Top 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrival drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have parties for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars, plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Welcome back to the Fuel Bar at TeamSport Warrington for BIKC 2021. We're about to start with the Cadet Finals. 346 drivers entered this category, and we're here now with the final few. This is Rod, ladies and gentlemen. He's now our Ted Kravitz of BIKC. He's going to be down in the pit lane, interviewing all the drivers just as they come off track, getting all the latest reactions. What are you looking forward to most out of that?
The standard of driving is what I'm looking forward to the most, because as you saw in the regional finals, it was amazing.
Yes.
So to see those drivers that have made it through there to come through to the finals, I just can't wait to see the competitiveness, especially of the juniors and the cadets today, because it means so much to them.
Yeah.
I just want to see them do really well.
Is there any names, if I asked you?
I've got a few. I might put one in an envelope and just open it at the end and just see if I'm right.
Yeah.
That's what I am. But yeah, I've got a few in my head, but yeah, we'll see.
Okay, so he's going to be down there getting all the interviews and stuff like that. And then, like we said, get involved on the socials, Mols.
Yep, at BIKC official.
That's right. We want to see your pictures. Start supporting your drivers. Let them know that you're there. We're going to be giving away stuff as well after the first races.
I think you've got some fuzzy helmet covers to give out to the drivers
Fuzzy
today.
helmet covers to give out. There's lots of different things to give out over the next couple of
What's your
days.
favourite fuzzy? Have you seen them yet?
I have seen the fuzzy helmets. They are fantastic. Have you seen the pirate one?
I haven't seen them.
Oh, a shark. There's a
I
blue
might put one
shark.
on later for you.
Oh,
See what you
please
think.
do. Please do.
Surprise you.
Please do it.
I will. I'm not going to tell you when I'm going to do it. I'm just going to put it on in a bit.
Yeah. Anyway, let's get to the action. They're ready to rock and roll. So we're going to hand over to Russ Mabley and Tom Gibson in the commentary box for the Cadet Finals.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen, the time has come. We are here. My name is Russ Mabley. I am joined by my fellow partner in crime here, Tom Gibson, and we are here to talk you through everything that is going to be BIKC 2021. And Tom, as you get older in life, it's strange because these years, they seem to pass so quickly. It seems only 5 months since we were already doing this.
Yeah, thanks to the world of COVID at the moment, it pushed back 2020. It means we've run this twice in 1 year. It provides an extra challenge for these drivers. Not only have they had to get involved with the 2020 edition and get prepped for the finals of that, but also they've got to focus because qualifying only opened about, 3 weeks after we were back here for the Nationals finals last time.
Indeed. And just to reiterate what they were saying in the studio, we have an extra 1,000 drivers that took part in this year's championship. We've got representative drivers from every single team sport track, all 35 of them. We actually have a driver racing in this very competition, the cadets from Dundee. Come a long way to go for the big prize. And here we go. Let's see who we've got lining up here on the grid for the very first of the heats. We've got Alex Dodds in pole position. We've got Tyler Mason-Gray in second. Jamie Warner is third. Adi Mano is fourth. Callum Eve is fifth. Jack Dimbleby lining up in sixth position. Then it's Hayden Adams, Matthew Scott, Dorian Malik, Ryan Rapini, then Riley, then Jack Bate. Oh, sorry. No, Riley's last on the grid there. And this is what we saw last time. We've kept the format exactly the same. This is the pace lap. So they are driving around onto the start-finish line, and then they should be very, very close together. And then we're looking for a green light. We are looking for a green light to start the racing in this year's BIKC, and we are racing. And at the moment, number 38, Alex Dodds, holds the lead. Going into that first corner, he was under a little bit of pressure, but he held. But look at driver number 28, that's Jamie Warner, who's making an absolutely fantastic start, who started in third, but is already into second, and is absolutely all over the back of the leader, who is driver number 38, Alex Dodds.
Yeah, lightning start from Warner there. He came off third place. That 2x2 rolling start really seemed to pay dividends for him, staying behind the pole man. They've pulled together. They're starting to work together. You've got a nice little pack forming just behind as they all head down the down ramp for the first time, heading past the pit straight and flying down. It's still 38 Alex Dodds that leads. Jamie Warner in second as they fire now through the fastest part of the circuit. The chicane looks like 33 heading into the pit lane. That's Hayden Adams. Not quite sure what that one is all about. Looks like you got the 27 as well of Riley Raymond making up places from the back of the grid. He's definitely not there now as the leaders are fighting as they come through the final hairpin for the first time. Coming over the start-finish line, we'll get a confirmed order, but it still is 38 Alex Dodds. Jamie Warner's up behind Tyler Mason-Gray, falling way down the order to fifth place. Callum Eve, Eddie Manu got a really good start up into the top five as they throw it down the inside. 27 Riley Raymond is on an absolute charge here.
And here we go. We've saw this last time in the fact that already driver number 38, Alex Dodds, is having to defend absolutely everywhere around the circuit. And what that is allowing is Jamie Warner and Callum Eve to close up and be absolutely right behind him. So can he, as they go on to the section just before they hit the start-finish line, there's a little bit of contact through there. The race director, James Hislop, will be watching all over that. But let's see. They're literally coming down at the end of the main straight. There we go. I thought he's going to go for it. He's going to have a look. But again, number 38, Alex, taking a really defensive line. Number 28, Jamie Warner, trying to make a little bit of room. He draws alongside. He's going to try and slingshot. He's going to do the old switcheroo. Go for the inside. He's trying. He's alongside. They're making contact. They're side by side. It's right down underneath the mezzanine. Let's see. Looks like he's got the move done. And for a minute, I thought driver number 30, Callum was going to follow him through and go into second position. But Jamie Warner, the first overtaking manoeuvre we have seen in BIKC, for the lead.
Another thing we saw last year is if you open the door to one driver, you can end up falling back. That one move has cost Alex Dodd what looks like 4 places there, because Callum Eve did find his way through. Looks like the 29 of Eddie Manu, who's just in front of him as they fly through our picture. They get ready to head down, but all of that jostling looks like it's given Jamie Warner a little bit more of an advantage. But he set that move up a couple of corners ago. It literally took him 4 corners to try and get past. Behave, guys. This is only heat 1, and these guys are already throwing everything they've got at them. Looks behind though. Riley Raymond for the back of the grid in the 27 is now right up with that leading pack. So proof you can overtake around here at Warrington. He's halfway up the grid. He's already got past the 26 of Tyler Mason-Gray. So now he's up into the top 5 from the back of the grid. Storming drive so far from Riley Raymond.
Also, look at the lap time that Jamie Warner's just put in. That is the fastest racing lap time that we have seen in the cadets so far, a 107.109. And it has to be said that since making that move, he's just disappearing into the distance. There's no doubt the only thing that is going to stop Jamie Warner from winning this race is if he ends up putting it in the barriers. And there's a black and white caution flag going out for driver number 28, Jamie Warner. So there's probably just a little bit too much aggressive driving going on. It's a bit too much for the race director, James Hislop. So there is a warning flag that has gone out, which will Jamie will lose a point there. So we've got Callum there, currently in second, Addy in third. It was Callum that got the black and white flag. So we are under, here we go. Still Jamie leading. We have got about 4 minutes to go. Here we go.
Yeah, it looks like we had a kart spun on the back straight. They're not quite sure what happened. We'll notice the name when they came through, but briefly on the yellow here at BIKC 21, and now back under green with Jamie Warner. 2.4 seconds is that lead, 2.3 back to Eddie Manu. Looks like it was Alex Dodds in the 38 that got caught up in that one, so unfortunately this race is going to be one to forget for him already. Looking a little bit further back, P4 at the moment, Riley Raymond, Tyler Mason Gray rounding out your top 5. 8 seconds covering the top drivers at the moment, but in an absolute league of his own, vice champion of cadets in 2020, Jamie Warner is pulling away here at the rate of what looks like around about a second or so a lap on Callum Eve. That gap isn't insurmountable as we now look at Riley Raymond getting on the back of Eddie Manu, trying to go from last to the podium in this first heat as they fly down the ramp. The 27 definitely has the spring in his step as they head through the chicane. Will he take a look down the inside of the hairpin? He does go for a little bit of a look down the inside. Not sure if he's going to be able to, if he's close enough to be able to go for it. Yes, he has. Riley Raymond is flying here from the back of the grid up to P3. Fantastic performance in this first heat, with about 2 minutes and a couple of laps left to run.
And the early favourites here, there's a few drivers just laying down the markers earlier on. Jamie Warner, of course, leading the race, but what fantastic driving from driver number 27, Riley Raymond. And you've got to have a bit of sympathy for kart driver 38, Alex Dodds. He started this race in pole position and he was really holding firm there for a good few laps. And it was just that manoeuvre. As soon as you get overtaken in this sport, you're really exposed. You lose a little bit of confidence and it's really easy to get overtaken once again. But the lap times are flying in, but there's no doubt that Jamie Warner is the absolute class of the field with a 107.087. It'd be interesting to see what Riley Raymond can make of that lap time. He's gone around in 107.5, but he was in traffic, and so there's 29 going through, 27's already overtaken him, and also Eddie Manu has really got Tyler Mason Gray, who is now all over the back of him and also lining him up for an overtaking manoeuvre as we go through the Dunlop S's. And it's a checker flag, and we have our first winner of BIKC, Jamie Warner.
Yeah, first blood, Jamie Warner. That's exactly the start that you want if you're going to try and take a BIKC championship. But all credit to Riley Raymond there. That was an absolutely fantastic performance from the young driver. It's worth remembering, these drivers are aged between 8 and 12 years old. These are the youngest drivers we're going to see in the entire competition. And these guys are throwing moves that could hang with the best of the best as it stands. So drivers go up onto the flyover. They'll be heading back towards the pit lane. And we'll be getting ready to go for heat number 2. But Jamie Warner, your winner of heat number 1. Callum Eve, Riley Raymond, your top 3. Eddie Manu, Tyler Mason Gray, Ryan Rapini, Dorian Malik, also known as Dorito. Some awesome little nicknames for some of these drivers out there. Matthew Scott, Alex Dodds, Jack Dimbleby and Hayden Adams completes your 11 kart field.
Okay, let's just talk through exactly what the procedure is here for the heats lining up. So what will happen now is the drivers will get out of their karts once everybody is in the pit lane, and the next drivers will be seated. Then as they leave the pit lane, they'll be brake tested. They go out onto the kind of dummy grid we have on, and they'll just be lined up. And any issues that we have got, any issues with the karts, any drivers are unhappy with anything, that's the final check that we do there. And then it's in their hands. We will go on the pace lap and they will go around at a walking speed around those huge hairpins that we have here at TeamSport Warrington until they get round onto the start-finish straight. They go underneath the Dunlop bridges, and then at that point, only if the race director James Hislop is happy that everything is in order, that the karts are nicely bunched up, because they are under instruction when they're on their pace lap to stay extremely close to the drivers in front. Why would you not want to do anything else? Because it is a race. But if one of the drivers drops back a bit, it really means that the drivers behind that driver are really penalised. So we're only going to let them go and let them race once we are satisfied that everybody is in a nicely bunched order, and then it's all about the green light. And as soon as we go green, then we are racing. And look at the fantastic banners that we've got on the side of the track there. Do you want to talk through the banners there, Tom?
Yeah, so you've got you can just see on the side, you've got Team Basildon there. It's interesting to see how many drivers have got through from each of the circuits. Basildon's one of the best represented categories out there. Out of the possible 2 drivers they could have got back in cadets, they got the full 2 back. 7 drivers representing Basildon over the course of the weekend. Also got support there for home driver Jacob Lamas, who's going to be starting in this next heat. Very impressive driver so far. He had a really good run in the regionals and came home in 3rd place. Gifted the wild card to earn a place on the grid for the national final, and the place that he's got for this first heat is going to be P number 10. Going off pole position, 38, Arthur Frere is going to go off pole. It's then Rory Hamilton, Ilya Velko, Freddie Farrell, Cassidy Southall, also known as Nitro. Like I say, some fantastic and some fantastic nicknames being handed out there. Ross Spencer, Charlie Bradburn, Tyrone Masters, Charlie Blenkinsop, Jacob Lamas, Arthur Way going to complete your 11 kart field for this second of heat, and can confirm in that first heat the black and white warning flag you saw going out. That was to race winner Jamie Warner. Worth reminding you that a black and white flag does carry a 1-point penalty. These drivers are all trying to score points to get the best possible starting position for the semi-final, and a single point around here. It's not the biggest penalty the Clarks can hand out, but it is a pretty difficult one out there as the drivers are released to head around the bottom section of the circuit. 2x2 rolling start, mirroring what these guys can expect if they head on to further competition with Motorsport UK. You've got the 38 and the 26 on the front. Few drivers signalling to go a little bit slower as they head towards the start-finish line under the first of the Dunlop bridges. Looking at the 27 Arthur Way at the back of the field. Looking to see these drivers come across the line. We wait to see if we get a green light. Light stay yellow. Looks like that is a false start there from what I can see. Light stayed yellow from my looking, so we're going around again. Aborted start for these guys. Can happen. The Clark's not too happy with the formation of the grid. Looks like the front 2 guys may have been a little bit too far away.
Also, we've got some great comments already coming in on social media. Jennifer Tompkins is out there going, "Come on, Freddie, you have got this for Cardiff." So a lot of support going out there for Freddie Farrell. He lines up in 4th position. There he is, going on to the up ramp in the succession order. And it's very important here that they don't get jumbled up, because there's a lot of drivers here who are just drawing alongside the drivers that are around them, and it is also important that they end up starting the race in the position that they are actually designed to be in. So look, Aaron Knight Racing says, "Hello Jennifer, I know you from Instagram." So there's a lot of little chat going on here, isn't there? There's a lot of friendships, I think, being made here. Josh Selway Racing, good luck to all Gosport drivers. I'll try to do you a lot proud in the lightweights tomorrow. So Josh Selway Racing, yeah, already watching the feed. It's all coming your way tomorrow, Josh. All this stuff is coming your way. So here we go. We're going back onto the dummy grid, and we should continue. And let's see. Now these drivers are really bunched up, but they're more side by side than directly behind each other. There's a lot of signalling.
So it looks like they're not that happy with the formation. These guys should be going 2x2. You've got one of the marshals there. Just going to get these guys in the correct order. It is worth noting, if we do have a false start, the clock is ticking, so the drivers are using race time. The clock has been stopped just while we get these guys back in position. Getting a few little tips on how to do these 2x2 starts. Something that's going to be pretty much new for these drivers. They're not going to have done them before. But just double checking, as you said before, make sure the drivers aren't too jumbled up. They're not in the wrong order. We want the grids to be correct and the drivers to be deciding the results out there. So just getting them back in line. As soon as they've done so, they'll be released to have another crack at the start. But it is worth noting that timer down to 6 minutes, though quite a bit of this race has been spent already on the rolling starts. That's why, especially on this track with it being so long, it is worth getting them right the first time, so you've got the maximum opportunity to make some difference during the races.
There's a lot of love for Cardiff drivers on the social media. So Christopher Ball is here to support my Cardiff family. Luke Evans, he's getting mentioned. He's not even racing. He's in the juniors. He's up next. He's probably on the motorway. Here we go. Right, we're off once again. and going on to the main straight. Will we get a green light? It's looking better, isn't it? It's looking better. Come on, let's go racing. They go round. Yes, we are. Let's have a look around the first corner and see. Yes, no, John at 38, Arthur Frey manages to get his car right on the inside of that corner. And if you get that car right on the inside, it is really, really difficult. Rory Hamilton taking a completely different line there. He going very, very wide, but I think we might have a movement. Here we go, we've got driver number 30, Cassidy Southall, who set that stunning lap time in practice in the 106s, already making progress to the field.
Yeah, Cassidy ended up to their name now as Nitro, already trying to make positions. This time though, we saw the 26 actually keep position, and the 28 cars didn't move up. The karts, I should say, looks like they are going to stay in the same order. So, for example, 38 will always go off pole. You've got 33, looks like Charlie Bradburn trying to make contact in the background. There's a kart gone round. Not quite sure what went on there, but we have got a kart gone backwards. There's one driver tumbling down the order. Lights are on yellow. As soon as it's clear, we'll go back to green flag racing, but it's effectively caused a brand new restart now as Arthur Freyer now drops the throttle, and we go back to green flag racing here as they come across the start-finish line for the first time. There is absolutely nothing to separate the top four. Looks like the 29 of Freddie Farrell is a little bit further back, and I think that kart that was sent the wrong direction, that might have been the 31 of Ross Spencer. He's dropped right the way down our leaderboard here, but the 38 Arthur Freyer started to pull a bit of a gap. Arthur himself, he had a really good run in his regional finals, went for the B final to win the B final, drove through the A final to finish second. Fantastic result from young Arthur there, and he's showing his skill as he starts to pull away from the pack behind, led by the 26 of the Rory Hamilton, Cassidy Southall, and Illivelko in the 28 just behind, and the 29 of Freddie Farrell. Fast Freddie, as you know, around his home track.
Okay, I think the driver to watch here is Cartman 30, Cassidy Southall. We saw those pretty stellar lap times in the practice, so there's no doubt that the pace is absolutely there. But look at this, number 25, it's neck and neck. 20, oh, it's three abreast. It's three abreast going into the hairpins. 38 Arthur goes down into second place. Rory Hamilton hits the lead, and Cassidy, who I said was the one to watch, actually stays in third place, but had a huge look down the inside of what was going on directly in front. A lot of people are saying hello to each other on the social media. Cardiff are taking over the chat. Gary, you are absolutely right. Jennifer calls Gary the legend, or the legend, but I think that's legend, if I'll be absolutely honest. So I'll fill in the gaps there, Jennifer. Okay, don't worry about that. Brad Jones, go-karting. Yeah, it's all coming up. But we want all the tracks to give us some feedback, give us some posts on social media. That's what we want. Right, still, it is from who is leading. Cassidy's still there in third position. And coming down to complete another lap, and Rory Hamilton absolutely flying.
Yeah, it looks like Rory's got a massive gap here. Arthur almost looks a little bit like cork in a bottle here, but Cassidy all over the rear bumper of that Biz Evo 3 Cadet. Brand new spec of karts here at Warrington, completely different to what we ran last time. The 38 though, Arthur Freyer handing out a masterclass in defending here through the top three hairpins. They come round to complete what will be their fourth lap of racing. We'll see what that gap to the lead is at the moment. You see Arthur checking over his shoulder. He's 2.9 seconds in arrears to the 26 of Rory Hamilton, who's also got the fastest lap, 1 minute 7.766. But Arthur just proven if you put the kart in the right place, even if the drivers have a speed advantage, which we believe that Cassidy may have after their massive performance in practice, you can still hold on here at the IKC. Drivers nose to tail here. All it's going to take is one tiny mistake, and you're going to see a festival of overtaking as the drivers fly through the top section of the flyover, get ready to head back down the ramp for what will be the fifth time of asking. As they head under the mezzanine bridge, still Arthur Freyer holding on. A little bit of a touch there from the 30. Cassidy looks like they've got the better run here. Is this the chance that they need? They try to think about side by side through the chicane, think better of it. The 30 looks towards the inside, doesn't quite able to go for it. A lot of defending going on from quite a lot of these drivers. Arthur just throwing some defensive moves of his own. as they fire through the third hairpin and head towards the start-finish straight. Looks like Arthur still has the position in his pocket as they cross the line, but out in front, it's almost easy to forget about them. Rory Hamilton, 4.7 seconds as the checkered flag flies. Arthur Freya hanging on in second place there. Cassidy Southall in third. Ilya Velko in fourth. Freddie Farrell, Fast Freddie, completes the top 5 in that one.
Fantastic. So, checker flag is out. Rory Hamilton, what a great race. Absolutely brilliant.
There's checker.
Okay, so Rory Hamilton with the win and the fastest lap time of 107.572, which is pretty good, it has to be said. Probably a touch slower than what we saw in the first of the heats, but had less time out in front, is what I would say. But look at this, 10th place, Arthur Way, finishes 10th, but a 107.235, fastest lap time of that heat. So, we got some people singing now on social media. Gabriel Quinter, ole, 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 Cardiff, Cardiff. I deliberately held back on that. I wasn't going to do the full kind of singing. Perhaps I will in a couple of heats. A lot more Cardiff drivers made it this year, Jennifer. Yes, they did. Yeah, absolutely. Great performance from all the Cardiff drivers there. JP Wakefield Warrington is the most bumpiest track ever. It is a bit bumpy, but that adds to it. It's not just a billiard table smooth surface. You've got the cart jostling around a little bit. You've got to hold on to it. And Gary Snail karting. That's not the best nickname really for wanting to scare your competitors off the track. Got to be said, these lot can race clean, and they can, and they're doing a great job, Tom. Yeah,
it's great to see the fact the level of competition out there already. We're 2 heats down already. You just see the tech guys just taking a look over the carts, just double checking, making sure these brand new Biz Evo 3 cadets are in top fettle and making sure that they are not the difference makers out there. The drivers are the ones doing the talking out there. As we wait for the next grid to go out, as the mechanics just make their little adjustments. You can see, like I say, some decent little banners out there. One from our sponsor, Tops. Be able to keep an eye on what they're doing. But if you are down over the next couple of days, we want to see your banners. We want to see what you guys can come up with. We want to see some really good and interesting ones out there. Out of the ones we've got on the site, I'm going to have to go for the one that's supporting our home driver, Jacob Lammas, at the moment. That seems to be my favourite out there.
Well, Taylor Lyons has just put on, come on Manchester. So, yeah, there's a lot of there's a lot of love out there for the drivers that are competing. It's early days at the moment. We've only had 2 heats so far, and in total there'll be 6 heats that we'll be running before we go into the next stage of the competition and run the semis. David Hasselhoff, I thought David Hasselhoff would be tuning in, if I'll be honest, Tom. I was
expecting that.
It was only a matter of time before David Hasselhoff came on. Freddie was great. Yes, he was. Absolutely. And Rachel Percy, Adam's getting younger every year. Right.
Yeah, there's
a lot
to
say about that.
I'm not entirely sure where to go with that one, but just touching on the tracks themselves, there's 15 different tracks represented on this grid out there, and a lot of support for Cardiff. They've got 5 drivers back this year, of which we've got 2 of them in cadets out there, so the 2 Cardiff drivers that they're all keeping an eye on. You've got Jack Dimbleby and a Fast Freddie Farrell, who both of them seem to be doing okay at the moment. One of them is going to be taken to the grid. That's going to be Jack Dimbleby. He's going to be going off P4 for the second heat. Pole position goes the way of Hayden Adams. Hayden up from Birmingham with Dorian Malik alongside him. Dorian had a pretty good run at his regional at Manchester Trafford. Pretty good, but I want to see now what the third place man can do. Kart 26 Riley Raymond, we saw him get up to that position from the back of the grid. What can he do from third place? Looking a little bit further back, Jack Dimbleby, as I said, P4. Eddie Manu in P5. Alex Dodds is going to go off 6. Ryan Rapini will go off 7. Matthew Scott will go off P8. Matthew possibly has the best nickname out there, the Matador. El Matador going off P8. Jamie Warner, vice champion, is going to be going off P9. Heat 1 winner, Callum Eve, Tyler Mason Gray going to complete your field. And already after those first couple of heats, I honestly think it's pretty difficult to try and pick a driver. There's a couple that's starting to stand out, but the quality that we've got out there is the important part to think. To think these drivers are the top 22 out of about 400-500 cadets that attempted to enter. Just for them to get here, it takes a lot of talent and a lot of skill and dedication. Some of these drivers have put a lot of time into practicing for this national final.
Absolutely. And again, in social media, we got Riley Raymond for the win. And who would bet against that, if I'll be honest, after the previous performance? But that was put on by Steve Raymond, and the clue there is probably in the surname that he might be a little bit biased. The Hoffer's back, saying congrats to all of the drivers. Awesome. And it is pretty awesome. There's no question about that. And Gary Stale, also commentary team. My name isn't intended to scare anyone. It pulls them into a false sense of security before I beat them. Well, I'll tell you what, you've definitely done that. There's no question about that. So Gary Snail Karting, yeah, we appreciate your comment. Keep them coming. Fantastic stuff. And we got a lot of love out there. We got Jennifer Tompkins saying, now on to Jack D. You got this. We got Summer Speed say Hayden Adams going to drive away in the heat if Nottingham A final was anything to go by. Of course, all these drivers, you've got to remember, they've been through so much to get to this point. They've done their lap times. We've gone through a local final. They've competed in the regional final. And here we are in the national final. So an enormous amount of racing has already been carried out by every single driver racing. Everyone's a winner, Tom. Everyone is a winner. But we want to find a champion.
Yeah, champions are what we are looking for. It's easy to forget that these guys, they had to finish first or second in their regional. Thinking about first and second, they are heading through the top hairpin now as we get towards the start of heat number 3 here at BIKC 2021 here at TeamSport Warrington. We wait to see the lights go green. They are staying yellow by the looks of it. So it looks like we are going to be going around again. Possibly not happy with the speed, but the clock is ticking. These guys now into their race time, but an aborted start for that one. False start flag was out. That's the green. You can just see waving on the corner of the screen. But 31, Hayden Adams, is going to lead around the pack with Dorian Malik alongside him. In these sort of situations, you're just focused on going racing. And when you have to go round, do another formation lap, and you've got to spend that little bit more time psyching yourself up, it is quite easy for the nerves to get to you. But even though these lads are 8 to 12 years old, some of them drive like utter champions already. It's great to see the talent that they've got. All of them as well graduated through the Cadet Academy that we run here at TeamSport as well. So shows the breadth of skill that we've got out there as well. As the drivers now come down the down ramp, and we get ready to see if we can get them going this time. Does look like that pace may be a little bit quick. Formation looks pretty good, but I'd probably get a little bit slower now as we come down past the dummy grid once again. You see the marshals watching on to make sure that the formation's all correct. The driver's trying to weave around, warm the tyres up. Honestly, guys, it doesn't do that much out there while it's this cold. As they head now back through the second hairpin in towards the third, we're going to have another crack at getting this race started. Hayden Adams controls the pace. Looks like he may be a little bit far off. You got Riley Raymond right on his rear bumper. He's ready to rock and roll as soon as the lights go green. They head towards the start-finish line. We look for the lights now. Green they go. We're racing here at TeamSport Warrington once again as the drivers file down towards the first. Got a contact in the background. Lots of bumping and barging around. But it looks like that's the 31 of Hayden Adams that's got through in towards first position. The 34 of Dorian Mallet looks like he's dropped way down the order because up in second place. That is the 26. Riley Raymond's already picked off one place and now he's got his eyes firmly set on the lead. Looks like you've also got one of the drivers trying to throw it down the inside, trying to do his best Michael Schumacher impression in that red and in that bright red race suit. They head down the down ramp towards the start finish line for the first time of asking. The field looks a little bit more spread out at the front. It's the 31 that leads, the 26 in second. So that is Hayden Adams from Riley Raymond as they go through the chicane for the first time. Just trying to spot the driver that is in third place. That's Eddie Manu, who's up in third place from P6 on the grid. So he's already found 3 places. And it looks like 38 to Tyler Mason Gray still down towards the back of the field. There's the 35. He's trying to make some moves. That's Ryan Rapini. He's up the order already. So Ryan is trying to fly. I believe he's up into 5th place from 7th on the grid as they cross the line. 2:10 is the advantage for Hayden Adams. Over the start-finish line, Riley Raymond just under the rear bumper. Honestly, the pace he's shown so far, I don't expect this battle to last that long. But catching up is one thing. Getting past is quite another thing.
And that, has to be said, was a bit of a messy first lap, but it has ended up being a little bit more spread out now. And they are nose to tail, and we definitely have a huge battle for this win. Riley Raymond, who kind of went into this on social media as a bit of a favourite in the few minutes before they took the green light, is right there. And it's Hayden Adams and Riley Raymond, but Hayden Adams, he's not having anything of it. He's there and he's holding his line, and it's not going to happen this lap. And 28, Adi Manu has to go very, very defensive on the inside. And here we go. Oh, there's a nudge. There's a definite nudge. Riley Raymond, what will the stewards make of that? And we might have a change behind as well, but at the moment it is Hayden Adams just about holding on to that lead. But it all got nice and feisty around the huge S's that we have here. And now they're going 2 abreast, and there's a little bit more contact.
Yeah, looked like there that Riley Raymond tried to go for the move. It cost him time to the guys behind. It also looks like it's allowed Jamie Warner not to get 1 position, but to get to 2 as well. He started the lap in 4th place. He's now up to 2nd as they fly up the flyover. It looks like Andy Manu's trying to have a crack at the inside of Riley Raymond as well. But the top 2 now, thanks to that bunching up, they were in a nice little pack of 4 drivers working together to push away, but it just shows how quickly things can change here in the BIKC. Riley Raymond has gone from challenging for the lead. He's now fighting his way in 3rd place. But right on the rear bumper, Heat 1 winner Jamie Warner goes to the inside, looks for the move on Hayden Adams. Looks like he's just about got it. The 27 takes the lead here of Heat number 2 here at BIKC and TeamSport Warrington. A 31, though, is not going to take it lying down. He tries to come back in the same way that Adi Manu now is trying to go for the move into P3 on Riley Raymond. So the hunter has gone to the hunted here at TeamSport Warrington.
Great move there from Jamie Warner. Has to be said, he just came there from just about nowhere. He did such a great job in his first heat, and he just bided his time and then pounced at precisely the time that he needed to. And the driver on the move here is driving 4th place, number 28, Adi Manu, who was really absolutely very tucked in on the bumper of Riley Raymond. And Riley Raymond at one point here was really looking like he was going to hit the front, and it's just all gone a little bit wrong for him in the last lap or so. But Jamie Warner took his opportunity when it came and absolutely pounced. And here we go, 28 Adi Manu absolutely charging down to the hairpin. And yes, Riley is looking and they're driving defensive. And literally was almost next to the barrier there. And again, number 26, Riley looking all over the back of him. And little bit of contact there, but you can't really blame 28 Addy for that, because Riley was really just manoeuvring the kart, looking behind him more than he was really looking in front. But brilliant racing.
Now, the issue that these guys have, they were really starting to fight there. It did start backing him off a little bit. It's going to give the line in 30. Jack Dimbleby an opportunity at this one. He's starting to close in a little bit. However, fastest lap of the race and of the racing so far goes to Jamie Warner, 1:06.578, the first driver in the heats to get into that 1:06 mark. But out in front still, right? You got Jamie Warner, Hayden Adams, Riley Raymond is still holding Adi Manu at arm's length. The 26 to 28 are so close together. But the issue, like I say, if they keep fighting, if they keep trying to tear chunks out of each other as they come down the ramp, they're going to try and go side by side through the fastest part of the circuit. Keep it clean, guys. This is only one of the heats. It's not the national final just yet. You've got to get through the heat. You've got to keep it clean to earn a spot in the main event at the end of the day. The 28, though, is throwing everything they have at the back as they run to the line. The checker flag is out. Riley Raymond hangs on, but heat number 2 goes the way of Jamie Warner. Hayden Adams in second place, and by the skin of his teeth, Riley Raymond in third.
And Jamie Warner really with that 1:06.578. that is the benchmark time so far. We've seen it a little bit quicker in practice, but that's practice. This is racing, and Jamie Warner at 106. He is really, he's the name on my sheet at the moment, Tom, that is standing out the most. I think that he is the favourite at the moment. He is the driver that everybody needs to beat. And Hyperforza looks like such a fun track. It is a fun track. It's an enormous track, and it's worthwhile a visit. Hyperforza is all I would say. It's about time you got up here and did a few laps, is what I would say. So we've got a few bits coming in on social media. We've got Dan Trendle saying, "Whoa, Sebastian Vettel," if I can say it. Sebastian Vettel, is that you? Yay.
If it's any consolation, at least the guys in chat got the driver right, and they didn't misidentify him like myself. It's trying to spot helmets at a quick glance. You see the German flag on the side with the horse, with the prancing horse on the side. That's synonymous with Michael Schumacher. But that helmet, it looks like the tribute one that Sebastian Vettel ran a couple of years ago while he was at Ferrari to the great legend himself.
Indeed, and some more great stuff coming in. Yeah, so just to finish at Hyperforce, said at times like this, I wish my username was Sebastian Vettel. Yeah, Daredevil Gamer said, go ad. Gabriel Quinter, come on, Jack. Glenn Allen, go, Jack. Jennifer Tompkins, Jack! Did I do that right, Jennifer? That's how it looked like on social media. JP Wakefield, who's Jack?
Yeah, JP, one of our local drivers from Warrington, had a pretty good run in his local finals, but unfortunately didn't bag his ticket in the junior category this time around. But he's only been racing with us for not that long, so plenty of opportunities if you've not made it through this year to have a crack when BIKC comes around in 2022. As the drivers now take their carts for their next heat, and we get ready to start racing again.
Also, Jennifer Tompkins, shout out to Dave the mechanic. Now, I'm not going to shout out to Dave the Mechanic, right? Dave the Mechanic, right? I actually took on Dave the Mechanic, right? Literally in the early 2000s, and in the first week, he set the fire extinguisher off in the fuel bar. Yeah, and I still haven't forgiven him about it. I still have not forgiven him. So, Jennifer, I'm sorry, I'm not going to do a shout out to Dave the Mechanic. He doesn't need a shout out. He doesn't even need a shout out. So, here we go. We've got TeamSport Maps plugging one of his tracks. Of course I would. Of course I would. Right, okay. Hyperforce, I would have loved to get through the locals. How are the big kart times?
Yeah, adult karts seem to be running in the 58s at the moment. We were talking last time, are we going to get any members of the 59 club? It's members of the 58 club we're looking at this time. Fastest time we've seen in them so far, I believe, around about the 58.5 mark. So that gives you an idea of what the karts are running. Compared to what we had last year, thinking about karts running, we've got karts on the grid. So drivers now getting ready for what will be their second heat. And it looks like the 34 on pole position there. Charlie Blenkinsop is going to be taking the field around.
I think we may have them, have to look and see how they're on the grid, but they are in slightly different order. So it's actually going to be 31, Charlie Bradburn. That will be the driver in pole position with, we've got two Charlies. Here we go. This isn't going to be confusing at all, Tom, is it? We've got Charlie Bradburn in pole position, and then Charlie Blenkinsop, who is in second. We've got Arthur Way lining up third on the grid. Ross Spencer lining up fourth. Freddie Farrell, a lot of love in the social media for Freddie Farrell. He lines up in fifth with Arthur Frey in sixth. Jacob Lammers in seventh. Tyrone Masters is in eighth. Ilya is in ninth, and Cassidy, who has been very, very fast so far, lining up in 10th position. It's going to be really, really interesting to see what progress Cassidy can make through the drivers. All points to the final heat, starting somewhere near the front, I would say. And we've got Rory Hamilton bringing up the rear in 11th position. We are just literally at this moment plonking in the correct position. In fact, no, that's 35, Jacob Lammers. So a few karts are going to have to be manoeuvred or re-manoeuvred as they're doing. And then we will go for the parade lap. And has to be said, there's a good parade laps as well so far. And even though it sounds a little bit obvious, but we do have a few challenging parade laps, or have done in BIKC in the previous set of finals that we had. But if the cadets, if they're anything to judge here, then it's going to be better. So we are awaiting them to leave the grid. And here we go. Yeah, we're just doing a little bit of pointing and maneuvering. And 31, Charlie Bradburn, is very much on his way on the parade lap. So now they're going to have to go. We're going really slowly here, so they are going to have to. I wonder if they're going to end up. They're going to go really slow, I think, because they haven't gone around the second hairpin yet. So there's a lot of maneuvering. In fact, they're regridding around the next hairpin to make sure that they are all in the correct order.
Yeah, like we spotted, it looks like a couple of drivers maybe came out the pits in the wrong order. But to answer a question just spotted in YouTube chat, yes, these are the new Biz Evo 3 cadets. We also have a nice fleet of Biz Evo 3 adults. The main difference for what these drivers have. These drivers are normally experienced as these run a 160cc engine instead of the 120s that most other sites have run. They're also a little bit bigger in terms of size, so they should be able to carry the speed a little bit better through the corners. Maybe see some drivers altering their lines throughout the course of the competition. They also feel maybe a little bit smaller for some of the drivers as they get in, as TeamSport Karting reckons Mabs is the next Murray Walker. Well, if you're Murray Walker, that makes me Martin Brundle, the driver not quite fast enough to make it.
Indeed, we got some more great stuff coming on the chat. Christopher Bale said, shout out surely to Liz Anya, driving in juniors for Cardiff. So it's good to get in early, Christopher, is what I would say. On that shout out, you've got in about 3 hours earlier, I'll say, because the juniors will be coming up after the cadets that we are running at the moment. And here we are on track. Will we get a green light? Will we? We can't, because 31 is on a different track. Virtually 31 has just legged it and already has about a 3-second lead on the parade lap. So there was no way that we were going to start at that particular point. And a few drivers there might actually think that we are racing, because there's a few good overtaking maneuvers if you don't take into account that the drivers are actually driving around at walking speed. So we're going to do this all over again, and you can see it's very difficult when you're all bunched up like this to keep your position, because a lot of these corners you do end up going around side by side. And it is a bit of a racer's instinct, really, that even though you're on a parade lap, if you are alongside someone, just to try and keep the cart there, they're still a bit spread out, if I'll be honest. They're going to have to do a bit of a job here to really bunch them up. But there's no doubt that 31 Charlie Bradburn wants a fast parade lap here. And the drivers behind are not really. Again, he's too far in front, I would personally say, to start this one.
Yeah, it looks like he just wants to get this off and running. It's a very good chance now they're going to have to pull him to one side again and try and regrid. I think the one thing that got these guys maybe a little bit riled is the fact that these are 2x2 rolling starts this time round. Last year, we did single file rolling starts, which a little bit easier, a little bit harder to have any issues with. As you can see, the Clarks bringing the drivers to a stop as they give them a couple of tips on how to get through the rolling start properly. A couple of tips going towards the front row men. Timer pause once again, but these guys have spent around about 2 minutes. Just touching on something in there, I can't believe you've already been done by chat is trolling you completely. Liz Anya, really? That took you a minute to spot that one, but already chat trying to play games with the commentary box. Honestly, absolutely love it. That's what we're here for. We all want to have a bit of fun, and that is just what Team Sport is all about. But the drivers now going to be sat on the grid as we get going once again. That is the second chance of getting this one going. Nice and slow, guys. We want to keep a nice tight formation as we head through the third hairpin, 31 of Charlie Bradburn and Charlie Blenkinsop on the front in the 34, controlling the pace as they come under the Dunlop Bridge. We look to see if we get a green light again. Looks like they've gone a little bit too far. Look like they've gone a little bit too fast. The 31 has dropped the throttle and he's gone already way too early. So false start once again. That's the second one in this race. And the first time, I think we've had a heat go for 2 false starts. And looks like we're going to have another cracker getting this one going again as the drivers now, you can see the 34 just signaling to the rest of the field, stay up with me, stay close with me. That's what we need to do. We need to make sure we're keeping a nice tight formation as we head up towards the start-finish line. But once again, it looks like we're going to have to get them back in formation and yeah, get them ready to go. Again, you see the 31 of Bradburn now back right off to get them going. Time is still paused here as well, so Clark's doing everything they can to get these guys as much racing as possible. See the guys on the top now, that is Ben Savory, as he's known within team sports quite affectionately as Bieber, because of his slight relation to a Canadian pop, look-alike to a Canadian pop star, which he definitely loved. Resemblance, that's the word. Too focused on the racing out there. But yep, third time is a charm. We're going to give these guys another shot, see if we can get this race underway. And I think the tension now is starting to build even further as we go through the heats. The 31 still in single file. We need these gents in 2 by 2. Like I say, some drivers, this is brand new for indoor karting for the cadets. We don't normally do 2 by 2 rolling starts for these guys. They're going to bring them back under control, go back through, make sure they've got all the information, all the tools they need to get through the BIKC heats. And hopefully we can get rocking and rolling as the drivers pop back onto the dummy grid once again.
You never know. One of these drivers might be in a bit of trouble because in fact, we're going to do single file, I think, in order to make sure this heat gets away. But is it 31 Charlie's fault for driving a bit too fast, or is it number 34 Charlie's fault for not quite keeping in touch with the pole position driver? So there's no doubt that we need to do a little bit of work here with these drivers in this particular heat just to make sure that we can start it nice and fairly. And we've gone really to plan B on this one. It's going to be single file. And I think that should make things a great deal simpler for the drivers to get around to the start-finish straight. Loads of comments now flying in. Lots of people asking where people are from and who they're representing. We've got Callum Bone says it's from Dundee, come all the way to Warrington. And Christopher Ball, love you guys, keep it up. Thank you very much. I was only joking, obviously, with the comment of the premature shout out. Will we get a green light? Will we get a green light? Surely, surely, yes we do. And we are racing, and Charlie Bradburn, he got what he wanted in the end. He got a great start and he goes through the first few corners in the lead. And he is, you could just sense for determination here. Charlie Blackensop in second position at the moment, and there's closing up a little bit there. So Charlie Bradburn with a great start, but no doubt that Charlie Blackensop does have a little bit of extra pace there, with Arthur Way holding on to third place.
Yeah, top 3 now starting to move away in a bit of a train. Looks like he's still got Ross Spencer and Freddie Farrell just behind the 30 and the 28. Nose to tail just behind as they drop down the ramp for the first time. Top 3 looks like they do have a nice little gap there. Arthur Way dropping down. He's got the Lightning McQueen helmet as they head through in towards the first hairpin, and it looks like Blankensop already trying to make a move for the lead. There's the 26th Arthur Way sitting back, just waiting to cash in if these two in front come to grief. But you can just see some packs starting to form now as we look at the 29 of Cassidy Southall. They start heading through. Looks like they've made up a couple of positions already off the start from 10th place. I believe they're going to pop through in P8 at the expense of Arthur Freya and Tyrone Masters in the 36 and the 33 respectively as they head under the mezzanine for the second time of asking. Still the 31 of Bradburn holding on from Blankensop and Arthur Way. Those 3 drivers inseparable, with Ross Spencer and Freddie Farrell just behind. We've seen it loads of times. We saw it in the Nationals last year. It does normally pay to form these temporary alliances with other drivers, work together, push on, especially around this circuit. It's a power circuit. It requires a lot of speed, a lot of skill to get these karts through the corners properly. And those 2 drivers working together now to try and overhaul the 1.4 second gap that the top 3 have built up so far. Looks like Blankensop in the 34. He's looking to the inside, maybe got a tiny little overlap, backed out of it this time, wary of picking up a penalty point. The 26 to the outside might actually have them look like he was fully alongside there, but the 34 of Blankensop just showed him the door, and it looks like that has been enough to give Bradburn another couple of attempts into his back pocket. As they cross the line here, the gap is up now to a second from 3/10, so it just shows how much things can change here at BIKC, and you can see already the 30 and the 28, they've been keeping it clean, pushing each other on, and that's brought them into this fight. What was a 3-kart fight for the lead is now a 4-kart fight for second place.
And you can just see that the lap times have dropped off with all that time of being stationary or driving around this course at such a slow speed. The tyres have obviously just dropped off a little bit. Maybe it might be because some of the previous heats were very, very fast, but the lap times we're clocking in now are dramatically different in their 109.5, which is what we're doing. A lot of chat going on about grid starts, and yeah, we had to go to the single file. I don't think we had much choice to go to single file, as we had 2 attempts here trying to get this one started. But 26 Arthur Way there is really trying. He's on the outside. He's trying to just get a little bit of extra space. He's going to try the old switcheroo, but no, not quite enough momentum. But he is right behind driver number 34, and it is a checkered flag. And Charlie Bradburn wins his heat, and he was really determined to make that happen all the way through that start. When he got that start, he pulled away, and he just did not look back. Drove a little bit strategically to make sure he had his car positioned on exactly the right part of the course to keep Charlie Blenkinsop and Arthur Way behind.
Yeah, so once we got going, there was a decent little battle at the front of the field, but the victory does go the way of Charlie Bradburn. Fastest lap of that race does go to Charlie Blenkinsop. 68.1 seconds is what he managed in that one, 4/10 of the gap over the line as the drivers now file back into the pit lane. Charlie Blenkinsop's has quite a lot of experience around this track over the last couple of days. He spent quite a lot of time running quite a few laps around here. He almost knows this track like the back of his hand, so hopefully he's going to be using some of that knowledge to his advantage in the latter heats to move up the order. I believe now we are down to the final heat now for each of the groups. 4 heats in the book and 2 more left to run. There are definitely some favourites starting to move out, but hopefully we can get these starts nailed down. We don't want to be seeing too many false starts. It does eat into the race time. We want to see as close a racing as possible throughout the course of this national final as the drivers jump up and we get ready to go racing for heat number 5 here at TeamSport Warrington, and hopefully we can get a nice clean one. Like we said as well, we do want to see some of your banners if you are down around here at TeamSport Warrington. I did see a nice one for Adi Manu being shown up before. It was quite a nice design being shown. I quite like the bright red. Stood up quite well on the camera. And we're getting ready to go racing with the next set of drivers. To see Dorian Mallet making his way and Alex Dodds as well as the drivers start to take their grid. There's the banner that we love for Adi Manu. It's a great piece of artwork out there. See the Sebastian Vettel, not the Michael Schumacher as not Michael Schumacher one, as I rudely misrepresented their one. But these drivers getting back in, and we're going to see going off the front of the grid Ryan Rapini in the 34. Matthew Scott's going to go off second in the 31. Callum Eve is going to go off third in the 28. Riley Raymond off P4. Tyler Mason-Gray in P5. Jamie Warner P6. Dorian Mallock P7. Jack Dimbleby P8. Adi Manu P9. Hayden Adams in P10. Completing the field is going to be Alex Dodds in the in-kart 35. Lots of support going through the socials at the moment. Josh Costello, how does Indoor Karting Championships work? Do you still have to be minted? No, you don't. That's the beauty of being involved in the BIKC. We provide the karts, we provide the race kit. All you've got to do is get down to your local track and provide your own talent, and you could be on the grid of a national final yourself.
Also, if you were to compete outdoors, how much money does it cost to race competitively outdoors? It is an enormous amount of money, really, to do it. And what's the prize here for the BIKC cadets? We are in conjunction with Total Karting, and it is a season in Total Karting. That is quite a prize, if I'll be absolutely honest. And so, yeah, we provide everything. We provide all the equipment, we provide the karts, and also we provide the tracks. And also, it's freezing cold outside, and it's absolutely tipping it down. and the beauty of indoor go-karting in the fact that who knows? Who knows? We're just left with this fantastic racetrack and these absolutely brilliant drivers, and this one is just going to get faster and faster. I cannot wait to the final, Tom. The final is going to be absolutely epic. We've all got our kind of favourites at the moment, a lot of favourites on social media, a lot of drivers who've done brilliant stuff in the regionals, but this is the time where they have to put it all together. And here we go. We lead away for heat number 5, and we've got 34, that's driver number 34, Ryan Rapini, who leads away. And this time he's going very, very slowly on the pace lap. It's interesting the different strategies that different drivers have got. But Ryan Rapini, very, very casual, very steady. And he, as he goes through the S's underneath the Dunlop Bridge, is going to watch that green light. He's going to hit it. Here we go. We are racing. No false starts that time. Absolutely brilliant. Now, let's see. We're still there after the first corner. So he held it very, very nicely. Going under that first corner, and 34, Ryan Rapini leading. Matthew Scott is typically absolutely all over the back of him as they go onto the up ramp. And number 31, oh, he had to do a little correction there that will help out number 34, Ryan Rapini. He would have lost a little bit of momentum there, Matthew Scott. But he's got time to build that momentum back up as they come down on to, in fact, the final hairpin there just before they come down the hill onto the main straight where we have seen so much overtaking historically in BIKC. Are we going to see another manoeuvre here? There's a lot of drivers ducking down. Ew, the 34, Ryan is looking alongside him. It won't be hit up. A little 37, Riley Raymond with a move on the inside. Has he made it stick? He has. He has to go slightly wide around the next hairpin, but he's made that one stick. He looks behind. He sees that the driver behind, Callum, hasn't been able to make up that momentum, and he is off once again.
So it looks like falling down the order a little bit there, Callum Eve. He's now down in 5th place with Tyler Mason-Gray up into 4th place. Jamie Warner's already making progress. He's up in towards P4. Looks like he's trying to go for P3 side by side as he goes through the tunnel section. They come back into view of all the spectators. Looks like there's a little bit of jostling there, but Riley Raymond just hanging on. They go side by side up the ramp as they head into the next corner. Looks like Riley's just got the line as they now drop up the second up ramp into the back corner. Ferrari wall, we name it. Just a beautiful picture of one of Michael Schumacher's Ferraris there. But out in front still, the 34, Ryan Rapini, Matthew Scott, Riley Raymond, Jamie Warner in just dropping behind. Looks like Jamie Warner's actually managed to get past there. So the 26 up into P3. And Riley Raymond drops down into P4 where he started, right on the back of him. He's got the 28, Callum Evert, who's willing his kart to try and catch up to the back of the P4 man at the moment. But as they go through the final hairpin, it's still Ryan Rapini wearing the colours of Sebastian Vettel, who drops over the start-finish line. Matthew Scott in behind him. Fastest lap there goes to Ryan Rapini, a 1:08.275, and 4 tenths now the advantage that he's got. Jamie Warner has got about 1.6 seconds to catch up if he wants to try and have a crack at this front battle. If he doesn't, that'll be the first heat that he's not been able to win. He's taken 2 already, as now they head up towards the flyover for the third time of asking. 5 minutes on the clock, and the top 2 starting to get a little bit closer here.
Has to be said, Jamie Warner is having an absolutely stellar race meeting because he's continuing his form from the previous 2 heats into this one. It'd be interesting to see if he can. Look at this, they're absolutely side by side, but it'd be interesting to see if Jamie Warner can hunt down the first 2 drivers, Ryan and Matthew, and start really mixing it up for the lead. He looks a little bit close, but look at this, 37 and 33. So we've got Riley Raymond, and Dorian has found his way past Callum, and they are absolutely dicing it out. And Ryan Rapini so far with the fastest lap to 1:08.275. But it's going to be fascinating to see what lap time Jamie Warner does. And he goes through, and it's a 1:07.296. So he's taken about half a second out of the drivers that are directly in front, and there's still time here, and you can now see the gap has visibly closed, and within a few corners we are going to have a 3-way scrap for the lead.
Yeah, it's absolutely fantastic racing at the moment. Warner's closing in on the front, but still, Riley Raymond, P4's just holding Dorian Malik at arm's length as the top two. Still 4/10 is the gap at the moment. So Matthew Scott not made too many inroads into Ryan Rapini's lead as they drop down the ramp. Again, you can see Warner is closing. I'll be amazed if that gap is over a second by the time they get towards the start-finish line this time. The 26 takes a wider line on the way in. Doesn't have to worry about what the rest of the drivers behind him are doing because they're a good couple of seconds adrift already. The 37 still trying to put on a defensive masterclass with the 33 and the 28 just behind him. But as they go over the line to complete lap number 4 here, Ryan Rapini comes across the line. Matthew Scott in second. Jamie Warner a little bit slower that time. He only got a couple of tenths, but that gap, 1.3 seconds. Really looks like he's making up the time in that first sector through the first couple of corners because you can see now he is right on the rear bumper of the 31 of Matthew Scott as they come up the ramp for the 5th time of asking here. The 34 got a little bit more breathing room. That gap's gone up by 2 tenths compared to the gap behind, which has fallen by about half. Jamie Warner is on the hunt here for second place as they head in towards the bottom hairpin and get ready to come down the ramp, head through the fastest section of the circuit, one of the fastest corners in indoor karting. The left-right chicane we've got here at TeamSport Warrington, and Jamie Warner is closing. He's going to look towards the inside now. The 26 throws it down the inside. Side by side, clean move done there. He's done it before they turn into turn 2, and it looks like 5-second time penalty just popped up there. That's for Adi Manu. That's dropped him down into P10. We'll have to consult race control to double check what that one has been handed out for. My assumption though is there may have been a little bit of bumping about that the Clarks have taken a bit of a dislike to, but one of the first time penalties handed out over the course of BIKC 21.
Okay, and that again was an absolutely brilliant maneuver. He really sent it. He licked that stamp and he sent it, and he got through, and that's a second position. And the big question is, he hasn't got many corners left. I don't think this might be the last lap, I would have thought. So he's only got a few more corners to see if he can make any impression on the leader. But look at this, he is absolutely all over him, and he's so much quicker. He's having to deliberately use a different part of the racetrack in order to avoid going into the back of him. He's going to have more momentum as he comes down to the fastest part of the course. Is this going to be another manoeuvre? And Ryan Rapini goes right up to the inside, but Jamie Warner is still going for it, and he's made it stick for side by side. Absolutely side by side, they're making contact. And 26, Jamie Warner is going to hold. He's got the inside line. He's going to go through into the lead, and Ryan is really exposed here for second place. And the checker flag goes, and Jamie Warner, brilliant overtaking manoeuvres, goes through and wins heat number 5. Awesome stuff.
That was a great drive from Ryan Rapini. It's a shame he lost it on the final corner, but he drove Jamie towards the wall, left him just enough room. There was literally a Biz Evo 3 cadet-sized gap on the inside of the barrier, on the inside of the track there, but Jamie Warner just had enough pace to be able to stay on the inside and get that move made. It's going to be interesting to see if the stewards do want to take a quick look at that one. It did look pretty good from where we were sat, Russ, but they have all the technologies about. We've not mentioned it yet. There is a bit of VAR going on if we need it. So VAR in play, but at the moment, provisional victory for the 26. Jamie Warner, 3 from 3 here at BIKC Warrington.
Brilliant stuff. We haven't mentioned VAR. We did mention it an awful lot when we did it last time round. That's all we could talk about was VAR. We just thought that in indoor karting was just the best thing, and now we just take it as granted. We've got VAR and we can review everything, and fantastic. Do you know what? There's literally on the chat, Rachel Percy and Stuart Nunnan are literally having a private conversation that everybody can read. Rachel goes, "Hey Stu." Stu goes, "You're the reason I invested in karting now, all because you sold me a membership about 6 years ago. You in the final this year? Just remember when you're famous." Yeah, lightweights. Yeah, okay, we get it. But we're watching the cadets. And Jamie Warner has just driven absolutely magnificently and has won that race. And no question that Jamie, I think you've got to be looking at pole position in the next round. Really has to be the standout driver so far. But these are only heats. It has to be said, there is a lot more to come after the heats. And it will all ultimately come down to that grand final. So all this jostling and all this effort that they're putting in here, it is just prep work. When they get on the grid for that grand final, it doesn't matter where you start. If you win that race, you will become the BIKC champion. So awesome. And that was a great race. That was, dare I say it, the best race so far. Just stellar overtaking maneuvers. And that's what we want to see. We want to see wheel-to-wheel racing. But what was great about that, Jamie Warner there, he took some risk. No doubt about that. If Ryan had turned in there, it would have got all messy. It would have left the stewards with a bit of a dilemma, who's at fault and so on. But Jamie Warner taking no prisoners out there, making those maneuvers stick, and very, very well-deserved win in the last heat. And a stellar lap time as well, 107.296. We shouldn't forget that he came from quite far down the grid to do it.
Yeah, and it's also worth thinking as well, you've also got drivers like Matthew Scott up there. It's a great result for him in third place. That's the young lad who's come all the way down from Dundee. He's had a while to drive down, just a short drive, with our lad Riley Raymond just behind, Dorian Malik P5 as well. Some proper talent in that field. But Riley looks like he managed to hold on. But looking at the results there, he only had a 10th in his back pocket when he crossed the line. As the 33 Dorian Malik, he may have been able to catch up, even with the stellar move against Callum Eve. But just goes to show, catching up is one thing, getting past is quite another. One thing we have shown, as you touched on earlier, it doesn't matter where you start the final, it all matters where you finish it. And this is a track that you can overtake on. It's wide enough, there's enough opportunities, which means we can see a festival of overtaking when we get to the grand final. But this is the final heat about to get ready to go. After this, we do have the semi-finals where we will start setting the grid, getting ready and building up to the main event, which should be coming round in not too far off.
Rachel on the streamer says, leave me alone, Russ. Now, Rach, all it is, right, I miss you. It's as simple as that. Please come back. Please come back. We miss you. So I'm not going to leave you alone because it's great to have you on the chat. And yeah, we got loads of stuff coming in on the chat as well. There's a few questions coming in. SJB Racing, my best lap round Warrington is a 102.201. You are a person after my own heart because that's about my fastest lap time as well. Hence the hot lap keeps getting referred to as a lukewarm lap. But hey, here we go.
Yeah, some decent times been put in at the moment. 62 seems to be about where some people are. 62 seems to be where a couple of people are. I will say my PB is just a little bit quicker than a 62. Managed to get round to the into the 1 minute bracket, but I'm still chasing that elusive 59. I've not had it for not been anywhere close to it recently, but 1 minute 0.7 is mine. So I'm about 7-8 tenths to find to join that 59 club that we're going to hopefully be adding quite a few members to later on today. But the grid now up, and it is home driver Jacob Lammas who's going to start on the front of the grid. Tyrone Masters, Cassidy Southall, also known as Nitro, Arthur Way, Rory Hamilton, Ilya off P6, Charlie Blenkinsop, Ross Spencer, Freddie Farrell, Charlie Bradburn, Arthur Frey complete your 11-kart grid as they head through the top section of the circuit. The 34 leads them down towards the start-finish line. Hopefully they're nice and packed together as we wait to see if we're going to go green this time. Lights are yellow. They go green. Now we are racing at TeamSport Warrington, last of the heat, and it's home driver Jacob Lammas who holds the advantage as they head in towards the first couple of corners, but he's looking over his shoulder already because Tyrone Masters is trying to throw it down the inside. One of the wild cards from Crawley is absolutely flying already. Cassidy Southall on the back bumper of them as well, thinking about a move. But the top three starting to build a small gap. Top five, my correction there, starting to build a nice little gap with the 26 of Ilya Velko in there as well. As they head up towards the top section of the circuit, looks like Jacob Lammas just starting to build a little bit of a buffer now to the 31 of Tyrone Masters, who has their rear bumper covered in the back of Cassidy Southall as they fire down the down ramp and head through the fastest corner in indoor Karting. It's the 34, the 31, the 28 and the 37, faster than I can read them as they drop down. You can see that 34 is just building the gap. It's down the inside goes the 28. Southall looks to the move. They're not quite close enough to go for it. They're going to have to be careful. The 37 away is just on the outside. Big dive there from the 26 of Rory Hamilton there. That was a fantastic move to be able to get that. Sorry, that's Ilya Velko who's gone up a position there. It was a very late dive, but they managed to make the position there. 36 of Rory Hamilton's also fallen down. The order is off the back of the grid. Arthur Frey's made up a position. He's up to P10 already, but still out in front. Jacob Lammers has a 1.1 second advantage as behind Masters Southall are starting to tear chunks out of each other for second place.
What Jacob Lammers really got going for him here is that Tyrone and Cassidy are absolutely battling it out. There's no doubt that Tyrone Masters is having to drive very defensively to keep Cassidy behind, and it's allowing Jacob, who when he left that grid was really looking behind him, and I was really concerned there that he was going to go backwards. But look at the lead that he's got now. It's absolutely huge. Biggest lead that we have seen so far this morning. And look at this, 26 is on the inside. 26 really going for it. Surely Ilya's going to make that stick. And yes, absolutely brilliant. And 31 has gone a bit wide. 31 has gone wide and he's lost another one. No!
Yes,
it's all gone wrong.
So in the space of a couple of corners, Masters has gone from second down to fourth place. Great move from Ilya Velko in the 26 there on an absolute charge here. Cassidy Southall did get back up into third place as they headed down towards the mares section. Now Tyrone Masters is being troubled now by Arthur Way just behind four. That's P4 at the moment, but all of this fighting is just allowing Jacob Lammers to check out at the front. 2.7 seconds is the gap at the moment. Looks like there's a little bit of a jostling behind. I believe that was behind the 31 of Tyrone Masters there as they now head down the ramp. It is still Lammers, Velko, Southall there. Looks like the 27 and the 36 of Way and Hamilton are having a good fight. You can hear the crowd cheering the drivers as they drop down. Great to have lots of spectators supporting the drivers who've come from all around the country to race here in one of the biggest events in indoor karting. But there is a massive pack of about 6 or 7 drivers all fighting over 6th place at the moment. Only about a tenth or so between them as we head to the halfway point of this heat. Fantastic racing out in front, but Lammers with the lead as they come over the line. We'll see what that gap is now. Gap up to 3 seconds now. He's also bagged the fastest lap of the race, a 1:07.2, about 4 tenths better than anyone's managed so far. Up into second place, though, Velko is going to try and get their foot down and pull away from Southall behind.
Great job, Jacob Lammers, great job. And after that magnificent overtaking manoeuvre, 2 drivers in the space of a lap. Ilya, really, can he close that gap down? There's no doubt he's got the overtaking ability. We saw that twice in one lap. Jacob Lammers has got such a big lead, the biggest lead we've seen so far in BIKC. But can Ilya make any impression on that lead in the next? There's good couple, only about halfway, just over halfway through. There's a good couple of laps that are left here, and also in the oh, here we go, hang on, we've got Arthur Way trying to make the way past the 31 of Tyrone Masters. Just showed the nose down the inside. He wasn't quite able to make the move. The 31 just holds on in 4th place there as they fire down the start-finish straight. Looks like Lammers backed off the pace a little bit. He's about 3 tenths down on that lap compared to his personal best, but gap up to 3.7 seconds as this massive pack of cadets all fighting over 4th place head through the bottom section of the circuit. It's just a slipstream train at the moment, led by the 31 of Tyrone Masters, and you can see they're starting to fall away from Southall, who's up in 3rd place. Looks like Southall and Velko are getting quite close in front as we watch the fight over 4th place, as you've got literally the rest of the pack nose to tail as they go up the small ramp through the top hairpin. It's a decent overtaking spot if you can make the move into this hairpin here. As we wait to see the drivers fire through, they all come through in single file. There's nothing to separate these cadets as they come down the down ramp to notch up what is probably going to be lap 5 of maybe 1 or 2 more as they head through the chicane. Masters still just about hanging on, while just in front you can just see Velko is still in front in 2nd place. Masters under a lot of pressure here. Looks like the 36 of Rory Hamilton is trying to make a move on Arthur Way as they head through
this third hairpin and go over the start-finish line on what is probably going to be the final lap of the heats.
Brilliant stuff. Also in the chat, SJB Racing. By the way, I'm 12 getting a 102. Yeah, that's not bad. That's not bad. I tell you what, I've done so many laps of this circuit and I'm still only a 102, if I'll be absolutely honest. So you are doing absolutely brilliant. Keep those lap times coming down. Okay, here we go. Back to the race. Jacob Lammers leading, and the gap, which I said might come down, has done absolutely the opposite. It has gone up to 4.5 seconds. Easily the biggest gap we've seen so far. So Jacob Lammers making a late claim to be one of the best drivers that we have got out there racing this morning. Ilya with those fantastic overtaking manoeuvres in second. Cassidy Southall is in third, but here we go. We've got a real gaggle of drivers going to charge down here to what is usually the biggest overtaking spot on the course. We've got driver in number 37, Arthur Wade, took a very wide line. He's got to tuck in the inside. 36 is having none of it. Absolutely brilliant stuff. 37 just in front, Arthur Wade there as they go through. But a checker flag has gone out and Jacob Lammers has absolutely destroyed the opposition, I would say, on that last heat, and comfortably goes in there with a 5.8 second lap time, a fastest lap time of 106.882. I think that is the quickest so far. I think that 106.8 that's up there. Anyway, that is up there with the fastest lap times. Great racing.
Yeah, that's not the fastest. It's getting very close to it, but it's quite impressive to see how Tyrone Masters managed to hang on the pressure behind. But like we said, you can see just make one tiny little mistake and he can just invite a driver down the inside. Arthur Wade tried to go for a move down the inside, and it just allowed Rory Hamilton to move on to the racing line and just sweep past for fifth place. That was a fantastic move by the 36 to take over sixth position there. But win going the way, Jacob Lammers, home driver, taking the first win of a home driver at the national finals. Ilya Veliko in second place, hanging on against Cassidy Southall. It's easy to forget those guys were fighting over second place. They only crossed the line 3/10 apart, so it was a great fight over second place. Kept it nice and clean, which is what we like to see. Not too many penalties being handed out, not too many warnings being handed out. These drivers so far, they're behaving, but as we head towards the next stage of the competition, we get to the semi-finals, more things are at stake, and that could change.
Also in the chat, ASE skater there, say 36 defended that well. Good point. Great point. Great defensive driving there from number 36, Rory Hamilton. Really held on to that fifth position. Great stuff. So that is the end of the heats. So we're going to go back to the studio.
Thank you, Russ. Great action there, Moz.
Indeed.
How awesome was that?
There's some great racing out there.
There was. Before we get back to that, as you know, Total Karting Zero, main sponsors of the Cadet and Junior... Total Karting Zero.
There you go.
Main sponsors of the Cadet and Junior categories. We have Adriana with us right now. How does it feel to be here? You enjoying it so far?
Fantastic. There's some really good close racing. I'm really impressed so far. So great to watch.
Amazing. Thank you for joining us today. Could you give us a little bit of background to Total Karting Zero and the man behind it all, really?
Yep, so we are an outdoor arrive and drive racing series. So our main objective really is to get more families into motorsport. Bring more families to it, show people that you can go racing and that it's available to a lot more people. So founded by Rob Smedley, you probably know him best from Formula One. So he's worked at Williams Racing, he's worked at Ferrari, and he's still working at Formula One at the moment. And it's really just his way of giving back and trying to get more families into it and bringing down the cost of racing and helping people get from karting, say a TeamSport, all the way up to Formula One any way that we can.
Perfect. And why are you excited to be part of BIKC this year?
So it's absolutely fantastic, not only because you've clearly got some very talented drivers here, but it helps us build that pathway from the very start, which is karting, all the way up to the higher levels of motorsport. So it's fantastic to be here and help the drivers to get along and just showing them, this is your next step, here's what you can do next, and here's how you can challenge yourself.
Perfect. And could you tell our viewers what the prizes are available?
So the fantastic prizes are very exciting. So we have got for the juniors and the cadets, we've got a full summer season for the winner. a full winter season for the second place, and one of our races for third place. So we're very looking forward to having your drivers with us and see what they can do with the outdoor karts.
Yes, I'm sure they're just as excited as well, battling it out there for it.
Thank you so much for that.
Yeah, and how old do you have to be part of Total Karting Zero?
So we start from age 6, and the most important thing is that you've got some training beforehand, whether you've driven somewhere else and you can prove to us that you've driven somewhere else, or we've got training programs if you've never done any sort of driving before. So we start at age 6 and we currently go up to 12, and with our junior karts coming out soon to take that up to higher age levels.
Amazing. And which tracks do you race at, and what are the formats?
So we go to some of the best UK tracks around this country, all outdoor tracks at the moment. So be prepared for a little bit of rain for the Winter Championship, but the summer usually comes with some lovely sunshine as well. So you can find us all around the country, and you don't have to do the full championship. You can just do your closest race if you want to, or you can follow us and enjoy all the scenery as well.
Oh, that's amazing. Speaking of the rain, what would you say are the main differences between indoor and outdoor karting? Start a little debate here, we could.
Okay.
Definitely the first one is weather.
Yeah.
So of course with indoor tracks, you go to different indoor tracks, you've got the different sort of track surfaces that we've got to get used to, but with outside you've also got rain. So not only does that bring a wider range of temperatures, you've got rain, you've got sun, you might have some fog, sometimes even snow, but only as long as it's still safe to go out. But definitely getting used to the different weather conditions is one of the biggest aspects.
Yeah, and obviously the kart aspect of it is going to be a bit different for them to get used to and things like that.
Yeah.
A bit quicker.
Yeah, and they're electric. I haven't mentioned that yet.
Oh yeah.
Oh, yeah, of course.
Yeah, so come with really instant torque delivery, so it's much different to what you've got here. Maybe if you've been to one of the TeamSport electric tracks, it's a little more like that, but with the outside, of course, comes more grip as well, and the instant torque delivery makes for some really good
really
start
like
of the races.
electric karts.
Yeah.
Don't you think
I just like how quiet they are.
Yeah, it's a nice peaceful weekend.
we've got one here. We've got the
The little cart that we've got a little show
it's electric
cart.
and it's amazing. I don't know if it's going to be on stream, but we'll see.
We can ask Adam about that later.
Yeah, we'll bring him on. Adriana, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you for having us.
We're going to have a little quick look at a bit more of Total Karting Zero. welcome back. Tops F1 have kindly sponsored this event as well. Amazing stuff that they've sent us here. So I was just looking through. If you don't know what it is, big sticker set. It's amazing. And I've literally just uncovered my sticker set and got the bromance of Lando Norris and Carlos Sainz.
Nicely done. And you hadn't planned that. You literally just
got that.
No way.
It's the two of them. So I'm keeping.
I got Schumacher actually. So
Got Schumacher?
I got Schumacher.
Well, I don't have any. Thanks. I don't have anything yet because I've not opened mine. However, inside here, right, you're going to get 36 stickers. This is the starter pack, right? So you're going to get 36 stickers. There's 2 limited edition stickers in here as well. And thank you very much. You get this giant wall chart, so you can stick stickers on this instead of sticking them on me, right? That's what you can do. There you go. No, that's not where you put it. Look, there.
It's really good though, because
it's awesome.
No, it's great. You've got all of your sticker pages.
I'm going to try and complete it by the end of today.
Can I take these off?
No.
Okay.
I'm going to try and do it. In fact, can we open another packet now?
Are you going to try and complete this?
Go on.
I'm going to complete it by the end.
This will be your book now.
Right, okay. So yeah, inside your starter pack, you're going to get the sticker album, obviously. You're going to get 36 stickers, 2 limited edition stickers, and that giant wall chart we spoke about as well. So you don't need to stick the stickers to a human. You can stick them onto a wall chart itself.
That's no fun.
Yeah, well,
It's really good.
You're not always going to have a Davy there to stick stickers onto, guys.
I'm getting into this quite a bit.
Oh, you're actually getting into this now?
I think I can do this. I'm made up with me.
Who have you got, who did you get this time?
This time it was more cars. I didn't get really any individual drivers. Look, it's just cars. They're all right. They're not bad.
Oh, it's Schumacher.
Yeah.
That's all right.
But do you know what though? If you like the stream with a heart or a like or whatever, just interact with it in any way right now. We're going to pick, or the guys, Rob, shout out to Rob, is going to select someone random, a few of you actually, and we're going to send you this. We're going to send you all the stickers and the book to go with it, and maybe even a huge one.
We're not going to send this chart that's already got, we'll send you the proper one.
Yeah, we'll send you one that's not open yet.
Not vandalised. Do you want to see it again?
I want to see what is actually on that.
Yeah,
Stick
so
things to that.
you can. I'll just open this up here and look what you got all along this left-hand side just here as well.
Oh, so yeah, so
Bye, Molly.
Oh, I see. So you get that comes in your pack as well. So yeah, start liking, even comments, just say something, interact, and Rob in the gallery is going to start selecting some people. And we're going to send you out all the stickers with your book, and you can hopefully maybe get the bromance that I've just got with Lando and Carlos.
Yeah.
Yeah. Also, drop down in the comments who is your favourite F1 driver and who are you rooting for in the F1 Grand Prix this weekend.
It's coming towards the end of it now.
It is.
Yeah. Quite exciting. I can't wait, but the action is about to start on track again. He is now going to do some commentary because he's been annoying me. Go. Back to the action with Ty, Russ Mavely and Tom Gibson.
The official Formula One sticker collection from Tops. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars. Plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Okay, here we go. We are ready for getting ready for the first of the semi-finals. Now, this one already looks pretty spicy just looking at the grid. So we've got Jamie Warner, who really was the star of the heats that's lining up in pole position. And we have got driver number 30, Jacob Lammers, in second, who did such a brilliant job in that last heat. And we've also got a special guest here. We've got Ty, who is with us, who's raced at TeamSport for years and years and years. And what are you making of it so far, Ty?
It is really, really aggressive. I love the racing from these youngsters, and whoever's going to come out on top, they really deserve it. Obviously, for the rest, if they don't win, they've put a massive effort to get to the finals of the British Indoor Karting Championships. So well done to everyone who's got here, and have fun.
Do you think you could win out there if you were out there racing now?
Maybe. It's
maybe.
A challenge. Obviously, we've got fast juniors here. Kai Bacchini, a good friend of mine. He's very quick, so, we never know. Unless I was out there racing, but...
I've got to be asked, and I've got to be quick. Ty Cuthbert, TeamSport legend. Who is your tip for victory overall? Not in the semi, overall.
Um...
Oh, put you on the spot there, haven't I?
Jamie Warner.
Jamie Warner.
He has been absolutely outstanding with his pace this weekend, and he's on pole position at the moment for the semi-final, so let's see if he can win this and go to the final and win for the British Indoor Karting Championships 2021.
Thank you very much, Ty. That's absolutely brilliant. The karts are just being prepped on the grid. There's just waiting, I think, for the last driver to come out the pit lane. What's your racing season looking like at the moment, Ty? What are you up to? What are you up next in the juniors?
Well, I've just finished the UKC Ultimate Karting Championships in Junior Rotax test a year. Really enjoyed it. Got very good tips off Dan Ginchard, European champion, doing F4 next season. Absolutely amazing guy. Winter, we're just going to see what happens, and then going to next year, let's see what happens. We might do club rounds, but you never know.
Going to come back to BIKC?
Definitely.
Yes.
And win it this year.
Fantastic stuff. Okay, we've got some final preparations. A few marshals running around there just to make sure that everything... The big thing here is those karts have been stationary for a few minutes, so those tyres would have really cooled down. While we've still got Ty here, what's the best technique to use where you're going out there and you're driving on cold tyres and you're racing straight away?
I think to understand for the first corner, obviously these will be going really slow, but to understand your kart on cold tyres, that's what I've been doing for the whole season of UKC, and we get underway now on the rolling lap.
Yes, Jamie Warner's going to lead us around with Jacob Lammas just behind, Charlie Bradburn, Ryan Rapini, Rory Hamilton, Aidy Manu, Matthew Scott, Hayden Adams, Dorian Mallet, Tyrone Masters, Ross Spencer lead us through the final hairpin. The drivers get ready to race. We look at the yellow lights, hoping they'll go green this time. Nice pace by the looks of it from Warner. We go green here at Warrington for the first of the 10-minute semi-finals. Extra couple of laps for these drivers to endure, and it looks like Warner already going a little bit defensive. The 30 Lamas trying to make the move early on. Charlie Bradburn still there in third place. Looks like top three just starting to get away a little bit. Ryan Rapini in the 33 looks like...
Rubby there, but I see two cars trying to make a move down the inside before the bridge section. Let's see if they've pulled it off. Side by side going up the bridge, very close. We didn't see it in the shot there. I think he's got past him, but that was very close.
Yeah, lots of jostling towards the back end of the field. These drivers trying to make it up towards the top half of the field. Only a few of these lads are going to be contesting the main event, the single final that is going to decide who will be our British Indoor Karting Champion. But you see the top five look like they've got a bit of a lead at the moment. The 28 Rory Hamilton just at the back of that train, as it looks like you can see Warner already looking over his shoulder. The kart moves over to the right, focusing a little bit on what is behind him, and it's not really something you want to be doing out there, Ty,
is a surprise, because Jamie Warner has been the fastest driver, and he is spending most of the time at the moment looking behind him rather than looking in front. So is this Jamie Warner driving ultra strategically just to win the race, or has he just not got the pace?
Well, we don't know yet. He seems to be pulling a little bit of a gap to Jacob, but we don't know yet because he's still going a little bit defensive. So we go up the bridge section. Oh, as we see someone going down the inside of Sebastian Vettel. Oh, he's missed a position as Rory Hamilton moves up a position there. Very nice move.
Shades of Formula One a couple of years ago, Hamilton versus Vettel here at TeamSport Indoor Karting in Warrington, but it's still Warner in the 34 who's out in front. Lammas in the 30 is just behind, but it looks like the gaps are starting to break up a little bit. You can see Warner's just starting to pull away. He has got the fastest lap of the race, but still looking behind him. He's focusing on what's behind him.
That strategy, that is the first lap, just keep it tight. Keep the drive behind, and now he's starting to stretch his legs. Just gone round in a 109.865 seconds. That will be indicative of the fact they're driving on cold tyres. But now as the tyres are warming up, he's getting his foot down and he's pulling away.
We've got a three-way battle for third place here as we see Charlie, Rory and Ryan all battling for P3 here, as it's very, very intense as Jamie Warner's pulled the gap from Jacob Lomas. But as we might see a little move, no, just holding back there. It's going to be very tight because it's about strategic. You don't want to go for a silly move and ruin your semi-final race. You've still got another 7 minutes on the timer. You don't need to make a silly move. It's the semi-finals, not the finals yet.
How important is it for these drivers just to keep their heads? It looks like those three are starting to work together now to try and push up towards Lammers. How important is it to get these temporary alliances when you're trying to push up towards another driver?
It's a hard one because obviously you're trying to battle for position, but you also want to catch the front too. So it depends. If they want to work together, they can. But if they want to battle, they're going to lose time and maybe go back further in the field. So we don't know yet. As we see him trying to go defensive, Charlie, but as we see Rory Armstrong trying to make a move. As Rory Armstrong defending on Ryan there, very squeezing. Is there going to be some contact? Maybe there looks to be a little bit of it. Is it going side by side? Still side by side. Oh, it's crazy, the semi-final race.
Go Ty, this is brilliant stuff. The action is all behind. Jamie Warner already, he's got a 1 second lap time. And this must be a little bit soul destroying for Jacob Lammers because he is there and he wants to win the overall championship, but he is in second place. And at the moment, Jamie Warner is just faster. But the battle behind is absolutely incredible. We've got driver number 28, Rory Hamilton, and we got number 33, Ryan Rapini, and they were absolutely bumper to bumper around that last section. Go Ty.
It was absolutely incredible to see the racing from these youngsters. We still see the battle raging on. We see the battle further back, still raging. It's the front two that have pulled a gap, but it's still absolutely crazy. Defensive once again. Is there going to be a move, or is it just going to be defensive play? They're going side by side as we see Charlie trying to still keep the position. As we see Rory Hamilton trying to make a move, but he just still can't. As we see Ryan still trying to make a way through. It's a three-way battle for P3. This is absolutely incredible stuff from the youngsters.
Here we go, 33 once again lining up on the outside. Ryan Rapini to try and go through, but it was great stuff from Charlie Bradburn and Rory Hamilton. Very, very clean as well.
Sorry to interrupt, but there's a rubbing and battling. This is incredible, Charlie. As we just and Rory Hamilton down the inside, not managing to get through there. But this is intense battling, and we've still got another 5 minutes. It's a semi-final, guys. Just use your heads. You can work together. They're still battling. Oh, that's the battle for the lead. Sorry. As we see Jamie Warner and Jacob Lomas battling. It's a side by side going down the main straight. Turn 1 and 2, flat out the fastest part of the track. This is incredible. So Jamie Warner, that gap's gone down significantly.
He's made a mistake somewhere. There's no doubt he had a 1 second lap time and suddenly he's struggling. And number 30 from nowhere, Jacob Lammers, is suddenly, and he's going through. He had a real look on the inside and he's all over the back of him.
This is intense racing. So whatever's happened, it's not gone Jamie Warner's way. He's still got the fastest lap, but not much. But as we see, there's been a few changes as Rory Hamilton's got past Charlie there for P3. As he's going defensive now. Says that the lap 1 strategic move maybe just to defend. We've still got another 4 minutes. But this, I thought there was a move down the
I think 34 Jamie Warner's got a problem with his kart because suddenly he's lost a lot of speed. It looks like it's bouncing around a lot. And to be credit with him, he's getting on with it. This could be a kart issue, maybe affecting the performance at the moment of number 34, Jamie Warner. But he can still do it. He's got 3.5 minutes to go. He's still in the lead, but here we go down the fastest part of the course, and Jacob Lammers is surely going to line him up here. 34 goes defensive, 30 goes, and he's still behind, and 34 Jamie hanging on.
Just going ultra defensive as he tried having to go down the inside. I know what it's like for Jamie Warner because obviously he might have a slow puncher. I know what it's like because at UKC round 2, I had a slow puncher and I just had to deal with it. But he's still going defensive. Now Jacob Lammers, if he could use his head, go defensive with him, then somehow pull out, find his weakness here. Because I think that's what he's doing.
Definitely got a kart issue. The kart is bobbling around. That is a puncture. That is surely a puncture. So let's see. He's the fact that he's still leading and hanging on is just exceptional.
If Jamie Warner can win this, he's one of the greatest drivers in the British Indoor Karting Championship I've ever saw. He's just pulled a little bit of a gap. So the upstairs, his number 30 must have made a mistake there because he's pulled back a little bit. So Jamie Warner might have some breathing room just to not relax, but have a few deep breaths to head down for Jacob Lammers, doing it the outside karting way.
Now I'm going to look a little bit further behind. There's one driver who's caught my eye looking through the timing screen. Dorian Malik has moved all the way up as Jacob Lammers is now still trying to tear chance out the back of Jamie Warner. Looks like Warner, though, has got some of that pace back. Dorian Malik, though, has come up into 4th place and has deposed Ryan Rapini and Matthew Scott of a BIKC final qualifying position. It just shows how quickly these things can change. Does look like Warner is around about half a second slower on what he was doing, but Lammers has not got an answer for him.
Don't forget, Rory Armstrong seems to be closing on these two, but if I was Jacob, I would sit there, find Jamie Warner's weakness. Down the inside he goes for the race lead! Jacob Lammers has took the race lead! So, after the dominance of Jamie Warner has come to an end, he has lost the race win in the semi-finals, and he's going defensive now, so he's going to do the Jamie Warner tactic. But can Jamie Warner pull it out of the bag and try and get the race victory? Side by side, the contact!
Oh, there's contact!
There is contact!
There's contact, they come together, and Jamie Warner is not taking this. He might not have a car that's working, but he still is on the inside. He's trying to go through. They're absolutely together. They're making hand gestures.
Rory Armstrong's here, so instead of trying to hand gesture saying, sorry mate, Rory Armstrong is here.
Checker flag is out. Checker flag is out.
So Jamie Warner,
here we go.
See, Jacob Lammers very, very disappointed himself, but Jamie Warner, what a race victory that was. With maybe a car issue, but that was absolutely intense. I need to take a breather because I might have just lost my voice there.
I'm not sure now if the stewards may want to take a bit of a look at that one. It looked like a pretty good move on the way in, but Jacob Lammers and Jamie Warner, there was absolutely nothing to separate them in that final lap or so. Honestly, it bodes well for the final, but the drivers who booked their places to the BIKC Grand Final, the main event, are Jamie Warner, Jacob Lammers, Rory Hamilton, who got right onto the back, came back from a 4-second disadvantage to only be 6/10 at the line. Dorian Malik, who finished in 4th place, Charlie Bradburn and Aidy Manu. You can see the crowd going wild as the drivers come in. It's great to see the support of all the families that have come down over the last couple of times.
That incident at turn 1, I think, well not turn 1, but turn 3 I think it is, I think 50-50 I've learned. It's in the middle because he went for the move, the door was open, but maybe could he left a bit of room? Maybe, I don't know, it will have to go down to the officials, but that was...
But what a great drive from Jamie Warner, has to be said. I mean, he battled through everything. He had it won with a second lead, and he has got a penalty. No. Jamie Warner takes
Jamie Warner has got a
5 seconds.
That is going to drop him down to P6. So
P6.
Jacob Lammers, right now, seems very upset, but he has just got the race lead. This is absolutely incredible.
So as the drivers jump out the karts, we're going to head down to our roving pit reporter. Rod Stone is down there. He's going to grab some reaction after that insane semi-final that sees Jacob Lammers take pole position take the front row at least for the main event.
Okay, and we have some of the drivers from that fantastic race coming over here. So, have we got Jamie? Hi Jamie, how are you? How was that race for you?
Yeah, it was really good. I had a really good battle with the guy behind me, but yeah, it was really good. I really enjoyed it.
And
really
how have you found all the racing today?
Yeah, really good in general. Yeah, I enjoyed it. Karts nice and equal mostly. Yeah, it was really
It was a good battle out there. You did really well. Well done.
Thank you, yeah. I really enjoyed it.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Okay, head on over. How are you?
Good.
How was that race for you?
Intense.
Intense. Stand over here a bit. So it was intense for you. So talk me through that race.
It started off nice and clean and easy.
Yeah.
But then I caught up to 1st place, and then a battle started.
Yeah.
A battle started to happen, and then because we were battling, 3rd place caught up.
Yeah.
So it got harder, but then the checkered flag was waved. So.
Yeah. Okay, come over here. So how have you found all the racing today?
Good.
Yeah.
Mostly clean.
Yeah.
One or two incidents.
Where did you qualify from to be here today?
I came from Nottingham,
Yeah.
but I didn't actually make it, but I got a wild card.
And you've done this well so far?
Yeah.
Well done to you. You've been absolutely smashing it.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well done. Okay, so as you can see, that was an absolutely fantastic race. And very shortly we will be going through to the next round. Let's see if we can get any more drivers that are on the go. Okay, guys. They're running off. Nope, they're being grabbed by their parents, grab a chat and have a debrief. The next race is starting to go out now. They are lining up on the grid as we speak.
We are lining up for the second of the semi-finals, and we just discussed there with Warner in the previous race. He was so desperate for that win, and by going for those moves, ended up with the penalty and finishes in 6th place. That will really hurt him in the grand final. There's a big race coming up in a few minutes in that grand final. We've still got Ty with us, and we're going through, and we're hoping for a green light as we go through underneath the Dunlop.
And it's green,
and yes, it is.
So as we get the semi-final for the second group of cadets underway here at TeamSport Warrington, as we see Riley in the lead from Leah, I think that is, and then Cassidy, Callum, Charlie, Arthur. As there's a move, there's a little bit of rubbing, a little bit of contact from Riley and Ilya. Is still battling. The whole field is still debating who is going to make it to the finals. It's going up the ramp. Ramp is going to be a bit rubbing as we see Callum
makes the move.
The Callum Eve making the move for P3. That is absolutely incredible stuff. But as we still see the field debating who wants to be in this final, who is going to be the British Indoor Karting Championship champion.
Great stuff. So at the present moment in time, it is number 29, Riley Raymond, leading at the moment. It is Ilya, number 30 in second. But here we go. Oh, there's a few different lines here. 29 went wide and then cut in tight, and it's gone a little bit wide. And number 30, Ilya, who's done some absolutely fantastic overtake maneuvers, it just looks like he's picking his spot. But then we've got Callum Eve, who has made it up from 4th into 3rd, who is really looking down the exhaust pipe of Ilya as well. So it's absolutely bumper to bumper. You cannot separate. The top 5 are absolutely together.
Yeah, up in that battle, you've got Raymond, you've got Velico, you've got Eve, Southall, Blakentop, all fighting over the top positions at the moment, holding the key to the main event, I believe, at the moment. Arthur Way in P6, Freddie Farrell, Fast Freddy, as he's known around here, Arthur Freya in P8, Alex Dodds, P9, Jad Dimbleby and Tyler Mason-Gray complete your field as they all come through. Looks like Raymond's starting to get a little bit of a gap. It was 2/10 over the line last time. Oh, contact up on the top there. Looks like the 30 just took a little bit of a nudge. The 26, it looks like it's gone up into second place. That's Callum Eve. May have been Cassidy Southall caught in that one. That's going to be something that the stewards may want to take a look at. Look at the 27 on the inside. Blenkinsop's going for the move and has got past the inside of Southall. So Blenkinsop up into P4 as they head through the final hairpin. Get ready to put lap 2 in the book here of the semi-final.
So as we see Riley Hannum really pulling a gap here from the rest of the grid. He's still doing a bit of a defensive line, so he hasn't checked over his shoulder, so I don't think he knows that he's still got a gap. But the rest of the field is really spicy here at the semi-finals as we see Ilya trying to catch up to Riley there, but as we see a few moves in the mid-pack, but as we see just trying to make a room for a gap. If there's a bit of error, then Riley might just be able to keep ahead.
And after a really frantic first couple laps, it all looks quite steady at the moment. Riley Raymond has got what I would say is a solid lead of 1.2 seconds. And the drivers behind, they're right behind each other, but there's not. Let's see if it changes now, but it wasn't much threatening driving. But 34 Cassidy.
Oh, there's a spin! There is a spin! And it's yellow flags. So whoever that was, I don't know. I couldn't see the kart number.
Looked like it may have been a 31 of Arthur Way, and I think Freddie Farrell who got caught in that one. The distinctive Lightning McQueen helmet of Arthur Way. As it looks like the lights are getting ready to go back to green. Is that incident's clear, but not the sort of thing you want to see in a semi-final. That's just dropped those guys out the chance of the Nationals.
Yeah, and that is horrible, horrible news. We see the Club 100. If you do win it, you can get a chance to go Club 100 or Karting Zero, the sponsors for the British Indoor Karting Championships 2021. But as we see, number 30 of Ilya trying, it looks like to be catching Riley, so it might be a repeat of last heat where maybe a kart issue happening, slow puncher maybe. We don't know yet, but as you see, I think it's down to Cassidy, that pack. They're all starting to catch up as we see Alex Stott. Really, it looks like he's made a few places up from where he started, so good recovery drive from Alex.
6 minutes in, Riley Raymond is leading by 1.4 seconds. Ilya, he had a really bad yellow flashing light session there because he was a bit of a distance away from Callum, but suddenly he's having to drive super defensive, and Callum Eve have a look down the inside, but he's nowhere near close enough for the moment. But look at this, we've got 27, Charlie Blenshop, who is just about holding on because behind Alex is really lining him up. No question about that. Now, Alex Dodds has been really quiet. He started off in pole position, heat number 1, and he's had a bit of a torrid time, but suddenly he seems to have come alive, number 37. Great to see. And the fastest lap is by Fast Freddy, 107.711. Definitely these lap times being affected by the tyre temperature. But here we go, onto the up ramp.
So as we see all of them going up to the up ramp, Riley must have made a big mistake there because all of a sudden he's lost all the time to Ilya. So whatever's happened, this isn't good. His margin's gone down and down and down, and that's increasing his not making his chances possible to get the race win in the semi-finals.
Brilliant stuff. So Riley Raymond now, yeah, absolutely right, Ty. That gap has been slashed from 1.4 seconds down to 0.6 seconds. And again, right, look at the gap. Now they're literally bumper to bumper. And again, that incredible lead that he had has absolutely vanished. The lead is nothing. And we're going into the last 2-3 laps. This is going to be a major effort if Riley Raymond stays ahead here. Look at number 30. Literally, Ilya is virtually pushing him around the course.
Yeah, looks like you got the top 4 now, separated by a second. Looks like, there you go, the 30's gone through. That's allowed, it looks like the 26 as well of Callum Eve to go through. So Raymond, in the space of 1 corner, has to fight over losing 2 places. Looks like Blenkinstop now has been able to capitalise. A little bit of bumping and barging at the bottom of the ramp. I think Alex Dodds may have been caught up in that one as well. And Cassidy Southall up in P5 at the moment. There's only a handful of laps left here. These guys are fighting like it's the national, like it is the final, the main event. They're fighting for a title, but the 26 of Callum Eve now in 3rd place. It's got the 29 of Raymond, who's gone from the lead down into what I believe is going to be 3rd place. He's got Blenkinstop on his rear bumper, defensive for the 26 in Callum Eve. He does not want to lose that position.
And again, we've got number 30, Ilya, right, who is pushing. He's hit the front and is just absolutely disappearing into the distance. And again, 26 there, Callum Eve in a bit of contact. He's got his hand in, he's gesticulating to drive number 29, Riley Raymond, who is hanging on for his dear life there.
We've got a massive car of train here trying to get what looks like to be 3rd place. So this is really, really interesting stuff. As we see Ilya really made, it was an 8-car train for P3. This is incredible. Thank you so much, British Indoor Karting Championships. But if you lose 1 position in a train like that, you are all the way down to wherever this train finishes. So this is really, really intense. A lot of pressure on these guys because if you make 1 little error, braking too late, that might just ruin your whole chances of being in the finals.
Also, I'm going to put it out there, I think there might be a problem with number 29 Riley Raymond's kart, because to go from 1.4 second lead to suddenly he's struggling. Look, he's got everybody absolutely queuing up behind him to go through. So I generally think that I'm sure there's something in there. And because he's so slow, the other drivers are tripping over each other. They're 3 wide, going underneath the Dunlop curve.
This is really, really intense stuff. But what he's done is, for the people lower down the pack, this has really, really helped them out here because they're like, oh, maybe I could get a chance for podium. Maybe I could get a chance of being in the national finals. So thank you, Riley, because you've just made our dreams come true if they can just get into that national finals.
Okay, here we go. This is the last lap. So Ilya is leading by 2.2 seconds and surely will win and go through into a really great place, really great grid position into the grand final. Riley, it's all about, can Riley hold on for second place? My heart is with him because he really had this. He had the lead and he's got a little bit of a gap over 27. Charlie Blenkinsop, it's now or never to make that move.
Yeah, it is now or never, going defensive. Hugging the barrier there, but we just see 33, I think that is, and Callum Eve and Freddie Farrell trying to work together to get to P3, but as
He's won it.
Ilya's won it, and see that, very, very angry people there putting their arms in the air saying, I could have got that, I could have got that. That is really, look at his arms in the air, number 27, Charlie Blenkinsop. So that shows how much anger he's got in himself.
Brilliant racing, and all those drivers, I think they were, but I think they were celebrating as well the fact that they have made it through into the final. But what a race, and it has to be said. Great win from Ilya, absolutely brilliant, but we'll have to see what Riley has got to say after this race, because that is the interview I think that everybody here wants to hear. And we've got a hot rod down there in the pit lane in the form of Rod, who will be there hopefully to pick them up when they come into the pit lane, and we will soon find out exactly what happened from the man himself, Riley Raymond.
Okay, and they are just coming into the pits now, so Russell hopefully will be able to answer that question very, very quickly. What a race that was. Here they come, they're coming out now. The crowd were absolutely amazing on that one. Give us a big shout out, crowd. Loads of people here, thank you. They are absolutely spectacular today. Ilya! Where's Ilya? Ilya, come over. How are you? How was that race for you? Stand over this side.
It's really good.
It was really good. You did a big, big fight on that race. So, you right, take your helmet off. The winner is definitely worth waiting for. There you go. So, talk me through that race for you.
Good.
It was good. So, how did it feel having that many karts right behind you? Taking it in your stride?
I mean, I just felt going forward.
You did really well. Well done. So let's get Riley over. Riley, are you okay? Really good racing. Let's talk through that race. How was it?
Good.
Good. So there was a bit of a tussle going on there, wasn't it? So how did it feel? Was there a bit of contact coming through? Yeah. And how have you found the racing today?
Fun and
really good.
Good, yeah.
Well, you've done yourself really proud today. Really proud. So well done.
Thank you.
And Charlie, look at that smile on your face. How was that for you?
Incredible, yeah. I've never been to Warrington, so it was my first time getting through. And yeah. So.
Well, you raced it like a champ. Step on over. You've raced it like an absolute champ today. So who have you got supporting you today?
My dad, my mum, and my dad's friend.
And loads of people watching on social media, I believe.
Yeah.
Yeah, loads of people all cheering you on today. So how was that race though? How was the contact? How was it finding those little gaps that you managed to make it through?
It was, I had to think before I had to make the manoeuvre, because if I did hit into someone and they spun out, it would have obviously been a penalty and I may have been down to 10th or 7th.
Well, you definitely raced like a pro. Well done today.
Thank you.
So that was first, second and third from that race. So they're just going to be starting to get the next ones ready soon. So let's head back to the studio.
Okay, here we go. Now, this is the big one coming up. This is the grand final. And just to remind everybody what is at stake here, that the winning driver gets a full season in Total Karting. Now, Total Karting is the karting series that was set up by a gentleman called Rod Smedley. Now, The thing about Rob Smedley, he is absolutely Formula One elite. He was Felipe Massa's race engineer for many years. Went with him to Williams, and also infamous for various radio comments over the years. The whole "Fernando is faster than you" is very much from Rob. And so, but a whole season racing in total karting is an outstanding prize, and that is what is on the line coming up in the next 10 minutes. Tom, I'm excited.
I'm looking forward to it as well, and honestly, these drivers are fighting for a prize I don't think has been offered before. Total Karting Zero, the idea of it is it's breeding the next generation of drivers to get used to the propulsion systems we're going to, which is electric, of course. It's one of the only electric karting championships in the country, and it gives you that opportunity when we get into series like Formula E, for example, where the next generation of top talent is going. You see a lot of drivers now making a career over in that side of it, and obviously Rob Smedley using his immense engineering talent to be able to bring a very close, well-matched electric karting championship to the UK, which is not an easy thing to be able to do. But it's a fantastic prize for these guys to be able to win, and some top circuits that championship deals with. And this indoor circuit does sort of lend itself to be more of an outdoor track compared to traditional indoor circuits, with a lot of fast corners, a lot of fast flowing corners, and a circuit that really rewards those that can keep momentum up and keep on pushing throughout the course of a lap.
Indeed, and also it's really noteworthy for how far that the Total Karting Series has gone over the last few years. It had a lot of publicity when it was launched, but it really has grabbed the attention of all budding, aspiring Formula One drivers of the future. The idea is that we do breed the next Formula One world champions. We have wonderful Formula One drivers taking part for the UK in Formula One at the moment, with George Russell, who happened to be at the Leeds track the other day, which was fantastic to see him. We've obviously got probably the greatest driver ever to have driven the car in Lewis Hamilton, and of course we got Lando as well. So we hope to add to those list of names in the future. So fantastic stuff, and they're just prepping the karts here. There's just a little bit of refueling going on in the pit lane. There's probably be a little drivers briefing just for the grand finalists just before they actually climb into their karts from race director James Hislop. We are very, very close to crowning yet another British Indoor Karting Champion.
Yeah, and then we've got a lot of drivers out there who have a good shot at it, but I'm going to put you on the spot. Looking at what we've seen so far, do you have a pick for the victory?
Well, I think, and it's a tricky one, I'm going to go with Ilya Veliko Jr. That's who I'm going to go with. It would have been Mr. Warner, but what a shame in that semi-final that he picked up that penalty. But that's racing, and you can't look back in racing, you have to look forward. But all this is really good training for the Total Karting Zero Championship. Really, really good training, because they can really take cadets on to the next level from this, and really make the transition from indoor karting to outdoor karting, and add so much more, and take these cadets into a motorsport career.
Yeah, and it's going to be quite important for these guys, especially to get to grips with the media side of it as well. That's why BIKC providing the publicity that it does, it works quite well to give young drivers, especially drivers who may not be used to it, the exposure that you'll find when you go into other series like the full British Championship, which runs over the course of the year in multiple classes, or something like Total Karting Zero, or even Club 100, who will have some prizes handed out tomorrow. But yeah, it's been fantastic so far. All that is left now is just the one main event. You can see some of the drivers down by the pit lane ready and raring to go, as the last couple of preparations are made, just making sure the circuit is all in good condition. We did mention the weather sometime sometimes plays effect. We can see that sometimes in track temperatures, making things a little bit interesting out there. As we can hear now, the driver's being called towards the pit lane, ready to go. As you can see, just occupying his position up in race control, affectionately named as Godbox by the guys here at Warrington, because it is all-seeing and all-knowing. You can see Clark of the course, James Hislop. That is the gent who has the unenviable job of making the really tough decisions around here. He's not had too many to make in the cadets, which is good to see so far, but now we have the main event, and I think his day might be about to get a lot busier.
And a big shout out to Greg Smith, who's on the social media saying, "Afternoon, guys. It's Greg Smith and Club 100 tuning and watching the BIKC stream. Amazing racing out there, cadets." And we thank you for joining us, Greg. And we completely agree. It's been amazing. The standard of driving from the start of even the practice all the way through to where we are now has been unbelievable to watch. And this is real excitement. And you know, the other thing with Jamie Warner, he has pulled off some fantastic overtaking maneuvers today, and he's gonna have to pull off a lot more. But you know what? You wouldn't rule him out. You wouldn't rule him out. This race is going to be longer. It's going to be the longest race that we have had this morning, or this afternoon, I should say. And yeah, he starts like a hot off the press with Jamie Warner. He starts in 9th place. And let me take you through the grid. We've got Jacob Lammers, who starts the grand final in pole position. That is the big news. Ilya Velikro Jr. is 2nd on the grid. Rory Hamilton will be 3rd on the grid. Riley Raymond will be 4th on the grid. What a top 4 they are. Dorian Malik will be 5th on the grid. Charlie Blenkinsop will be 6th. 7th is Fast Freddie Farrell. 8th, Charlie Bradburn. 9th, as I've already said, is going to be Jamie Warner. 10th is going to be Callum Eve. 11th, and I said he came alive. He came alive in the semi-final. Alex Dodds makes it into the grand final and starts in 11th place. And last on the grid, but he's there in the final. Adi Manu, 12th on the grid. Absolutely fantastic. Good luck. Look at that. The banners are waving. That's Mum and Dad. Wave that banner. Oh, yes. Wave that banner. Brilliant stuff. And we are in the final preparations here for the grand final of the BIKC Cadets.
Yeah, to think now, we are looking at the top 12 cadets that TeamSport has to offer in around about 15 minutes' time. One of them is going to be walking away with a British Indoor Karting Championship title. Jamie Warner has come up as a vice champion beforehand. Like we've already said, he's got a lot of work to do from 9th place. However, he has already proved that you can overtake on this circuit. And if anyone's going to make the moves, he could be a sure bet to do so. He's had a lot of pace, but up at the front, hometown hero Jacob Lammers off pole position. He's got a lot of pace around this track, and the bonus, he's on home turf. Ilya Velikro, we've already seen they can overtake as well. All they've got is one driver sitting between them and getting their hands on a British Indoor Karting Championship title. You can see the parents now all getting in the mood, and the drivers make their way out onto the circuit. In 15 minutes' time, we're going to be crowning our first British Indoor Karting champion.
Also, Sonny Scott on the social media. I'm sorry, I missed that question. How many get into the final? We've already answered that question. It is 12. Kirsty Bell was sharper. She said it's 12 qualifiers that go into the finals. And there's a lot of good luck messages coming in from everybody at home. We've got Swanson Wiggins saying, "Go Jacob." So there's a lot of love out there for Jacob Lammers starting in pole position. We've got Sumner Speed, Greg Smith. Hi, Greg. Okay. Great. So here we go. We got the support at home. We got support from everybody in the building, and we are into the final countdown. Christopher Ball, shout out to Cardiff Freddie in P7. Everyone's got a favourite out there. Coming from so many different tracks all over the UK, with all the racing, the qualifying, the local finals, the regional finals, and now after all this they make the grid for the grand final. It's a massive achievement for every single driver who is competing in this race, but we are all about crowning champions. And in the next 15-20 minutes, we are going to crown another one. We've got the final setup here. All these karts are flying out the pit lane now. Now, these karts have been sat stationary now for a good 10 minutes. Those tyres unquestionably would have cooled down. It's important these drivers use that. They've only got a few corners. They've only got a few corners to get used to everything. But they've got to really just suss out where that grip level is. And here we go. The karts are off. And they are all absolutely bumper to bumper. I think we're going to go green this lap. And it is Jacob Lammers, the privilege of leading him around for the first of the grand finals on this BIKC weekend. And here we go. Are we going to get a green light? We're watching. Is it going to go green? Yes, it does. We are racing in the final of Cadet BIKC. And 26, Jacob Lammers makes a brilliant start. Absolutely superb. There's big tussle behind. Huge tussle at the moment, but it is number 31. Ilya, that is still holding second, and Rory Hamilton looks like still has third place.
For those interested in the way the tracks stand at the moment, as Warrington, Basildon, Crawley, Hull, Nottingham, your top 5, so top 10 drivers, all from different circuit here. But it is the Warrington driver, Jacob Lammers, who leads the drivers around. He's got a decent gap there as the guys behind. Spin there for what looks like, I believe, is a 29. Rory Hamilton takes a spin there. That's allowed Dorian Mallet now to get alongside him here. But look at the gap that those top 2 have now, side by side, the 29 and the 28. Hamilton versus Mallet. As they go through the fastest corner in indoor karting. It looks like Hamilton's just managing to hold on. There's a kart round in the background. Not quite sure what's gone on there. They're being instructed to turn around as the yellow lights come on. The race is brought under control as we get that one clear. We look to see the green flags fly once again. But this 15-minute final already providing loads of action, but still over the line. 4/10 is the lead. Jacob Lammers versus Ilya Veliko, the 26 versus the 31. At the front of the field, it's Warrington versus Basildon. In third place, Rory Hamilton just hanging on, but it looks like a Basildon driver, Callum Eve, has been dropped down towards the back of the field.
And Tom, Jamie Warner is benefiting from this. He's already up into 6th position. Now, it has to be said, from where I was sat, it looked like Riley Raymond caused that because the driver in front was spun completely sideways. But that doesn't matter. That's down to James Hislop, the race director, to decide. The most important thing here is that Jacob Lammers is leading, and it looks like his lead is not 1.4 seconds. In fact, it's right bumper to bumper at the end of the main straight here. We might have a real change. He goes defensive, but then he thinks twice. He wants a bit more space going round that corner. He's looking behind him. Ilya, who has done some absolutely outstanding overtaking maneuvers so far, is lining him up. No problem. This is a test of nerve. These drivers have got to have nerves of steel at the moment because there's so much time left in the race. We've got 12.5 minutes remaining of the race, which is a long, long time. So there's no doubt that Ilya has got all the time in the world to catch up that final half a second or so and then start making a move to become BIKC champion of 2021. And we've got eyes on Jamie Warner here because he's driven so well all the way through. And there he goes. There he goes, and it's very, very bumper to bumper there. And that looks like it could go wrong at any moment, if I'll be absolutely honest. Freddie Farrell goes round with the kart hopping on the circuit and charging down once again to the end of the main straight.
Yeah, it looks like you've got Charlie Blenkinsop in 4th place there. He's currently holding the key to the top 3. He's keeping those drivers behind, just a holding fast. Freddie Farrell looks like Riley Raymond into 33. He goes down the inside of Warner. Spin there. Big impact there for the 37. That was fast Freddie Farrell, and the 34 Ali Manu involved in that one. They drop right down the order. Red lights are out just to double check that driver is okay. And the marshals very quick to attend as the race is brought under control. And the timer paused. That looked pretty nasty. That's why the marshals were over there just to double check. But the race brought under red flags here. And as soon as we ascertain that young driver is okay, we will get off and running again. But already, with 3 laps in, there's been some close racing already.
absolutely brilliant racing, and you can tell it's the final. It's just the whole, everything has just gone up a level, and these drivers know it is now or never. The heats have gone, the semi-finals have gone, and now it is literally, it's now, you've got to do it now or it isn't going to happen. And Jacob Lammers is the driver who is bringing it at the moment. He has a lead of 1.1 seconds over Ilya, who is racing second at the moment. We've got Rory Hamilton, who is third at the present moment in time. There's a little bit of a gap there between himself and driver number 31, Ilya. And again, right, another driver to watch out for. Where is Jamie Warner going to come through? Because they're all stationary, that gaggle of karts right underneath the Dunlop Bridge there. But as we go back to green, there might be a real change to that order. We got a lot of comments coming in on social media. We've got Leon Curtis saying, come on, Rory. Rory currently in third place. But I'm sure he really appreciates your support out there, Leon. And that was a big crash, JP Wakefield, no doubt about that. We're just I'm dealing with that at the present moment in time. It looked like the driver was a little bit winded. And yes, Greg Smith, yeah, really hope that the cadet is okay. We will find out in a minute. Looks like he has a condensation problem, says Rachel, on the inside of his visor.
That's a very good spot. That's a very good spot there from Rachel Percy.
Rachel Percy, that is spot of the day. Can spot a little bit of condensation on one of the driver's visors. So fantastic, Rach. Keep those kind of observations coming, because we love all that. That's absolutely brilliant. So yeah, here we are. We're just still under reds. We're just waiting a little bit of instruction from the race control. In fact, we are running once again, so we are about to go back up to race speed. And just to remind everybody, it is Jacob Lammers who is leading, and there he goes. We're on the yellows.
So yeah, so what it looks like is going to happen now, they're going to bring the entire field back around, and we're going to go for a restart now. The circuit is in a safe condition to restart. Jacob Lammers now has to withstand the pressure that comes with another restart, not too dissimilar to what we saw last time with cadet champion for 2020, Riven Welsh, who had to withstand, I believe, 3 restarts on his way to a British Indoor Karting Championship title. So just to keep everyone nice and close as they come down the ramp, they're going to get the guys in, I believe, single file, and we will get going for a restart here as the drivers file down the down ramp. Yellow flags still out here as we now drop towards the chicane, the left, right. By the pit lane, you see the marshals there, just stopping the drivers. We're going to get them in the right order. Oh, looks like a bit of bumping at the back there. Someone didn't quite get the memo we were coming to a complete stop. Marshals, again, just going to double check that driver at the back is okay. And we'll get everyone in the correct order, and hopefully we'll get rocking and rolling for the remainder of this main event.
Some more great comments coming in on social media. We've got JATP Racing saying, come on, Ilya and Callum. Ilya currently in second. And the key here is for the drivers to keep their concentration, because they've been racing really, really hard for 7 minutes. So around about halfway through, but there's going to be a bit of a pause. There's going to be a bit of a gap. And this reminds me of a few Formula One races over the past few years where things have happened. There was that race down in Portimao last year where the drivers had to really just were out their cars and were just hanging around. And it's all about keeping that concentration. And these cadets have got to do exactly the same thing here, because when we do eventually restart everything, then it will be a sprint finish to the checkered flag. Bit of instruction going in there for all the drivers, so everybody knows exactly what will be going on in the next few. And you can see the injured driver in the background there who's out of his cart and is walking around, which is fantastic to see. I think he's going to feel a few bruises there tomorrow, but it's always fantastic to see drivers obviously climb out of accidents that did look quite nasty and able to walk unaided through the pit lane and into the spec area. So it is great to report that that driver is looking fine. So now we return to the racing, and we are very, very close to the restart. What must be going through Jacob Lammers' head? He's done all that work, and he's made up that 1.1 second lead, and he's seen that lead disappear into absolute nothing. And this is the point where he needs to refocus, because everything that he has done in this race, he has got to do all over again.
Yeah, effectively what we've got now is what was a 15-minute main event is now probably only going to be around about a 9 or 8 minute sprint finish. So despite having that gap pulled right back from 1.1 seconds to absolute 0, now Jacob Lammers has that little bit less time to defend. As the clock is up there, lights go green, and we're off and racing once again here at Warrington. The 26 Lammers assumes the lead against Ilya Velko, Rory Hamilton, Charlie Blenkinsop, Jamie Warner, Riley Raven, Alex Dodd, Adi Manu, Dorian Malik, Charlie Bradburn, Callum Eve, and Freddie Farrell, who's going to be sitting the rest of this race out. But around about 10 minutes now for these drivers to deal with, and already Lammers has his foot down. He's trying to get a little bit of a gap, and just spotting there what Rachel Percy spotted earlier, there is definitely a little bit of fogging on the inside of that visor. That's a very good spot. Maybe that's going to play into Jacob Lammers' hands, or maybe even Rory Hamilton in third place's hands as we get towards the latter stages of this race.
Also, Rachel, I've noticed there's a little bit of dust on that barrier just on the right-hand side there. Just, I'm not sure you picked it out or not. Jacob Lammers is leading. He's really started exactly where he left off. He's got a 0.6 second lap time, so he's got a little bit of breathing room, but there is contact behind. 38 made contact with 34. We've got Charlie making contact with Addy. So that nothing changed there. They stayed in their positions, but these drivers, they mean business. They mean absolute business here. We've got about 10 minutes to go, so there is still a long, long way to go to the end of this race. And here we go. We've got a time penalty. Got a time penalty for Raymond. Riley Raymond in 11th place will get a 5-second penalty added on to his time. It hasn't gone well for him from that semi-final onwards. I think maybe he lost a little bit of confidence there, but look at number 29, Rory Hamilton. He meant business going around that corner. He was literally rubbing the back of the driver in front and charging down to the fastest part of the circuit. It is still 26 Jacob Lammers leading. It is still 31 Ilya in second, but look at this on the inside, number 30, having a look, it's Jamie Warner. Jamie Warner in fourth. There's still time, Jamie. You can still pull this back. You've got to pass the next two drivers. But look at this, he's got a much better run. He made contact. He was trying to do the old switcheroo there. Move into the inside and have that extra momentum. But it didn't quite work out because he made contact, slight contact with the back that cost him that momentum. But he's still in there, absolutely giving it full beans. And in the meantime, Jacob Lammers is using this time to extend his gap at the front. He's 1.5 seconds at the moment in the lead of the race. Surely he must be thinking in his head, he must be thinking at some point, he could pull this off.
Yeah, Lammers now has a 1.5 second lead at the front, but that fight over second place has now got 5 drivers in it. Unfortunately, the 33 of Riley Raymond will not factor into the final result, but Ilya Velko is holding on to second place here. Rory Hamilton in the 29 is up behind him. Jamie Warner in the 30s right on there. And look behind, Alex Dodds in the 27s trying to get in on this fight as well. Alex has come from towards the back of the field in this one. He's firing down as these guys keep fighting and keep fighting side by side. Go the 30 and the 29. Contact there as the 33 gets through. That's Raymond who's going to factor out a penalty. And look, it's brought Dodd straight into this fight as well. The 27 now on the tail of our 2020 vice champion who sat in the 30 car, but currently with a 1.8 second lead out in front. Half of this race is now in the book. Jacob Lammers still leads. That gap just keeps going up and up and up. Fastest lap though, is a 1 minute 8 second, 1 minute 8 set by Riley Raymond in the 33. So despite having that penalty under his name, he's still got the pace to hang with the big boys here. But it's still 1, 2. Oh, spin for Raymond. Raymond's been spun around. That's the 33 been spun around there. He's at the top of the ramp. The lights are on yellow now as one of the marshals goes over to rescue him. And that just makes a bad day even worse for him there. That's not going to be, this is going to be a national final for him to forget. He's done so well to get here as the lights get ready to go back to green as the circuit is cleared and the drivers start racing once again as we get now down to the final 6 minutes of this race. The 33 rejoins at the back of the pack. Oh, contact there. That looked like Blenkinsop and maybe Malik as well. The orange and the blue suit, they're going nose to tail. You've added Manu in there as well. And the 34, he's going side by side. The 38, he's dropping. Looks like a 5-second time penalty. He's been handed out to Jamie Warner, the vice champion of 2020. Unfortunately, isn't going to be factoring into this battle anymore. So the gap at the front also, thanks to that yellow as well, that gap has come down. Very good spot there. Jacob Lammers now has 3/4 of a second in his back pocket over Ilya Veliko. Third place is Rory Hamilton. Alex Dodds up to 4th place at the moment. You can hear the crowd going crazy as the drivers fire through. That's the fight at the front that we're watching now. The 26 is being caught at the moment. Veliko there, Rory Hamilton, and looks like Dodds as well are absolutely nose to tail. Warner's still in that one in the 30. Sorry, Dodds just behind in the 33.
Okay, now we are into last 6 minutes of racing. We are right in the closing stages of the BIKC Cadet final. And the gap is less than 1 second. And yes, Jacob Lammers, you need to look behind you. Look at this, 3 abreast. Warner's having to go on 29. And there was contact there, and 29 hits the steering wheel. That was Rory Hamilton. Bear in mind that Jamie Warner already has a 5-second penalty against his name, which he would have known because we would have shown him the black and white flag as he was racing. So, and the gap, everything is changing every single corner. So the gap is now up to 1.1 seconds. And Alex Dodds, where's he come from? Like, he was nowhere. He had a great semi-final and suddenly he finds himself running 3rd in the grand final, and there's still 5 minutes to go. He could still move forwards. It's so exciting. And Jacob Lammers here at the moment, he's the coolest driver out there. He is the one that's got that lap time. He's the one that's got that 1.1 second lead. And we've got, here we go, number 21, I think that is.
That's Veliko in the barrier. Looks like the 30 may have made a little bit of contact there as well. He's going to be absolutely distraught. Red lights come on, bringing this one to a stop just to double check that he's okay. What this does mean, though, the clock is paused. There's only a handful of laps on the counter. We're going to have yet another restart here.
Has to be a steward's inquiry, Tom. Has to be a steward's inquiry. He was running there in second. It'd be interesting to see what the decision is and where driver number 31, Ilya Veliko Jr., will be restarting, because that looked like it didn't look like there was anything he could really do. He got hit from behind, his cart went forwards, and he ended up going straight into the barrier. As it stands at the moment, we've got Jacob Lammers leading. Ilya Veliko is currently on the upstairs part of the circuit in the barrier, and the race director here, James Hislop, with all his 45 years of experience in racing, is literally looking at this, and I'm sure will make the absolute right decision of what needs to happen here. And in the meantime, currently on the road, driver number 27, Alex Dodds, that we said, where did he come from? Well, he's currently running, in second. In fact, let's just look at it. On the track, Jamie Warner is in second. Now, Jamie Warner, member, does have a 5-second penalty, so there's obviously that a lot happened on those last few corners. Now, I need to remind everybody in the building, we have the technology. We have VAR. Did you know, Joel? VAR we have. And does anybody know what VAR is? Do you want me to explain it? No, I don't need to explain. So basically, we are looking at all the footage at the present moment in time. We have got cameras, obviously, everywhere, because this is going out live around the world. So James Hislop currently will be consulting with the VAR expert, who is also a TeamSport employee who has been with us for years and years and years, Liam Silkstone, who I'm sure a lot of people at home will know. People who race around Sheffield or race around Leeds.
Oh, looks like Blenkinsop wants to have a quick chat with one of the marshals, just to maybe point something out that he's seen, or maybe point out a fault that he thinks he may have with his kart in the closing stages of this race. But it looks like we're going to get everyone in the correct order as Blenkinsop now heads down the ramp. We'll have to find out exactly what was what the conversation was there as we now get ready to get this cadet final underway again. We did speak earlier about Riven Welsh and his journey to the 2020 British Indoor Karting Championship, and it's going to be a similar sort of victory for whoever ends up in this one, having to deal with a couple of restarts here. It's almost like having the safety cars go out. You get your closest competition put right on the back of your rear bumper. But Lammers has dealt with that pressure beforehand, and now let's see if he can do it again. You can just see, though, these drivers starting to get maybe a little bit tired. They have been in the karts now for around about 20 minutes to get this race going.
And you can see that, I believe that driver number 31, Ilya, his kart has moved into second position, so he has returned into the position that he was racing in when that incident happened. A little bit of contact as drivers are a bit slow to get away, and now we do have a sprint finish. We've got about 4 minutes left, and again, I'm going to say it, whatever's happened up to this point, it's worthless. Jacob Lammers, if he's going to win it, he's got to do it all over again. And here we go, we're looking for a green. We're looking for a green, and we do. And here we go. The last 4 minutes here is on. And again, driver number 26, Jacob Lammers, makes a really, really solid start. And there is air, clear air between him and the rest of the pack. And there's a bit of contact from number 30 there. Bit of contact from Warner. So let's have a look. We don't want any more
yellows
pilots.
again. Looks like the yellows have been thrown. Not quite sure what's gone on there. But the marshal's going to have to take a quick look at it. Maybe they've been withdrawn already. As it looks... Oh, big contact. Big
30.
contact.
That's Jamie Warner who caused that contact.
Oh, that's Blenkinsop's off. Blenkinsop off just before they headed back into view of the cameras. It looks like you may also have it all kicking off at the top of the ramp. I think that may have been, is that Alex Dodds that was involved in that one as well? But it does look like we stayed under yellow flag conditions. So I believe when we're ready, we're going to get this going back under greens as soon as we're ready to get this going once again.
And Greg Smith, you're absolutely right. It is a bit of a messy final with the cadets. They do need to settle down. I think there's a lot of frustration going on out there, especially there from driver number 30, Jamie Warner. There are a lot of drivers out there that feel probably a little bit aggrieved to where they are, but this is the final, and we are once again racing. It is green. The gap at the moment is 0.6 of a second, and I said we had 4 minutes. Now we have about 2.5 minutes, which is probably this lap and one more lap to decide who will be the BIKC champion 2021 for cadets.
Yeah, the little battle we've got coming out the tunnel now, that is over third position. Remember, you've got the 30 of Jamie Warner. He is carrying a 5-second penalty. If he can get 5 seconds ahead of the guys that are behind chasing, then he may end up being in the prime box position. But you've got the 29, the 36, the 28. That's Hamilton, Eve, Malik, all in that battle. Adi Manu is in there as well from the back of the grid to be P6. He's halfway up as they head down the ramp. You can hear the crowd cheering as the drivers go under the bridge and head into the left, right chicane. Still up at the front, it is Lammers who leads. That gap still looks pretty safe. The 29's going defensive on the inside. Rory Hamilton versus Eve. Eve is thinking a little bit better of it, making sure that move is clean. We've seen drivers pick up penalties already, but as they head on to what is possibly going to be the final tour of the circuit here at TeamSport Warrington, Lammers over the line. That gap is 1.1 seconds. Everything that's been thrown at him so far, he's been able to overcome it. Look at the 29. They're going massively defensive with the 36 and the 28. That is the fight for the final podium position here at BIKC 21. You've got the 36 to the inside. Eves goes down the inside of Hamilton. Will he be able to make that move stick as they come back into the vision of the crowd? Looks like Eves is out of this one. I can't quite see him. The orange helmet's dropped right down the order. Rory Hamilton holds on to that one. That may be a decision that goes down to the clerks at the end of this one, but up on the flyover, the 26 of Jacob Lammers is still in the box seat. Ilya Veliko has thrown everything he has at this young driver, but he's not been able to do anything about it. The 30 drops into the pit lane. Warner looks like they've come in, so I think that's day done for Jamie Warner, as the 29 of Hamilton and Eve are still fighting over third position as they head down the 33 looking for a move. Goes the inside, outside. He's not quite sure where to go here as the top drivers come through the final couple of corners and head towards the start-finish straight. The 29 dives down the inside.
Tom, is it going to be the final lap where we want to? Let's see.
Checker flag out. Jacob Lammers takes home the British Indoor Karting Championship at TeamSport Warrington. He wins it on home soil. Ilya Veliko, despite the issues he faced, he comes home in second position. Rory Hamilton completes your top three. There's a chance that may go to the stewards, but round of applause, everyone. Jacob Lammers, your 2021 British Indoor Karting Champion on home soil. Lammers comes home and takes the victory. Just going quickly through the full results, got Ilya Veliko in second place, Hamilton in third, and Manu a very impressive fourth place from 12th on the grid. He just scraped into the A final, but he put on a massive performance there. Calamini from Basildon comes home in P5. Dorian Malik from TeamSport Nottingham as the drivers return back towards the pit lane. As the drivers drop back into the pit lane, Dorian Malik from Nottingham there. He's in P6. Alex Dodds comes home in 7th. And Charlie Bradburn in 8th. Riley Raymond in 9th. Cam Blenkinsop in 10th. Jamie Warner and Freddie Farrell is your top 12.
Ladies and gentlemen, a huge round of applause for every single driver racing in that race. What a race. Unbelievable. Super driving. Nerves of steel, those drivers, every single one. The top drivers.
You can see Rory Hamilton's just been told he finished in third there. You could see him celebrating. He looks so happy with that one as we wait for the drivers to jump out and head up towards the podium. Round of applause for your BIKC Grand Finalists. That was a show that was put on there by those young drivers. But yeah, it looks like Jacob Lammers is your 2021 champion. Lots of support coming through. Yes, Rory, lots of support there from Leon Curtis, supporting Rory Hamilton there in third place. Congratulations, Jacob Lammers. Well-deserved, mate. Well done from Greg Smith over there. Hyper Forza, how long till the juniors coming on? You really want to get over to the racing. We've got the juniors, should be signing in shortly, and we should be getting ready to go, but we do have the formalities of the podium for the cadets to go through. But congratulations to everyone who made it into that final. To know that they are the 12 best drivers that TeamSport has to offer is quite impressive that they've managed to get this far in the championship. I believe about 600 cadets completed. Around 600 cadets competed in the championship. And just to get to the national final for these drivers is a massive, massive achievement. So just to run through, you got Jacob Lammers from Warrington, Ilya Veliko in second from Basildon, Rory Hamilton there from where was Rory from? Rory Hamilton there from Crawley. So looks like you've got a decent little mix of drivers there. Basildon getting their first driver into the top spots after their amount of drivers they've got through. 7 drivers qualified through from TeamSport Basildon. That's quite an impressive feat. So as the drivers now are being rounded up, then Russ is darted out the commentary box. He's left me all on my lonesome, and he's going to go do the fun part of getting ready for the podium here at BIKC, where the drivers are going to be presented with some absolutely huge trophies. So probably about the size of the drivers they'll see them when they were checking in. Some absolutely fantastic things, and a nice little participation medal as well for everyone involved. So also out there, it's been pretty good to watch the action over the course of over the course of the day so far. And joining me now from Revolution Audio, helping bring in the show, is Joel. Joel, how have you found being involved in BIKC 21? It's not your first time doing it.
No, we were back here in the mighty June for the first one under lockdown. It is brilliant to have spectators back in the venue. Lovely to hear the crowd cheering, and what a great heat that we had there. Really chaotic, you know, you could really sense the passion among the drivers, the sort of pressure they felt they put themselves under to get here, and what a final it was, and I think a deserving winner all round.
So it's not the first time you've been involved in BIKC. What the challenges you've found bringing the production to the world?
Well, Warrington is a mighty team sport venue, and what a circuit it is for overtaking. But obviously, it is one of the oldest indoor circuits in the UK, and so some of the, for example, internet infrastructure on this estate is rather challenging. So we're bringing this to you today over some 4G connections, and obviously being such a long circuit as well, there's a huge amount of cabling and infrastructure that goes into bringing you unprecedented coverage of BIKC this year. And a big thank you to my team who have been helping pull it all together.
Yeah, it's been great. It's been great to see so many people not getting involved, not only just in terms of driving, but also behind the scenes. I don't think some people realise how big of a production it is to get everyone in the same place at the same time. Thinking about a bit of a production, looks like the guys are almost ready down on the podium, so we'll be able to hand out some gorgeous trophies to the guys who finished in first, second, and third in that one. But I've got to say, there's some impressive performances throughout the entire grid on that one. But I do have to be a little bit biased with home driver Jacob Lammer's first title, and the first one going straight the way of Warrington. I believe that happened last year as well. We had featherweights champion Dante Dillon was the first one out, and first one home was a Warrington Championship. The next one, though, in juniors, Warrington doesn't have a home driver. What we do have, though, is defending champion Charlie Ratford back in that one. As it looks like now we're starting to get all the spectators towards the podium as well, so it should be quite a nice atmosphere down there as we hand out some awards. And looks like we are ready to get going with the podium. So over to you, Russ.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, make your way down here to the presentation area. Great racing all the way through this afternoon. We have the big presentation to make.
Do they know how to? Even the adults. Do they know how to? I wouldn't do it all the way. No. That'll probably do. Okay. Are we ready, Chris? We are ready. Go.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, we have the presentation for the cadet drivers of the BIKC. Before we start, a big round of applause for every single driver racing this afternoon. What an unbelievable standard of driving. Absolutely brilliant. Now, before I get to the actual prizes, and these trophies are as big as some of the drivers, I'm going to hand you over to Dom, and we got Ian, and we got Adriana, who is going to hand out the prizes. But for the moment, I'm going to hand you over to the CEO of TeamSport. Here is Dom.
Thanks, Russ. Evening, everyone. Thanks very much for coming, everyone, and supporting our second annual BIKC Cadet Championships. What a series of races. I think certainly until the final, I've never seen such clean racing through all the heats this afternoon and the semis. So I want to start by saying well done to all of the kids who raced today. Great examples of race and respect, really clean racing. Well done. You should all be very proud of yourselves for making it to the finals. Well done. In terms of thank yous, I'd also like to thank all of my TeamSport crew here today, led by James Hislop, our clerk of the course, and all of the marshalling team. You've all done a fantastic job, so really well done. Thanks, everyone. I'd also like to thank, on behalf of all the kids who've raced today, the parents and the families who supported them, driven them around the country, brought them to TeamSport to do lots of laps. It's an incredible amount of commitment from you all, and I'm sure that the children are incredibly grateful for your support, so thank you. It would be seriously remiss of me not to now thank all our sponsors and partners who have helped put this together today and make it possible. So I'd like to thank our headline sponsors, Total Karting Zero, who have donated the main prizes for the top 3 drivers today, Tops F1 cards, and Smoking Bean Coffee that's been keeping me and the rest of the crew going all day today. And I'd also like to thank Motorsport UK, and we have Ian Berry from Motorsport UK here with us today. It's a certified British Championships, and I'd like to invite Ian to say a few words now.
Hi everybody. Indoor karting started in the mid-80s and I was involved in it when it did, and it's taken a long while for the governing body to recognise and to engage with the indoor karting community, and I'm very proud to be here to represent Motorsport UK. Indoor karting is a very specific form of racing, very precise. You don't have a lot of horsepower. You have to be very good at overtaking and planning your moves, and to watch the racing today of these young drivers has been inspiring and brilliant. So well done, and thank you again, as Dom said, to all the families who've brought their kids here today and supported them, and some great racing. So yeah, amazing. Thank you very much. Was that you?
Thank you, Ian. So just before we invite the children up to the podium to receive their awards, I just wanted to run through and confirm prizes that they've been racing for today, which is probably why it got a bit of loading in the final there. The first prize from Total Karting Zero is a full entry for the summer for 2022. The second prize is a full entry to their winter series for 2022. And the third prize is a single round entry for either series next year. So fantastic prizes. And I'll now hand you back to Russ Mabley, our chief commentator for the day. We'll run through and invite each of the kids to the podium now.
Thank you, Dom. Right, let's get to the winners. Finishing in 3rd place. If you'd like to make your way up to the podium, it goes to Rory Hamilton. Brilliant drive, really, really well done. Just hold it up, yeah, for the paparazzi. Fantastic, right. What a battle for 1st and 2nd. 2nd place, runner-up in Cadet BIKC is Ilya Velko Jr. Whoop, whoop. It's fair to say that Ilya has a bit of support. But there is one driver remaining. This driver, nerves of steel. He led every single lap of that final. Through thick and thin, he ignored all the chaos behind him. The winner of the Cadet British Indoor Karting Championship, Jacob Lammers! Whoop, whoop! Look at the size of that trophy. You're going to have to need a big mantelpiece for that. And wins a season in Total Karting 0. What a prize. Here we go. Now this is the bit where they do the champagne. Adriana, you're good to stand back there, I think. They can't drink it. Shake it. Come on, that's the way. Then twist it. Then twist it. Yes! Fantastic! Oh, we got one more. We got one more champagne bottle. There we go! Yes! Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, the winners of Cadet BIKC 2021, there they are. All is left for me to say now is to thank everybody for all the support that they have given this championship through 2021. It's been a great race. We will see you all again at tracks around the country. But for now, it's good afternoon and thank you very much.
What a race and what an event. As you can just see, the presentation has been done now for the finals. They'll soon be coming over here for some quick interviews and see how they found the event today. But as you can probably guess, they are absolutely thrilled to be taking first, second and third at the British Indoor Karting Championships. They are just coming over now. And like they said before, the trophies are as big as some of these drivers. Well done, guys. The entire crowd has been behind you all day. Okay, families, if you want to come over as well, you are more than welcome. Your kids have done it. They have done you proud. Okay, Jacob, if you can make your way around. Jacob, how are you feeling?
I don't know.
Don't know. You're lost for words. Yeah. You don't need words. You have got a foot that knows how to go fast. You did absolutely amazing today. Come on over, guys. Everyone in. Ilya?
It's like a dream.
It's like a dream for you?
Yes.
So how was that race for you two?
Brilliant.
Brilliant. How was it for you?
Good.
Yeah? Did you imagine that you would be here today?
Yes.
Yeah, you knew all along you were going to get a trophy?
Not really, not really.
You knew deep down.
I didn't even think I was going to come through.
You didn't even think you were going to come through? You did absolutely amazing. What's your home tracks, guys?
Here.
Here, your home advantage. And what about your one?
Grace.
Okay, and is Rory around?
Yeah.
Rory, come on in. Don't hide over there. Well done, Rory. How are you? Stand over here.
Good. I never really thought I could make it this far. I thought I was going to get knocked out in the regionals.
I saw you at regionals. You were absolutely amazing. Stand over here. Family, come on in. Come on in. All together. Everyone in. Everyone in. How do you feel of their achievement?
Very proud.
Very proud.
Very proud.
I did see some tears from the adults.
A bit swearing.
Don't worry, don't worry. You all did absolutely amazing. Step over that way just a second. There you go. So, well done, guys. You were absolutely phenomenal. Hold your trophies in the air. 1, 2, and 3. British Indoor Karting Champions. Round of applause, everyone. You guys are absolutely legends, and we are going back over to the studio.
Oh.
Let's get you guys upstairs.
Right.
Well done, everyone.
Awesome. How amazing was that?
Incredible.
Isn't that great stuff? You weren't expecting that.
I will not.
I wasn't expecting it.
Hello. Jacob, well done.
Yeah.
Unbelievable.
Massive well done to that.
The spraying of the champagne, well, champagne.
It's when you just pause it. Pour it onto the floor. Don't worry about the track for the juniors. Make it nice and grippy for them.
He's obviously won an amazing package from Total Karting Zero, and we have Adriana with us if you want to come in and have a little chat.
There you go.
How cool was that?
Amazing. That final was eventful.
Yeah, it was. It was non-stop. Yeah, we were watching it. Yeah. So, what does that mean for them then? What's next from Total Karting Zero for these guys now?
Well, the next step for them, the next challenge, so they're going to go on to outdoor racing with us. And that means a slightly faster car. It hasn't got the bumper, so there's got to be no contact like in that last final. So there's a lot to learn, and of course, I'm sure there'll be a little bit of rain.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a bit more of a challenge for them. Awesome. Well, congratulations. Thank you for coming down today. We appreciate it.
It's lovely to be here. Thank you for having us.
Thank you.
Let's take a little look, if we can, on the spot of Total Karting Zero and what is going to happen with Jacob. We've just literally had the winners walk in with their trophies and getting pictures taken and everything, so well done to them. Great racing, can't wait. Next up is going to be the juniors. You mentioned it before, but anyone you want to look out for in the juniors?
As I've said, we've got our old champion Charlie in there, so that's going to be an interesting one. But I don't know, there's a lot of good juniors, there's a lot of good talent in the junior category, so it's going to be a very interesting one.
Yeah. Now, and obviously we want everyone supporting on the socials and things like that. Yeah. But what we do want to mention is Smoke and Bean. Right, you might see these lovely coffee things everywhere on our desks. They've very nicely and kindly sponsored the stream today. And what we want to do is give away some coffee bean merch and some coffee beans, Steve.
Yeah, so we've got loads of stuff to give away. We've got, of course, 10 beanie hats here. We've got T-shirts, we've got tote bags, and of course we've got a case, an absolute case, which is 8 kilos of coffee beans in total to give away. Now I've been on this, like I love coffee, and the problem is, like, I've tried to keep myself, limited to the amount of caffeine I intake. I haven't today, and I feel fantastic for it. Yeah,
it is nice coffee.
I do.
I haven't had it yet, but I'm just so down to
Honestly,
have it in a bit.
it is delicious. It's really nice and smooth. Do you know what I mean? It's like really good
Right,
coffee.
so if you want to win some of this stuff, how do we do it?
So, across the social channels, we are doing a hashtag I have been, BEAN.
See what we did there? I have been.
And we want to see all of your karting pictures, whether it's your first karting picture that you ever had. So we want to hashtag I have been to TeamSport Warrington. So we're just going to start it off for you, aren't we, guys?
Okay, yeah, all right.
Let's do this now. I'll get the T-shirt.
Get the T-shirt in there.
I need a tote bag. There we go.
So look out for that picture on our Twitter, retweet it, get involved, and we want to see all of your pictures as well.
Some of the funniest stuff we're going to pick out. Well, Rob in the gallery there is going to look at some of your funny pictures. We might even try and get them up on the stream if we can.
I'd love to be able to do that.
That'd be cool, wouldn't it? Yeah. The best ones, the funniest ones, the most outrageous ones will win a load of smoking bean stuff.
A lot of merch
Send
to
it all
give
to
away.
So you've got loads around us
Speaking
here.
of merch.
Well, that's it. I was going to say you've got loads of it.
All these, the BIKC stuff, there's so much more. There's lanyards. I can't get
There's a little bit of everything. We'll grab you some, so we can bring that out as well.
If you want to buy them as well, bikc.co.uk. There's a shop where you can get this stuff. Could have been more obvious, couldn't it? Really? Anyway, I think we're going to go to a little 10-minute break, and then we'll be back with Dom Gaynor, CEO of TeamSport, and chat with him before we start Junior Category BIKC 2021.
That was challenging and unexpected. Bristol is quite a difficult track, and whenever I've practiced here I haven't done so well, so I haven't raced much against my own weight class, so I didn't know what to expect coming in, and I came in just wanting to have a bit of fun and expecting, well, to hopefully try and get it into the top 10. So it was quite unexpected.
The race was really good. I had a few tough guys. Sean was obviously catching me in the last few laps and that, so good up to him, man. But best man wins.
Okay, Marcel, so how did you find that final race?
It was challenging because Jack Collins was catching me by a lot, and I'm lucky I had somebody else from Islington to back them up for me. But apart from that, I feel like I deserve it because I put in quite a lot of effort into it.
And how did you find the racing today?
Yeah, really good. It was a nice split of drivers, and I wouldn't say any of the races were easy. There were challenges in it all, but yeah, thoroughly enjoyed it.
And what are you going to do to prepare for the finals now?
Probably try and get some sleep. Got a bit of a journey home ahead of us now and an early start in the morning, so catch up on that beforehand, and I suppose much the same as Sean, trying to get a lot of practice.
Find it very, very fun. It's really close racing with my friend Rory. Really good friends, and I really enjoyed it.
How did you find that final race?
Tense, really tense. I had a good pace at the start, keeping close with the first two guys. 2 laps to the end, I heard a loud bang and I got a puncture. I was absolutely bricking it. I was going mad. I was so worried. I could see the guys behind me just flying towards me. Don't know how I kept it in third. No clue.
Did you think you were going to be on the podium today, let alone first?
When I got here I wasn't too sure, because I did a practice before this and there were a few guys that were quicker than me, but I started getting quicker towards the end of the day, so yeah, I'm very pleased with where I've gone.
the official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars, plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Welcome back to the fuel bar at TeamSport Warrington. That we've just seen the end of the cadet finals. How amazing was that?
Yeah.
Dom Gaynor, CEO of TeamSport, welcome.
Hi Alex, how are you?
I'm very well, thank you. We're back again for the second time.
I know. Was it says second time, but it's only been 6 months since the first final from last year, which was obviously delayed due to COVID. So it's great to be back, and even bigger and better event than earlier this year. It's amazing.
Yeah, it is, and it's so much excitement. It's great to actually have spectators as well.
I know. Well, obviously we had to limit the number of people who had access to the building last time for the first ever finals. So to have a really big busy bar, loads of spectators. It's great to have the live stream as well, and I know loads of people have been following that on Facebook. Yep. So it's just a brilliant event.
Yeah, it's really cool. And Total Karting Zero involved this year. Rob Smedley, big icon in the racing world.
Yeah, I spoke to Rob this week, and he said he really desperately wanted to be here, but he's over in Saudi Arabia at the moment.
So, yeah.
It's really big thanks to Rob and Total Karting Zero for sponsoring the cadet and the junior categories. Amazing prizes. First place is a full season in the summer championships. Second place in both categories is a full season in the winter championships, and then third place for both is a round entry to either championship. So brilliant prizes, and I think that's probably why the final of the cadet class there was so keenly fought.
It was good. I've just found out as well, Rory Hamilton came third in the cadet. He's the youngest driver we have.
So I was speaking to his father afterwards. I think they're from Crawley, and he's 8 years and 5 months old, I think. Yeah. So he's one of the. So he's only actually been karting with us for 5 months.
That's crazy.
I'm assuming he might have done a little bit before that in Bambinos, but incredible.
Great performance, and Jacob obviously coming first out of 346 cadets, which is a massive achievement for him as well.
Huge.
Well, I think all of the cadets who made it through to the finals, they've come to the final of a national championship. They've done brilliantly well just to get here, and they all raced really cleanly. They did a brilliant job right up until the final, and then a few of them, I think they realised what they were racing for, and there's a little bit of bumping going on there, but it wasn't too bad.
It's just passion, isn't it? It's just like that real want, isn't it, to win, want to prove to yourself more that you can do it, and you want the prize. I think that's all it is. It's just down to that.
Absolutely. We're running a little competition at the minute, Dom, with everyone watching, with the Smoking Bean.
Yep.
And
our new coffee partner.
Yeah.
Thanks to Smoking Bean, they're one of the sponsors today. I must also thank F1 stickers, Topps stickers, who I saw you all with the calendar out earlier and sticking stickers on each other, which I thought was very funny. So that's a big thanks to them as well. Yeah. But the Smoking Bean, which is great coffee. Have you been having a few cups during the day today?
Right here, We've just got a refill. So and I've needed it. It was an early start, but we're running a competition called Have I Been? Have I been?
I have been.
Right? I have been.
I have been. Thank you very much.
So we're getting people to send in pictures of where they've been. So that leads on to TeamSport stuff. What's next? What's going on with Germany? Because I've seen some pictures. It looks incredible.
Yeah. So the first circuit in Germany, a place called Mönchengladbach, which is just in the western part of Germany, close to the Dutch border. It is now finish of the build is this week. We were due to. We've been delayed by a few weeks, and then Christmas might get in the way. So we're not sure whether we're going to be open just before Christmas or just after Christmas or early in the new year. Yeah. But opening date is very, very soon. We've got a beautiful fleet of karts over there that have been sitting there, desperately ready to get on the track. Yeah, electric karts from Biz, who are our main kart supplier. Fantastic kart. That electric kart, it's absolutely brilliant. Looks great, but the performance is stunning as well. I think you've seen the electric kart they've got here today.
That's right. Yeah, you will see a video of that in a very short.
So I think it's Ty Cuthbert has just been out in it. It's quick, that kart. It's really quick.
It's really.
So that all of the sites in Germany will be fully electric, and the first one, Mönchengladbach, opening in the next few weeks. Lex.
Awesome. Preston, any idea when we're going to potentially see the reopening?
Yeah, so the work has started on the rebuild there. Well, the first bit is a bit of strip-out work and make good, and then we're going to rebuild. We think it might take us perhaps 6 months.
Okay.
But we're very keen to get that open as soon as possible. There may also be a few additions going in. Nice. So we might have, not saying we will, but we might have a putt club going in there as well. Maybe VR like we've got in Leicester. I was there yesterday, and that's fantastic. What a brilliant experience that is. With, again, another partner of ours, Rome Dome. So thanks to those guys setting that up in Leicester, and it is absolutely fantastic. So anybody who's watching that's close to Leicester, go and do this thing. It is unbelievable, fully immersive VR experience. It is superb.
It's really, really good.
Yeah, I took my wife Jojo and our 2 eldest kids yesterday, and they were all absolutely petrified. It was brilliant.
I think we should nip down and have a go.
We should have a go at that together.
We absolutely should.
Before I let you go, tomorrow, some great categories, Club 100 involved.
Yes, it's the adults tomorrow. Yeah. So juniors are just, I think I can hear them going out on practicing now. So tomorrow we've got the 3 weighted categories, lightweights, middleweights and heavyweights. Prizes for that are from Club 100. Again, brilliant prizes. They sponsored us last year in the first year as well. So big thanks to John Vigor and Will Chu from Club 100 for their support. And they're offering rounds in their adult classes for next year for each of those lightweight, middleweight and heavyweight. So I think there's going to be some good racing there tomorrow. But I think the racing coming up right now with the juniors in the adult karts, I think the fastest lap time of the whole competition was set by the junior category last year.
Yes.
And I've seen a couple of faces I recognised who were racing with us a few months back in the first BIKC. So I think this is going to be a very, very keenly fought race.
It will. It'll be good. 6,436 qualifying visits from the juniors.
Wow.
So it's pretty big, that one. In fact, it is the biggest.
It's the biggest category. Yeah.
So it's going to be really exciting. Dom, thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. You're going to stick around and watch the juniors.
I'm going to be around. Yeah, I'm going to be around watching the juniors and giving out the prizes afterwards. So I might pop back and say hi later on.
Yeah, awesome. That'd be nice. Yeah. Well, we're in Warrington for the juniors are on the way. If you've never seen a lap at Warrington or what it looks like, this is what we call a lukewarm lap from Russ Mabley.
You join every time we bring at TeamSport Warrington International Circuit for the hot lap. This circuit is one of the longest, oldest and fastest indoor kart racing circuit in the country, going on to the main straight, and the drama, the action, it starts immediately as we literally slingshot down through these S's, tight as you can to the apexes, then it's down into the hairpin section, which is all tarmac, which is high grip, high speed. The most important apex is this one right here, because it goes onto the S's. The key here is to hug the corners as much as you can through here, but we're watching out for the next apex, which is coming up here. Really good high grip through here, and then we're just smoothing out this corner to hit that apex. Once again, we have good speed, and the car will be flat out around here, but we're watching out for the corner onto the up ramp. It's important to go left here, because there is an important apex there as we drive round over the hump, and then round these corners, down onto the downhill where you brake actually on the ramp, turn the kart in, and once again around onto the start finish straight for one of the most epic corners in indoor karting. Should we do it again? Why not? Look at this, flat out here, flat out there. And that is a lap of the international circuit at TeamSport Warrington. That was good. I don't think I'm doing any better than that.
that's exactly what a lukewarm lap looks like going around Warrington.
I love the way every time we cut to that lap, the temperature drops.
Yeah.
So at the beginning of the day, it was called a hot lap, and then it's lukewarm, and before you know it, it'll be ice cold and
lap.
Tepid lap. You know, you just got to keep going down and down.
We're going to see some hot laps very soon from the juniors in the British Indoor Karting Championship. And the reason we can call it a British Indoor Karting Championship is because of this man. It's Ian. Thank you for coming on. Thanks for joining us. Thanks for being here today as well. Please, for anyone watching, what does it mean to have and be called the British Indoor Karting Championship?
So, Motorsport UK is the governing body of motorsport, and we award British Championships, whether it's touring cars, British GTs, rally, etc. And obviously, traditionally, we've had British Karting Championships, but we've never had a British Indoor Karting Championship. And the indoor business kicked off in the 80s, middle 80s, and I was actually working at an indoor go-kart track when it started, and that launched my career in the sport or working in the sport, and also I was a driver racing two-strokes at the time, just at club level. And the indoor thing has grown to such a point, but the motorsport, the governing body, which was previously termed the MSA, didn't have an involvement in indoor karting at all. So Dom approached our CEO a few years ago for us to embrace the community. And Motorsport UK is very different, or thinks very differently to the way that the MSA did. We're all about growing the community, not just simply regulating, and also promoting the sport. So to bring the indoor community into Motorsport UK community and recognise it as a sport in itself. And I've always been of the opinion that karting is not just a stepping stone into cars. Karting is its own sport. Like motorcycle racing, they're not. It's very pure. It's a different style of driving quite often than cars. So I think it's brilliant that Dom approached and has worked so hard, and the TeamSport team have worked so hard to make the BIKC happen. And it's driven by passion. And you watch the racing out there, and they might only have 5 horsepower, but they work those cars hard. You know, the racecraft, the precision, the strategy about when you make your move. You know, you've got to be clean as well, because you're going to get caught out if you're naughty. So, I think it's awesome. Yes, and I'm really proud that I was a small part in helping to make this happen.
Absolutely. What category to you is what's your most exciting category out of the cadet junior middleweight?
Well, watching the cadet, I'm always amazed by 8-year-old kids, and I've got an 8-year-old daughter, and I remember when cadet first started, whenever that was, in the 90s, and they're little kids, but then when you put them in a go-kart and you put a crash helmet on, it's weird. It is weird the way they change.
I would say exactly the same. If you would have asked me that, I would have said absolutely, because the kids, you think, they're just, and they get out there and they're just like pros, absolute pros.
The juniors coming up next, sort of a similar, not to as young as 8 years old, still kids in adult karts, much more powerful karts. It's going to be an exciting one, isn't it?
It's going to be interesting.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing it. I'm annoyed that I can't be here tomorrow, because I wanted to see the adults race as well. But I'm looking forward to seeing the juniors, to see how they get on with it and how they cope with the pressure.
Ian, thanks for joining us. Appreciate it. Nice to have you here.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
We're going to be thanks a lot. We're going to be giving away some more stuff in just a bit. We've got loads of coffee things to give away.
We're still looking for the hashtag I have been, bean spelled like coffee bean, BEAN, and then send in pictures. So throw it on Twitter, Instagram, things like that. Pictures with hashtag I have been. The pictures being of different TeamSport tracks where you've been to, whether it was your first visit or a subsequent visit, or even if you're here today. Take a picture. Cool. Hashtag I have been.
In fact, if you're here today, come up and invade the studio. Get a selfie.
Okay.
Get a selfie with us. Put it as I have been, and we will give you something else. We've got loads of things to give away. We'll
find stuff.
Yeah, there's all kinds.
Yeah, there's loads of stuff.
Thanks to Coca-Cola as well. We've got all kinds of stuff to give away. Mail-in sites. Yeah. So I think Rod's going to sort that out later on. There he is over here. Anyway, we'll go into more detail about that in just a bit. But for now, it's a quick break.
I could hear you talking through my earpiece all the way. Yeah. We were like
Top 100 are delighted to be sponsoring the BIKC again this year. It is the highest level of arrive and drive karting in the UK, the next step up from indoor karting. We have parties for all age groups, cadet, junior and senior, and we're looking forward to seeing you on the grid in 2022.
The official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars. Plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Welcome back to the Fuel Bar in TeamSport Warrington. We're joined by the legendary Tom and Russ. What a first race to kick off with, first category to kick off with, that final there then. What did you guys think of it? I mean, you said everything you probably could in the commentary, but I'm interested to see.
The first thing, it was a great event. The standard of driving with us cadets all the way through was fantastic, and some of the overtaking manoeuvres were literally Daniel Ricciardo style, lick it, send it, and it was really, really great to watch and really great to commentate on, I think, Tom, as well. The final, little bit messy, but what a great drive from Jacob to win. And Ilya, such a great job in second place. Those two really deserved to be first and second.
Yeah.
Great.
And so young as well, Rory Hamilton being the youngest.
Yes. 8 years old.
8 years old.
Just turned 8.
I've literally just spoken to Rory's father, right, who stopped me on the bridge there, and he was saying that like the trophy is so big, it's literally almost the size of him, and just fantastic to see them on the podium with these just tiny and just with these massive trophies.
Yeah, they are really good.
Just really, really well deserved.
Well, coming up next, obviously the junior categories, Tom. 700 sign-ups in the junior category. Still not the most. Lightweight was the most, but 700. That's a lot. And to get to this point now, it's the best of the best, really.
Yeah, these guys have been fighting for quite a while just to earn a space on the grid, and there's, we touched on it earlier, there's a lot of talent out there. I still believe you could literally pick about 10 or 12 of the drivers on that grid, and they have a relatively good shot at taking the title. Then add to the fact that you've got a defending champion on the grid and vice champion in Matthew Bolton out there as well. He's definitely going to be looking to go one further. I caught up with him not too long ago and he wasn't too happy with coming home in second place, and he's definitely looking to make the move this year.
Well, he won it at the regionals, didn't he?
Yeah.
So who knows what he's going to pull out
drivers
now.
who can do that clean sweep. He's won every stage so far. All he needs is a BIKC title at the end of the day.
Yeah.
And this is where we really see the lap times come down. Yeah. I mean, there's practice out there now. They're already in the 58s.
Yeah.
So this is where we get to see real speed. We always say that this is one of the most competitive categories we've got coming up right now.
Yep.
And these drivers are lethal at driving a go-kart.
It's going to be really good. I can't wait for this one. We're going to let you guys get back down to that, but before we do, here's a quick look at what happened last year in Warrington for BIKC 2020.
Preston goes for the move down the inside. This is going to run all the way through the race. Contact on Smith. Gray's got through as well. Straight down the inside of dive and a half. It's a 5-way battle. I hope you've got a seat for this, guys. Don't worry, you're only going to need the edge of it. He's gone through. Dante Dillon makes the move. Absolutely stunning racing, fantastic racing from these young drivers. Wins the British Indoor Karting Championship 2020.
So we're about to get going with the junior categories in Warrington for the BIKC 2021 finals. Very excited about it. This one's going to be good. This one's going to be insane. Get on the socials.
At BIKC Official on Twitter, Instagram and Facebook, and obviously we would love your comments down below in the YouTube comments box.
Don't know what's wrong with hair today, but let's get down to the action with Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley for the junior categories.
Ladies and gentlemen, and welcome once again to the second event in this epic weekend of indoor kart racing. We are at the point where we are about to start the heats of the BIKC Juniors, and boy, we are really looking forwards to this one. Now, we've just run the cadets, and overall that was a brilliant race event, and the standard of driving was epic. Final was a bit messy, has to be said, but still the driving quality, the driving standard that we had was absolutely worthy of a BIKC final, and we are hoping very much for more of the same, because I'll be honest, Tom, this is the one that we kind of look forward to, isn't it?
Yeah, juniors always provide some great racing. If cadets is good, juniors normally better. Take a lot of young drivers who don't really have the fear of the older generations, maybe, and some karts that are even quicker and more powerful than what we've just seen in the previous segment. It makes a recipe for some potentially fantastic racing. Add to the fact there's, as I've said multiple times, there is a massive talent pool out there this year, which honestly, it's really difficult to pick a winner. You've got drivers who aren't from around this circuit, but have immense track knowledge, having done a lot of laps around this circuit. And then you've also got drivers who have a lot of talent naturally. And as well, drivers we've not seen in a BIKC final, trying to have their first crack at the championship crown.
Indeed. And already we've got some social media comments flying in, and Brad Jones, go-karting, will be all about who can defend the best. Now, we have seen a lot of defensive driving in all the BIKC. It is very much, once you hit the lead, the mentality changes completely, and it goes from attack to total defense. We saw it earlier on today, and there's no doubt that strategical driving is really going to come into play here. Let's see if we can see some other comments. Here we go. We've got, yeah, so it depends when you're trying to get new karts. We've got brand new karts out there. So every kart that is being used is less than 72 hours old.
Yeah, think about it. So they literally were brought in and prepped on Tuesday, run for the public the first time on Thursday. So only, yeah, about 2 days ago.
Sonny Scott just put, is this practice? Yes, it is. Hence the reason we're not getting too excited just at this moment in time. We are very much speculating on what is going to happen in the next few hours. So yeah, there's a few shout outs. So Alfie Phillips said, good luck, Kieran. So all backing you from home. Shush Harry is saying, go on, Matthew Bolton. Now Matthew Bolton, right, he had an epic run last year, didn't he? I mean, absolutely epic. So it's so great that the top drivers from last year's event are returning, and very much we've got a lot of new drivers out there wanting to take their crown off them. The checker flag is just going out there on the practice number 2, so that is all the practices going to be done, and then we're going to roll straight into, as quickly as we can, into the heats. So just to go through the format so everybody knows exactly what's going to happen, we have 6 heats, and each driver will compete in 3 of them. They will score points, and those points will determine where they start on the grid for the semi-finals. Once we get to the semi-finals, how they perform in the semi-final will then finally determine their grid position for the grand final, and then we will very much be crowning Junior BIKC 2021. We've got a few more shout outs. We've got Scare, that's a good name. Go on, John Manning, representing Sheffield. Yes, we've got Jamie Smith saying, go on, Luke. We've got Kirsty Bell saying, come on, Vito. We've got Max Owen saying, go on, Ryan Sheffield. Look, they're flying in. Tracy, come on, Kieran, you got this. He hasn't actually parked his car on the grid yet, but he's got it. He's absolutely got it. Jamie Smith, come on, Luke. We've got Pixie Fowl says, go, go, Team Jones from the Rebel MC Pixie. Sounds pretty epic, that. Jamie Smith, come on, Luke. Charlotte Foley, good luck, Alex, from all your family who are rooting for you. Not a problem. We're rooting for you as well. Jamie Smith, come on, Luke. Jamie Smith, right? Come on, Luke. Come on, Luke. Yeah, all right, we get it. Is it Luke?
There's a lot of support there.
Is it
a lot
Luke
of support
that
there
you want
from
to
Jamie.
win? Jamie, I think so. But there we go. Now, as well as we've got a pace car running this time, Tom.
Yeah,
and you just saw it flash through the grid there on screen. So we will be running a pace car as well to go with the rolling start.
Yeah, I believe that's partly to help the drivers with the pacing on the rolling lap. The good thing about this car is links quite well with our prize sponsors, Total Karting Zero, in the fact that this is an electric kart that we've got out there. So very rare that you see petrol and electric on circuit at the same time. But this fantastic piece of kit, it's one of the Biz EcoVolt GTs, and Yeah, that thing absolutely shifts. We were doing some testing with it on Friday morning, and that thing absolutely shifted.
Yeah, but it's a few more shout-outs, I've got to say. I've got to say from Zach Bradley up there in Newcastle, shout out for Naughty Norris watching this from Newcastle. Have you found him, Zach? Do you know where Naughty Norris is? But Naughty Norris is up there. They've got a little game in Newcastle where you have to go around the site and find out where a little character in a race suit, which they've labelled Naughty Norris, I think. Named him after one of our managers in Bradford, actually, I think, quite possibly. So, yeah, nice to see you guys up in Newcastle tuning in. And yeah, a lot of love coming on here. We've got Michael Hall saying, come on, Caden. We've got Alfie Phillips, come on, Keza. Mr. Prime Gaming HD. How can I get into this? How can you get into this? Well, first of all, you rock about a TeamSport track and you buy a membership. You ask about the BIKC. It will start, the qualifying will start next year. And we go through lap time qualifying, and then we go through the local finals, and then there's a regional final, and then it all comes down to the national final, which is what we are running at the present moment in time. So, yeah, excellent. Zach, he is watching with you live now. Oh, sends a picture. So, yeah, sounds good, sounds good. So, yeah, we're all set. And look at the pace car. How many flashing lights is what I would say?
I don't think there's quite enough. There's a few little spots on there. You could probably cram another couple on there. But, yeah, it does look pretty good, especially the blue and orange. That livery just stands out quite well. And it's going to be leading the drivers round as they get ready for the first heat here in the BIKC for the juniors. Like we said, this is a very good chance that these are going to be some of the fastest times we're going to see all weekend. And already in practice, I know we've had a few members of the 58 Club as now the drivers start leaving the pit lane to form up behind our tame safety car driver. And yeah, we get ready to go rocking for the first of our 6-8 minute heats.
Here we go, Mr. Prime Gaming HD has just put in, I thought, the 8th fastest time at Stoke. I think I can mix it with these drivers here. I'd love to get into this. There is a spot on the grid all ready for you next year, Mr. Prime Gaming HD. I'm not going to read that name out too often this afternoon. This is a bit of a mouthful. We've got lots of other shout-outs. Go on, Ryan Shepherd, says Charlie Woodrow. Come on, Kieran, says Joseph Mike. Go on, Archie, says Jake Renshaw. We've got Dobby saying, come on, Joe McVeigh. So there's a lot of love out there. And keep sending the comments in about anything you see. We'll take the mick out of them a bit, but don't be put off by that. You can take the mick out of us. It's absolutely fine. We're here to have fun. We're here to enjoy ourselves, and we're here to see some absolutely epic racing.
Yeah, fueled by fun here at TeamSport, and you can see now the drivers starting to take the places on the grid for the first heat. And going off the pole position, it's going to be kart 14. That's Archie Johnson who's going to be lining up on pole position. Qualified through from Nottingham, one of a couple of drivers, if he takes victory here in the national finals, can complete a clean sweep, having won his qualifying, his local, and his regional. Lining up alongside him, Joe McVeigh, a lot of support for him already coming through in chat. Then row 2's Kai Bicini and Marcel Shimalevsky. Then you've got George Partridge and Matthew Bolton, vice champion of 2020. He's going to go off P6. Jack Bate and Ryan Shepherd, two dark horses in this race. Both of those drivers are exceptionally quick around here, and they know how to overtake. John Manning and Vito Vokes line up 9 and 10. Tommy Lee, another driver with a lot of experience on this track, who could be a bit of a threat and knows how to overtake. Amelie Ackett's one of a few drivers who has done a bit of outdoor racing. Caught up with her a few weeks ago. The breadth of what she's done. She's driven Tillotson T4, OKJ. For those who don't know what OKJ is, think of a kart without the wraparound, about 30 horsepower for juniors that race in Europe. And that's the sort of thing that she's been peddling. So hopefully that should put her in good stead for the nationals here today. Leighton Wheeler, Ross Stephen, Kieran Leadbeater and Mason Chahal will complete your grid. 16 drivers, capacity 32 kart field we've got here. Well, so lots of drivers.
She may have driven that 30 horsepower kart, yeah? But we've got a kart that looks like a Christmas tree.
And that Christmas tree is starting to lead us away here. So 14, Archie Johnson, number 2, Joseph McVeigh lead the field around. Kai Bicini bunches right up behind as the drivers get ready to go. The pace car will peel off as they just get towards the Dunlop Bridge, I believe, and will allow the drivers to go for the start, just to make sure we get the correct pacing as we head now under the go. A single file over the line, but we want them 2 by 2. So the drivers cross the line, still lights on yellows. The drivers come around on this parade lap. So just run through the grid once again. Archie Johnson, Joe McVeigh, Kai Bacchini, Marcel Chmielewski, George Partridge, Matthew Bolton, Jack Bates, Ryan Shepherd, John Manning, Vito Vokes, Tommy Lee, Amelie Ackett, Leighton Wheeler, Ross Stephen, Kieran Leadbeater, Mason Chahal is your 16 kart field as they now get ready to head up onto the flyover to get ready to go racing here for the first heat in the juniors at BIKC 2021.
And Dave McGregor from Bristol is the driver who's driving the pace car. And I'll be honest, right, he's currently driving the race of his life, if I'd be absolutely honest.
Is this the longest he's ever been out in front?
Indeed. Yeah, that pace car he's doing now, he's now thinking, crikey, I'm in the lead. Like, what do I do now? Well, you've got to pull over and let the other guys go. But yeah, it's hopefully we will get away on the next lap. We had a few races in the cadets this morning that took a couple of laps to get going. What we really want here is for the karts to be 2 by 2, effectively, which is
hence why it looks like they brought them to a stop there, just to get them back in the right format, just to make sure that they are in the correct positioning. And looking through, getting a few tips coming in already from one Brad Jones. Brad is actually a lap record holder around here before, so he knows how to drive this track pretty quickly. These new karts will threat in the 57s from what the previous karts were. Well, do you reckon we might see a member of the 57 club? That is a very, very elusive club here around Warrington, but I don't think it's impossible that we may see a 57 at some point. We get the right driver, right kart, right conditions. 58.5s have been done already in practice, and yeah, I think we could see even quicker to come as the day goes on.
Absolutely. If we got into the 57s, that would be outstanding, because the drivers are definitely capable of doing that. We need to have probably less stoppages so the tyres don't have much time to cool down. It's about 5 degrees out there at the moment, so it's much, much cooler, obviously, than what we were running when we ran this competition the last time in the middle of the summer. So, but we did notice today in the cadets that when we had a few stationary moments, then the lap times of the cadets would drop by a couple of seconds and take a little bit of time to come back in. So it's all about tyres, it's all about driver speed, and it's all about that driver getting the opportunity to be in the lead and just be able to focus on lap times and go for it. This is a lot better. This is what we are after. We are 2 by 2. We're at a steady pace, and Dave McGregor's lead is going to be tarnished in a minute as he pulls the pace car over, and I'm sure that we're looking for the lights. We're looking at the lights. Green, we are racing in the Junior BIKC, and already it is absolutely ferocious. And driver number 14 there, Archie Johnson, taking a really wide line, trying to get as much speed coming out to that corner as he possibly can. He's got to get this corner right onto the up ramp. Will be an absolute sitting duck as he gets to the top, but it all looks very composed, and the top 3 are just starting to pull away ever so slightly from the rest of the pack.
Yeah, really bad start there from Joseph McVeigh. He dropped a couple of positions, so it looks like it's Archie Johnson, Kai Bacchini, and Marcel Chmielewski is your top 3 at the moment. So they all file down the ramp. Looking there, you've got number 2, then you've got the 19. That, I believe, is Jab Bates. He's already threatening the top 5 as Archie Johnson straight away is going defensive here against Kai Bacchini in the number 7. Tries to go around the outside, bumper to bumper the top 3 here as Joseph McVeigh has a rear bumper filled with Jack Bates in the 19 cars as they come over the line the first time. Top 3 covered by just 0.4 of a second. Dive down the inside for Bacchini. Contact between the pair of them. So the Clarks may already be taking a look at that. What that's done is brought McVeigh and Bates straight into this battle. Bates throwing it down the inside, and he's now up into the top 4. McVeigh is back into 3rd position. Bacchini, though, after that one little touch, is now down in what looks like 5th position. Scot-free and away, though. Archie Johnson just has around about 0.2 of an advantage over, I believe that's Marcel Chmielewski there in the kart 17 in 3rd place.
I don't think that move was really on there. He wasn't really alongside. It's got to be clear cut. This is the BIKC final. I'm sure, absolutely sure, that the race director, James Hislop, will be taking a long look at that. And also, we do have VAR here. We can go back and we can look at all the action. And I'm sure at the moment, we will be analysing what happened on that corner. But here we go. It's the same corner coming straight back up again, and see what happens this time. We've got 14 Archie Johnson in the lead. He takes a very wide line here. 17 almost. Marcel almost runs into the back of him there. But they come out once again around the long left-hand sweeper and the yellows.
Yellows out. Looks like we've got kart off at our Dunlop 2 corner. Kart 1 has gone straight on. Ross Stephen is going to be attended to by the marshals. Lights are on yellow. The field bunches back up here at TeamSport Warrington, and with just a couple of minutes left to go in this first heat, Archie Johnson now has to deal with the entire field being brought back right up under his rear bumper. So just to recap quickly, Johnson, Chmielewski, McVeigh, Bate, Bacchini, Lee, Bolton, Partridge, Vogt, Shepherd, Manning, Wheeler, Leadbitter, Chahal, Stephen and Ackett is your field as they run down the start-finish straight. We're back under green flag racing. Johnson straight away goes defensive as Jack Bate as well is already making moves. I think he's up to third place behind these two drivers. Yes, the 19 of Bate has had more contact there with Bacchini. Looks like McVeigh and Tommy Lee. Where has he come from? Looks like Tommy Lee's now up into the top 5 already. So storming drive there for the 12 for the kart 12. Yeah, he's up into top 5. Straight away, I think that's from P12 on the grid, as it looks like Chmielewski and Johnson are nose to tail as they head through. Jack Bate has a little bit of a gap to try and catch up. Looks like it's about 1.1 seconds, the lead that he needs to try and make up. Bacchini, though, has his rear bumper covered with Tommy Lee, who is charging here at the moment.
It's all about the top 2 at the moment. It's Archie Johnson and Marcel with a 0.2 second gap between them. Then there's a bit of a gap. There's another second before we get to Jack Bate, with Kai Bacchini there in 4th position. Tommy Lee in 5th, and Matthew Bolton, who we discussed earlier.
Oh, looks like Johnson's having to go defensive now. Looks like we may only have about 1 lap left. Marcel definitely trying to make this move done early, but all it's doing, these guys fighting, it's just allowing Bate, Bacchini and Lee, as well as Bolton, to stay in the fight here over the lines for what was going to be the final lap. Loads of entries into the 59 club. The top 6 drivers look like they're in the 59 mark. And it looks like fastest lap was the previous lap for Kai Bacchini in the 7 car, 59.256, as these drivers head up onto the flyover of what is probably going to be the final lap here of this opening heat. The top 4 drivers absolutely nose to tail. Jack Bate looking to try and get a move on the 17 of Marcel Chmielewski, the 17 of Marcel, also looking to try and get past Archie Johnson as well as they go through that top hairpin, head through the double left-hander. They're going to go down the ramp. And it looks like Johnson looks over his shoulder. The top 4 nose to tail. Matty Bolton has Tommy Lee just on his rear bumper as well. Johnson goes defensive. Bate goes to the inside. Looks like Bacchini's trying to get in this one as well. Bate around the outside of the 17. The 7 of Bacchini goes down the inside of Bate. These guys are fighting tooth and nail as they come through. Under the first Dunlop Bridge, the checkered flag flies for Archie Johnson. He takes the first victory of the night here for the juniors. Chmielewski in 2nd, Bate in 3rd, Bacchini 4th, Bolton 5th, Tommy Lee comes home 6th, Vito Vokes in 7th, George Partridge 8th, and we've got a couple of entries in the 59 club. 58 club, sorry. Welcome to the party, Matthew Bolton and Tommy Lee.
I think that race was a real taster of what is to come. Absolutely ferocious racing, and no doubt if there is a gap, if there is half a gap there, then we're going to see drivers go for it. We're going to see drivers try, because you've got to make positions up here. You cannot, this is the kind of event where you can't just stay where you are. If you stay where you are when it comes to the semi-finals, you won't be near the sharp end of the grid. You have to make progress. Every time you overtake somebody, you gain points. And that is crucial. And Archie Johnson's done everything he needed to do there. And great stuff. 58.767 for Tommy Lee. Now, that is a very good benchmark, I would say, for the rest of the event. Yeah. Only heat 1. When we get to the semis, when we get to the final, we get to the real sharp end of the racing. Yeah, definitely think. And we've got a John Manning there. Let me just go through in 11th, 1 penalty point. So that is going through at the moment. We didn't really see what that was for because he was running in 11th place and we were quite rightly focusing on the leaders, but will receive a penalty point for something that happened on the circuit in that race. So that was heat number 1. And let's see what we got on the. We've got Sam Shaw saying, "Get in, Archie." Yeah, he did you proud there, Sam. Absolutely. Bring it back again. Ratford's son says Daryl Leahy. Yeah, indeed. Yes, Archie, says Jake Renshaw. So yeah, keep sending these Jack Rallies again. Kat Norris is rooting for you. Kai Norris is rooting for you. Norris roots for everybody, doesn't he? Anyway, Kirsty Bell saying getting 2 positions, nice, and that is exactly what I'm talking about, Kirsty. Thank you there for backing me up, in actual fact. But yeah. Vito in 7th position, 2 positions gained. It doesn't look like he's stolen the show there, but that is a solid start and points gained. He will get his opportunity to start much further up to the front of the grid. So, really good. And we have got heat number 2 just being seated inside the pit lane. Just to run through the whole starting procedure, it is obviously a rolling start. But we do just park them onto just outside the pit lane just to do some final checks to the karts. May need to move a few drivers around into a different order just to make sure everything is absolutely secure before we then go to the rolling start behind the Christmas tree pace kart before we get to the start-finish line. I've got to stop calling it that. I'm getting into real trouble, aren't I? I'm going to get into real trouble if I keep calling it a Christmas tree. So, and then we go for racing. So here we go. Heat 1 is done. We've got heat number 2. And again, for these drivers, the first time that they have raced in anger in the event. I mean, practice is one thing, but this is racing.
Yeah, and the drivers now making their way out onto the dummy grid, and we can now run through the starting order for this first heat and get to know some of the drivers who are in this second group. So, starting off pole position is going to be Zacharias Kaufman. Daniel Varlan is going to go off second. Alex Jones in third. Charlie Ratford, defending junior champion, will go off P4. Christopher Bruce off fifth. Ben Sproat, who had a really good run last year to finish, I believe, P4 overall, is going to start off P6. Thomas Hughes in 7th, Kieran Eve in 8th, Alexander Leitch in P9, Simon Burke in 10th. Then you've got Liam Trigger, Jack Collins, Caden Welch, Antti Wypich, and Arian Ilias, and Jack Brennan completes your field. You've got Dave McGregor, or Dave Mylander, as we should call him for the rest of the event now, sat at the front of the grid and ready to lead away our field of 16 juniors for what will be the second heat of 6 over the course of the next couple of hours.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And we're going to be flying through these heats because these drivers are very used to, how many times have these guys raced at TeamSport? They know how to hop in and hop out of a cart and plunk it in the right place and so on and so forth. And we are already on the verge of going for heat number 2. And interesting, haven't heard anything from the race director for any of the incidents that happened in the first heat, apart from the penalty point to John Manning that was a bit further down the field. So, but here we go. Dave McGregor, representing TeamSport Bristol, leads at the moment. This is about Dave's speed, if I'll be honest. Nice and steady. But here we go. We're going to be live here. There's no doubt this is going to be a green light. They are absolutely together. And Dave's going to put his foot down. Off he goes. He's got a bit more power. And then we are racing. Yes, we have got a green light. And let's have a look. There's a little bit of a glance behind. Number 2, Daniel Varlan. I think, we got
carts off
behind.
In the background. Looks like it was about 3 or 4 karts involved in that one.
9 and
you got
10.
2 of them there. So that's the 9 of Caden Welch. That's the 10 of Arian Ilias, who's in that one as well. You can just see the pace kart driver sat off to the side. waiting for the field to pass through. But out in front, Daniel Varlan looks like he's got the box seat. He's in the lead of this one at the moment. Looks like Zacharias has moved down into second place in the 14. As they head up onto the top section, we watch light and wait for them to go green, which they do so now. We're back racing here at TeamSport Warrington as they head down the ramp. It looks like Alex Jones there in the 7 is up into third place. Just looking at Liam Tricker in the 12 as they head down the ramp for the first time at speed. It's trying to go side by side. Looks like the 19 and the 11 are trying to go side by side there. Oh, move down the inside. For what looked like second place. That is the 17 of Charlie Ratford. Defending champion is up into second place. He's being followed close by Ben Sproat, who's up from TeamSport Trafford from memory. And then the 14 of Zacharias Kaufman. He's fallen all the way back to fourth place on the start of that one. Kieran Eve moves up one, and he's in P5 as they head now on towards the flyover for the second time. But Ratford, defending champion, is already flying here with Ben Sproat close behind him as they head up on the top section of the circuit. Oh, there you go, Ratford straight to lead. The 17 goes for the lead. That is defending champion. Absolutely flying here. Ratford is not leaving anything to chance. If he's going to defend his title, he is going to do so from the front.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant bit of racing. And that is the first really standout overtaking manoeuvre that we saw there from Charlie Ratford. Absolutely superb. And right at fast part, we got 15 going for it. Surely
Sproat's gone for it as well.
Sproat has really gone for it here, and he's got it. He's going to make that stick. He's all over it. Absolutely positioned his kart to perfection there. Not only to make the move, but also to defend. And we got two karts who are going to be side by side. Yeah, we got a bit back off there. 2 doesn't go into that corner particularly well, it has to be said. But Charlie Ratford, who won, he is the reigning BIKC champion, and he means business. Simple as that. He's gone straight into the lead with some glorious overtaking maneuvers. Really, really has. And he is looking like very, very early on that he is the man to beat. And a 59.0, that's not a bad.
Oh, back under yellows there. Looks like we've got one in the barriers. That is the 19 as Thomas Hughes has up on our time. His screen popped up a 5-second penalty for Christopher Bruce. That's going to drop them way out of the running as we go back to green flag racing here. Ratford leads. Fastest lap so far, 59.0. He's getting towards the 58 mark already. We're going to get a few more entries into the 58 club this time around, maybe. And Charlie Ratford looks like he's going to be one of them. Ben Sproat there in second place. Looks like that gap may have come down a touch over the last lap or so as they cross the line now. We see that gap comes through, and then it looks like Daniel Varlan, the 2, is just behind. Oh, down the inside. Kieran Eve has a nice fight back there on Zacharias Kaufman. The pair of them going side by side. Just behind them, it looks like maybe Anthony Wypich in the number 1 car, getting pretty close as these juniors are not holding anything back, even though this is their first heat of the competition.
Yeah, absolutely brilliant. And again, more really, really close racing. Ben Sproat there, what a move at the end of the main straight, you know, right up there with the moves that Charlie Ratford is making. I mean, now they're in clear air. He's a little bit slower than Charlie, who really is pushing very, very hard. But behind there, just starting to spread out. Now, just have a little bit of fresh air between most of the drivers. Driver 7 there, Alex Jones, looking a little bit feisty there, trying to overtake driver number 22, Kieran Eve. Let's see if he can use a little bit more pace there to try and get right on his rear bumper and then make a really, really good, here we go, all-time record. Breaking news, all-time record broken by Charlie Ratford, 58.699.
Yeah,
and it's early days. There is a chance of 57s.
Yeah, 58.6, fastest lap of the event so far, but there is absolutely nothing to separate Charlie Ratford and Ben Sproat. There is literally 3 thousandths of a second separate them in terms of fastest lap, and about 7/10 separating them on circuit as we head down with about 2 laps left to go here, watching the 14 of Zacharias Kaufman, who's got anti-Wypich all over their rear bumper as they fly down the ramp. The 17 is still out in front there. You've got Ratford, Sproat, Varlan, Eve, Kaufman, Wypich, Light, Jones, Berlick and Collins. That is your top 10 as we head through onto what is possibly going to be 2 to go here. The 22 and the 2, Varlan versus Eve as they come under the Dunlop Bridge. Looks like Varlan's just got the edge so far.
I tell you what, it's very, very tight for the lead because Benjamin Sproat there, he's got the gap down to 0.7 of a second. It's probably, you might get probably another lap after this. So it's not done and dusted, this one. And number 2, Daniel Varland, also a little bit further back, 4.4 seconds, but he's having to do a little bit of defending, because 0.3 seconds behind him is Kieran Eve, who is looking pretty feisty, it has to be said. There's a shot of him there. He just gets onto the top section. He really is queuing up a little bit behind. There go. He's got a slightly better line there. Number 2, Daniel Varland, just a little slide as he went through the apex of the corner and charging down onto the main straight. There's Charlie. There's Benjamin Sprout. This is what we want to see. And is he going to go for it? No, he just holds back and Kieran Eve thinks, no, let's try that at a different corner. But Charlie Ratford out there, look at that, 58.591. And the all-time record is going to be absolutely smashed here this afternoon. There is no doubt about that. Absolutely smashed. So this is the last lap, and we've got Charlie Ratford, and he is gap is up to 0.8 of a second now. They are a long way ahead of third place, and both these drivers got a little bit of history in what happened last year. They were in the grand final of this last year, and it was, let's say, it was a brilliant race. So both Charlie and Benjamin really laying down the gauntlet this year. They both absolutely mean business. So we are now just a few corners away from the checkered flag, and we are going to see the heat number 2 being won by Charlie Ratford. Here we go, there's the checkered flag, and Charlie Ratford wins heat number 2, BIKC final for juniors.
Oh, looks like Kieran Eve may have got that third place on the final lap as well. Also looking a little bit further down the order as the guys now cross the line. Looks like Caden Welch, also a member of the 58 club, 58.8. He managed in that one there, but running through the full order there, Charlie Ratford, Ben Sprout, Kieran Eve, Daniel Varland, Zacharias Kaufman is your top 5. Anthony Whitepitch in P6. Simon Berlick, Alexander Light, Liam Tricker, Alex Jones, Caden Welch, Jack Collins, Arian Ilias, Christopher Bruce after that penalty, Thomas Hughes and Jack Brennan. But I'm pretty sure 58.5 is quicker than anything we saw in practice as well. A little bit off the all-time record, which is inside the 57 mark, but to be getting that close, Heat 2, only in Heat 2, I think we might see a 57 at the end of the day here.
Yeah, we've got a lot of love coming in on social media. So Brad Jones said 58.6, I think. Well, 58.591, so we've already gone quicker. He also said it's amazing, these new karts. Yeah, these karts are quick. These karts are quick. So, yeah, we got Alfie Phillips saying Kezar, I think. Also saying way. And also saying get on. So, you know, keep the comments coming is what I'd say. Keep the comments coming because we love them. Alfie Phillips saying, come on, Kieran. And yeah, so yeah, keep these comments rattling in. And that was the end of heat number 2. All the drivers you can see just behind the karts there, getting ready for heat number 3. Epic racing so far, Tom. Absolutely epic.
Yeah, we said it earlier, if these are the heats, the final's going to be something else. These drivers, it's easy to forget that these lads are all 16 and under. To be racing and throwing the moves that these guys are, it's fantastic to see it already. And honestly, we are seeing some of the fastest times we're going to get all weekend, possibly only rivaled by the lightweights, I believe. But we're getting ready now to go for heat number 3. And yeah, it's going to be the second heat for these young drivers. They all get ready to take their karts for their second session. Oh, beautiful shot there for the seat insert into kart 1. Very good aim. And we get ready, waiting for the grid to confirm exactly where everyone's going to be starting.
And we also have a 5-second penalty in the last race for Christopher Bruce, causing a collision. So these decisions are coming in thick and fast from the race directors, who do have very much the benefit, have I mentioned it, VAR, the joke that never gets old in the production team at the background here. So we'll be taking a look at all these incidents. But what I would say, in that last race, everything was pretty clear cut at the front, and superb overtaking, and that is just a mouth-watering taster of what is to come. So here we go for heat number 3. We're just doing some final preparations before we will release the karts on to the kind of dummy grid, where we'll just do some final prep before we send them off on to the pace kart. So all is quiet. We've got literally a 30-second breather almost from the action, Tom.
Yeah, it's a very rare thing to get in these junior races. They're normally fast, frenetic, and normally back-to-back as well. Thinking about races, we'll quickly run through the grid for this next heat. John Manning will go off pole position in the one kart. Just see him jumping out. Looks like we've had a change of pace kart driver. Dave Mylander clearly heard the stories that Russ was regaling of Vito Vokes. Number 3, Ross Stephen, who had a bit of an off in that last session. He's going to go off P5. He's going to be Amelie Ackett's. Row 4 will be Kai Bacini and Mason Chahal. Marcel Chmielewski and Archie Johnson. He1 winner will go off P10. Joe McVeigh will go off 11. Tommy Lee off 12. I'll have to see what he can do from that far back. He's already had a really good run in that first heat. Ryan Shepherd, another driver, I said could be a bit of a dark horse in this one, has Jack Bate behind him with George Partridge and vice champion Matthew Bolt. This is going to be interesting to see what Matthew can do from this one. This will be the lowest starting position he gets quite clearly, but we've seen a lot of good performances from drivers when they have their lowest starting position, and in an event like this, it's all about consistency, maximising the opportunities that you've got and scoring as many points as you can over the course of these 3 heats.
Absolutely. I mean, if Matthew Bolton, starting 16th, can just get to about 10th or 8th, that, in concept of this competition, is a stellar result. You don't necessarily have to get all the way to the front. You've just got to keep making progress. And we've got Adam Bill, this driving the pace car. Worries me a little bit, if I'll be honest. Everything Adam drives, he crashes. That's all I'm saying. So here we go. Let's see how this goes. But we've got John Manning there in pole position, Kieran lining up alongside, and I think we are good to go. Pace car is away, and once again these starts are looking brilliant, has to be said. We had a few issues with the cadets and needed a few restarts, but you can just sense that the drivers who are a little bit more experienced and know exactly what is required of them. So I think we're going to go green here. There's no chance for us not, I think. It's all looking absolutely perfect. So the pace car, we're yellow. Let's have a look. Green, yes, green. We are racing. And let's have a look. It's going to be driver number 16, Kieran again. We're getting some real changes for the lead on the first corner. And driver number 16, Kieran Ledbetter, hits the front. Number 1, John Manning, is down in 2nd position. Now it's all about whether Kieran, after that brilliant start, can actually make use of it, can actually start to claw away. So let's have a look. Driver number 15 there, that's Jack Bate going right round the outside of another driver on top of the mezzanine there. But here we go, we're coming through the final hairpins, and in a second we're going to be absolutely charging down the ramp as we are, and charging into the fastest section of the circuit, absolutely flat out. He's got a little bit of a gap there. We've got 19 there in 3rd, Vito. Vito is already up into 3rd place, which is another brilliant start for him.
I'll tell you one guy looks like he made an even better start. Archie Johnson somehow has gone from P10 to be, as he crosses the line now, P5. So he's gained 5 positions in 1 lap. Tommy Lee also moves up, as does Mason Chahal, but out in front. Kieran Ledbetter leads the field round. John Manning, Vito Vokes picked up 1 place on Leighton Wheeler, who lurks down the inside, isn't going to quite go for it in the tunnel. Vito, though, throws it down the inside of John Manning. Fantastic move at the bottom of the up ramp as they head now on the mezzanine section. Vito is absolutely flying here. He's got his eyes forward and he's just looking at Kieran Leadbeater in the 16 who's in front of him. So Manning now is going to have to try and think about what's coming up behind. You see, he just looks over his shoulder as he heads down the ramp, but he can see a bit of a gap to kart 10 Tommy Lee, who's now up into 4th place. It looks like Leighton Wheeler is falling down the order. Mason Chahal is now in front of them as well in the 12. So Mason's having a pretty good run. Leighton's starting to go backwards pretty quickly. He's got Archie Johnson and Kai Bacchini just behind him now as they head through the 3rd hairpin and down towards. Looks like Archie's going to try the run. Thinks a little bit better of it. You can go too wide through that section there, but it is really tough to get away without any contact. But out in front, fastest lap goes to Kieran Leadbeater, 59.400, as he's now got a near 1 second advantage over Vito Vokes behind.
As we said, Vito Vokes is the star of the show of this one so far. 2 absolutely stunning overtaking manoeuvres, and when you think that a lot of these drivers are extremely evenly matched, we've got a black and white caution flag. That's going to be a penalty point for somebody.
Yeah, it looks like that may have been pointing the direction of Archie Johnson, I believe, just in front of Bacchini and Ross Stephen, I believe that is. As there we go, 5-second time penalty pops up for Kai Bacchini there. So I missed that one. It wasn't Archie Johnson, and a 5-second penalty for Archie Johnson.
You didn't miss it, Tom. You didn't miss it.
So 5 seconds for Johnson and Bacchini. So that's going to move them way down the order on such a competitive field. Over the line, though, as they put another lap in the book. That is Kieran Leadbeater, Vito Vokes. Tommy Lee in the 10 goes down, tries to go down the inside of John Manning. Just upsets his rhythm a little bit. He's going to try and cut back to the inside here. Tommy Lee's got a lot of experience around this circuit. He knows where he can overtake. He knows where he can fight. And straight down the inside. Beautiful move from Tommy Lee to take over what is 3rd position. Mason Chahal follows him through. So Chahal forces his way through a gap that was probably just wide enough for a Biz Evo 3 kart. So now Manning's going to have to be careful as he's got, I believe he's got Archie Johnson coming up behind. He does have a 10-second penalty, a 5-second penalty to carry over as they now come through the top section of the circuit. Half the race gone. Leadbeater still leads, but that gap to Vokes isn't going up quite as quick as Leadbeater might have wanted.
About to say the gap is holding firm at the moment, and we got some great comments coming in. We've got Pixie Fowl who's saying go Christmas tree car from the Rebel MC. Let me tell you, Pixie, the Christmas tree car is doing really well on lap 1, but then it all goes pear-shaped after about half through lap 1. It all goes wrong. But back on the circuit, Kieran Leadbeater 1.2 seconds now, so is starting to pull away. But look at this gaggle of karts that are being led by 17 Ryan Shepherd. Matthew Bolton, I said if he got to 10th it'd be a good result. He's already in 10th. We've got another 3 minutes to go. There's a real good chance he could hit the top 5 here. Kai Bacchini is then in 11th and Jack Bates is in 12th. But back at the front, it's still Kieran leading Vito in 2nd. I think he looks a little closer there. Vito Vokes does look a little bit closer. Perhaps there is a little bit of a sting in the tail in this one. He looks like, I reckon that gap of 1.2 is going to be about 0.7 as they come over this line. Let's see how we go. 0.6,
not too far off there. Looks like as well we have had a 5-second penalty go the way of Mason Chahal, but because we've got drivers defending so hard behind, it's only dropped him down to 6th place. So hopefully if it stays like that for Mason, this could actually work quite well for him. But Vito Vokes now with a half-second gap and Tommy Lee closing in as well, only a further 6 tenths behind in the final lap or 2 of this race. This fight for the top 3 is going to absolutely explode here at TeamSport Warrington as they throw it through the double left-hander. Get ready to come down the ramp. It's still Leadbeater that leads. A fastest lap further down the order. Archie Johnson, welcome to the 58 club, as has Ryan Shepherd, another driver we've not spoken too much about, but the 17 car is up into 7th place thanks to misfortune of others. Looks like Vito maybe thought about a move around the outside there, but he's thought discretion's the better part of valor. But backing out of that move has brought Tommy Lee straight back into this fight, going on to what is probably going to be the final lap here. The top 3 are all separated by just 0.7 of a second. Fastest lap of the night so far goes the way of Tommy Lee, 58.568. These juniors are getting faster and faster and faster as they now head up onto the flyovers, what is probably going to be the final time of this race. Looks like Ross Stephen in the 3s dropped way down the order, as looks like a little bit of a bump there from the 6 16 of Leadbeater, maybe just getting a little bit of a slide on as he heads up onto the flyover section. Even with that 5-second penalty, Mason Chahal is still in 5th place, so really good recovery from him to be able to stay inside the top 5 despite holding that penalty. But as they head through the chicane and down towards the final corner, Vito looks for the move. He thought about it, didn't quite decide to go for it. Tommy Lee now looks around the outside, goes to the lead. Fantastic move. The crowd goes wild, but Leadbeater though trying to hold him on. Vito Vokes and Leadbeater to the line. Vito Vokes steals it. Tommy Lee on the line gets second. Literally 0.03 of a second separating Lee and Leadbeater. That's only a heat, guys. We've still got a semi-final and a final to go.
That easily the move of the event so far. I didn't see that coming. They went round the first of those hairpins. I thought, right, he's got a bit of defending to do here. And suddenly he just set his cart up so well that really he had so much momentum and got the apex to the corner and literally just powered past. And then Kieran so hard trying to hang it out there, and Tommy Lee is just sat there going, I'll take this, I'll have second place. He did. He's gone through. 58.568 seconds is that lap time from Tommy Lee, which is the fastest so far today. Absolutely brilliant. But what a performance from Vito Vokes. We're lining up here with some real stars. And Matthew Bolton, we talked about, he did finish in 10th. When you start from the back, yeah, he's made up 6 positions. He can get out and think, yep, that was not a bad race.
Yeah, another driver had a really good race, and that Ryan Shepherd, 58.7, he came home with just 7.8 seconds off the lead at the end of it, so that's a performance that he can be quite happy with. But now we're halfway through the heats already. A lot of support coming through for Ryan from quite a few guys there. So Fred G-Man saying Ryan Shepherd is our GOAT. He's definitely one of the quick guys out there at the moment. And if he can get a good result in this last heat, then maybe he could be a threat in the semi-final and the main event. But that heat win going the way in tremendous fashion to Vito Vokes, with Tommy Lee stealing it in the final corner. Honestly, if that is just a heat, I cannot wait to get into the semi-final and the final. But we do have a couple more races left to go. As you see, the drivers making their way into the karts. First driver in there, that is defending champion Charlie Ratford, just taking up a seat inserted to make the seat a little bit smaller, make himself a little bit more comfortable. Just seeing the orange suit with the blue and yellow stripes on his helmet. That is Ben Sproat, another driver we're going to have to keep an eye on after their solid performance in the previous edition of the BIKC.
And what must Kieran Leadbetter be thinking on the last lap? Literally one corner from home, and he was in the lead, or just about in the lead, and then ends up in 3rd. So
yeah, I think he might be kicking himself. He may be kicking himself with that one, but honestly, that move from Vito came from absolutely nowhere. I believe the technical term for that is it was a worldie of a move that Vito pulled.
Undefendable, potentially, Tom.
Yeah, I'd probably go as far as to say that. I don't think there was any coming back from that one. Honestly, though, I thought on the way out of that 3rd hairpin, I thought Kieran just had the run to be able to run it towards the start, towards the line, but then Tommy Lee came out of absolutely nowhere and stole 2nd as well.
Absolutely. And here we go. We've got the next heat, which is going to be heat number 4. And we've got Alexander Leach in pole position. We've got Raiden Ilas in 2nd. We've got Caden Welsh in 3rd. We've got Simon Brillick in 4th. We've got Antti Whippick in 5th. We've got Jack Collins in 6th. Alex Jones in 7th. Jack Brennan in 8th. Charlie Ratford in 9th place. We've got Zacharias in 10th, Zacharias Kaufman. We've got Daniel Varlin in 11th, Liam Tricker is in 12th, Kieran Eve is 13th, Thomas Hughes is 14th, Christopher Bruce is 15th, and Ben Sproat, who had such a brilliant first heat, he has to start right from the back of the grid, but again, it's exactly the same. He's in the exact same position. If he can get up to 10th, 9th, 8th, that's a good result in this type of competition. So everything to play for as we go into heat number 4. We're officially halfway through the heats, At the end of the heats, we will take a short break. We'll then be back for semi-finals. And then 2 semi-finals. There is no B final. It's just an A final. The top drivers will go through and battle it out to become British Indoor Karting Champion for 2021. So this is, you could just feel the drivers are almost getting into the groove now. You can just feel it's coming a lot more comfortable. A lot of the nerves, I think, have gone. And the driving is just a little bit more fluid. They're just, the overtaking maneuvers are much more calculated. The drivers are just in a bit more control of what they're doing. And as we just go through this competition, the driving standard is just going to get better and better and better. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, these drivers are definitely pushing themselves, taking themselves to another level as they get a few little tips on how to take this start. Also worth thinking about as well where these drivers have come from. So on that front row, you've got 2 drivers from very different tracks. Leach is up from Cambuslang in Scotland, with Ariane up from Manchester Victoria, one of the electric circuits. Very different drive to this one, but as with the electric kart leads us all the way, I think it's very apt for him that he's got the electric kart just in front. You can see nice pace in being given by our flashing Christmas tree kart, as we should keep referring to it, because yeah, that's funny, we'll keep it. So Leach, Ilias, Welch, Brillick, Whitepitch, Collins, Jones, Brennan, Ratford, Kaufman, as we get ready to go green. Lights go green. We're racing again at Warrington as they fire down towards the first corner. It's Arian who goes around the outside. He gets the lead. Looks like a little bit of bumping and barging towards the back end of the circuit, but it looks like Leach is there in second place. Welch has now moved up into fourth with Brillick in fifth place, just behind. Fourth place with Ratford just down the inside. Looks like Ratford's just been done, actually. I think Brillick's just got past him in the 19. Yes, Ratford's just been done by Simon Brillick. So absolutely flying here at the moment as they go down towards the bottom section of the circuit. Looks like Ben Sproat's already made up a handful of positions. He's now up behind. Is that Alex Jones that he's up behind already? Yes, as it looks like Arian Ilias now is stretching his advantage up at the front as they head in towards T1. He's already going a little bit defensive, as it looks like you've got the one of Leach has Caden Welch in that Red Bull suit, channeling his inner Max Verstappen as he tries to get through and past the number 1 car just in front of him.
Yeah, brilliant start, has to be said. And the driver in second place seems to be getting the best of the starts in the last couple of heats. And whoever's in pole, a bit of contact there. 21, Caden Welch making contact.
I don't know if there was contact there. That's something that the steward's going to have to take a look at. That may have looked like, if it was the tiniest of touches, but it was enough to just send the one a little bit wide, but it's cost them a couple of positions. Looks like Anthony Whitepitch got through into third place. I'm not sure there was a touch there, but that is one for the stewards. With the beauty of VAR, they can take a look back at that one. But as they head down the ramp, you got the 1 and the 18, is that? No, the 19 of Brillick as they head down the ramp. Looks like the 1, you got the 7 now of Radford. He's up into P6 at the moment. And I did say Ben Sproat's made some positions. He was P12 as they crossed the line the last time. I think he may have caught a couple more positions already, as he, I believe, may have got past Thomas Hughes as the leaders now head through the top hairpin. Looks like Welch is all over the back of Arian as they head down towards the second unlock curve. The top 3 separated by half a second. The move looks down the inside. He thinks about it. Arian just gives him space side by side. He's holding him arm's length there. This could give Whitepitch the chance to get involved in this one. All the 16 of Arian's needs to do is just defend, defend, defend as they now head up onto the ramp once again. There is nothing to separate these guys.
There's no doubt Caden Welch here looks really, really feisty. He wants this win. You know, these seats are so important. If you can start further up the grid in the semi-finals, it makes getting to the top places in the final that much easier. And you can feel this coming. He's going to come down the ramp here, and there's no doubt he's absolutely on his tail. And there's no doubt he's going to have a go. His 16 goes defensive.
A very good defensive move at the moment, but Welch is around the outside. He's going to get the inside for the next corner. But Arian's all over that apex. A little bit of a bump and a barge there. Looks like the 21 just has the nose down the inside, but he has to back out of it. That's going to bring the 19 of Brillick into this one. Looks like he got the 1 as well as a bit of a cork in the bottle at the moment. He's about 3 seconds adrift of this battle at the moment. That's Alexander Leach. No, Jack Collins moves up into P5 at the moment, but the top 4 absolutely nose to tail, separated by less than a second as they head under the bridge. 3 wide there as Ben Sproat yet again now makes 2 positions there. That looked like it was at the expense of Alex Jones and Thomas Hughes as he now moves, where I believe, in towards the top 10 but still up at the front. The top 4 absolutely nose to tail as they head down. Couple more members of the 59 club, one more member of the 58 club. Simon Brillick, welcome to the party.
Yeah, brilliant stuff. And we've still got a lot of racing here. We've still got a good, probably 3 laps to go. And again, right down, was there a little bit of contact there? And number 21, he wants this win. There's no question about that. He knows he's quicker. He just has to find, he's gone very wide. He's going to tuck in the inside. Is he going to make it work? It's difficult through there and he can't. But then he's going underneath the mezzanine section. Oh, I thought he was going to throw one down it for a minute. There was a little bit of contact there.
Nudge. These guys are thinking about it. Elbows out. Oh, looks like White Pitch is getting in this one. Brilliant may be able to pick up the pieces. They all stay nose to tail just for now. But if these guys keep fighting, all it's going to do, it's going to allow Jack Collins in the 9, Charlie Ratford in the 7, and Alexander Leach in the 1 to get up on terms with these guys and just make that battle become bigger and bigger and bigger. And confirmation there, Ben Sproat from the back of the grid. He's matched what Matty Bolton did in the last one. He's up to P10. Let's see if he can go even further. His next target's Liam Tricker with Zacharias Kaufman just in front. But looking at the battle for the lead, Arian Ilias, Caden Welch, Anthony Whitepitch, Simon Brillick. Looks like it's 2 by 2 by 2 as they head down. Welch around the outside in the 21. He's desperate for this position, but he's not about to make a daft move that may leave him open to getting a penalty point here. The 21 is just going to bide his time, pick his spot and go for a move in the smartest place possible. But these guys now are holding each other up as now fastest lap of the race falls to Charlie Ratford, 58.6. Jack Collins on the 58.9. They just dropped that gap from about 3 seconds to 1.6 to the lead. This is now going to be a near 6-car fight for the lead of this heat.
So with 21, he really likes the big open hairpins around this section of the track. It's all very much kind of just kind of winding up really for the big attempt. There's a little bit of contact there. There's definite contact there because it pushed the car number 16 a little bit wide. He's going to know that Caden Welch is right there. And again, right down to the fastest part of the circuit. Good defending, good defending. 21, he's got to try something different. I think at the moment, number 16, Arian Ilias, he knows where these attacks are going to come. And so he's setting his kart up just a little bit, just moving his car a little bit offline just to make sure he's making it as difficult as possible for Caden to get through. Caden makes a bit more contact there. This is, I'm sure James Hislop and the race directing team are noting this because there has been...
there he goes,
move. Now he's onside. That is a great move. Caden Welch goes through.
Oh, Arian's got back at him.
He's got him back. Fantastic racing.
Fantastic. These lads are throwing absolutely everything they have at each other. They are not leaving a single ounce of power on this table. But the problem they've got, look who's there in P4 at the moment. Charlie Ratford now is right up on the rear bumper. Looks like Arian is in full defense mode. They may get one more lap out of this. Actually, I think they're going to be coming to the checker flag this time. Another defensive line for the 16 versus the 21. Caden Welch has loved this move around the outside here. Will he be able to go for it? No. White Pitch and Brillick are, White Pitch is just there. Brillick's been done by Charlie Ratford, but as they come towards the checker flag, I doff my hat to you. Arian Ilias, fantastic win to take the heat win here ahead of Caden Welch. Oh, contact over the line behind, but it's Ilias, Welch, White Pitch, Ratford, Brillick, Collins, Kaufman, Tricker, Leich and Sproat is your top 10 there, but 1.5 tenths separating the top 2 at the line. Top 4 by quarter of a second. Man, that was close.
But Arian Ilias, I was saying, great defensive driving and just positioning his car in just the right bit. But then, when he did get overtaken, hey, he did the aggressive driving. He got him straight back. And that is the best time. That is the best time. I think he's missed
looks like Caden Welch going for a lap.
Caden's missed the pit lane. You know, it's, yeah, so we're going to have to sort that out. But great racing all round. Anthony Whitepitch as well. Brilliant stuff in third. Charlie Ratford, 4th place. We didn't really see much of Charlie, really, because we were just so focused on the lead. Simon Brillich there in 5th. Jack Collins coming through in 6th place. Zacharias in 7th. Liam Tricker coming home in 8th place. 9th was Alexander Leach, who started the race in pole position. And great drive, Ben Sproat, who started in last place, makes a lot of spaces up, 6 spaces up to finish in 10th place. Thomas Hughes in 11th, Kieran Eve in 12th, Daniel Varlan in 13th, Alex Jones in 14th, Christopher Bruce in 15th, and Jack Brennan coming home in 16th place. And another absolutely epic race with epic overtaking, epic drama, and this, as we keep saying, this is just the heats. There is this whole competition is going to go up a level when we get to the semi-finals, and then go up to an absolutely dizzy level I can't even contemplate at the moment, Tom, because the racing is so fierce at the moment. Can you imagine what it's going to be like when the whole event is on the line?
Yeah, that's the thing with this sort of format. It is literally a winner-takes-all competition as these guys start taking the kart for their next set of heats. And some fantastic racing being done so far. Honestly, fantastic performance from Ariane Ilias in that one to take that victory ahead of Caden Welch. It looked to me like Welch may have had the upper hand in terms of pace, but he didn't quite have the pace to be able to get past it. Just comes back to that old adage, catching up is one thing, getting past is quite another.
And Brad Jones, we hear you. You are absolutely right. On the social media, that's what I'm trying to say. Good defending makes you unbeatable. If you close out the big gaps for potential overtakes. Really, really good point, well made. He also says that kart 16 is well off the pace. We'll have a look at that, and if the drivers do say that the kart is off the pace, we've got marshals everywhere that can deal with those kind of situations. These karts brand new, as we said, 72 hours old, and for a fleet of karts, that is literally in a lifespan about 2 minutes, effectively. So, and the fact that these karts are going around so quickly, so soon into their life, bodes really, really well. If you are sat at home thinking you want to beat your lap time at TeamSport Warrington, then look at these beautiful pieces of kit that are absolutely flying around. And there's ample grip there, and yeah, there's a good chance if you want to beat your personal best that suddenly we got the kit there that you can do it.
Yeah, we've said it a couple of times that temperature and track conditions play a big part into it. One thing with the nature of this track being quite open, quite fast and flowing, is that when the temperatures drop, the engines run cooler. And when the engines run cooler, they seem to produce a little bit more power. It's only a microscopic amount, but it is just enough to be able to see the quick at times coming, usually around about the December, January, maybe early March sort of window. That's normally when we get lap records around here. But yeah, some really, really quick times. A few members of the 58 Club, we didn't get any when we ran this event back in June. But we've got, I believe, about 10 or 11 members at the moment.
Yeah, really good. And we're into heat number 5 now. So this is the last heat, basically. And just for race control, saying that cut 9 Jack Collins in the last race, causing a collision, I should say. Did I say position? Causing a collision. So I think that's a penalty point. It's not clear on the and a 5-second. That's a previous race. So just one penalty in there going in for Jack Collins. So we head into heat number 5, and as I was saying, this is the last opportunity for these drivers to score points to equal what their tally will be to go through into the semi-finals. And we have got Mason Chahal in pole position, Tommy Lee, who has really driven brilliantly. This is actually a bit of a mouth-watering heat, I think. We've got Matthew Bolton there lining up in 3rd place after the heroics of getting to 10th in the last one. Jack Bate is 4th on the grid. Ryan Shepherd is 5th. George Partridge 6th. Amelie is 7th. And we've got Kieran Leadbeater, who needs to make up for a little bit of disappointment, I think, from the last heat. Leighton Wheeler in 9th. Vito, oh, come on. What's he going to do from 10th? I'm excited what he can do. With the overtakes he was pulling in the last heat, he's got a lot of drives in front of him. Can't wait. Joe McVeigh is 11th. We've got Marcel in 12th. Archie Johnson in 13th. We've got Kai Baccini in 14th. John Manning is in 15th. And Ross Stephen is 16th. And here we go. We've changed back on the pace kart drivers. We're back with our Dave from Bristol. So he's driving around the hairpins. And again, this looks like a bit of a cracker. I think we're on for a green light here. So let's have a look. Now, let's keep an eye on Tommy Lee, right? Because the drive in second place really has done quite well on the previous. But let's have a look.
Oh,
10.
no,
Mason literally holds on. Great driving. Oh, we got 22.
Is that
22, Jack Bates is in the barrier, and 21, Amelie is right behind. They are both in the barriers, and we are running on the yellows.
Yeah, not quite sure what happened there. They just appeared in shot with Jack nose first into barriers, and Amelie Ackett looked like she was an innocent bystander in that one, and she just got caught out. But looks like for the first time, Mason Chahal off pole position has held on to position. Matty Bolton has moved up one. Tommy Lee has moved down one as we go back to green flag racing here at TeamSport Warrington as they file down the down ramp for what will be the first time of Askin. Looks like Kai Bacchini's made up quite a few places from the start of that one. He's now up behind the 11 of Leighton Wheeler, also known as Wheelie Fast at his local circuit. But Mason Chahal soaking up the pressure of vice champion of 2020, Matty Bolton. I can't imagine that Matthew's going to sit behind and wait to see what Mason's going to do in this one. I think he's going to try and lead from the front as they come over the start-finish line now. Mason Chahal leads the field away. 4/10 of a second is the advantage to Matthew Bolton. Tommy Lee, George Partridge, Ryan Shepherd in 5th. Good run from him at the moment. Vito Vogt already up to P6. Kieran Leadbeater in 7th. Later Wheeler in 8th. From towards the back of the grid, Kai Bacchini's up inside the top 10, which is a fantastic run from him at the moment. Archie Johnson's there in 12th place as well. Jack Bate running down in 15th. Hopefully he can try and find a little bit of pace and still have a good run in the semi-final. Very quick driver around this circuit, but soaking up the pressure at the moment as your leader as they head down the ramp. Mason Chahal on the 10 with Matty Bolton and Tommy Lee not too far behind.
And Matthew Bolton will really fancy this. He is the reigning champion. He finds himself in 2nd position with a lot of laps left. And no doubt, in fact, yes, there it is. There it is. It did need to wait another few corners. Matthew Bolton, absolutely brilliant move and goes into the lead. Even a little glance back to say, gotcha, kind of thing. And he is leading. And also the other standout performer so far, Vito Vogt, started 9th and is currently running in 6th. And that's another 3 good places made up. So again, absolutely fantastic. He's already, driver number 17, Matthew Bolton, already starting to just edge away at the front there. And driver number 10, Mason Chahal, he's got Tommy Lee right there. No doubt that I think he's going to have to do a little bit more defending as this race continues. But it's a great manoeuvre and it's a well-deserved leading driver for us in the BIKC. Matthew Bolton, absolutely brilliant stuff. And everybody there taking the racing line, nobody going for a gap, nobody trying to make a bit of a lunge, trying to lick it and send it. We had a bit of that in the cadets this morning and some interesting manoeuvres, which were absolutely brilliant to watch. And Matthew Bolton again goes through 58.9 seconds, leading with Mason holding on in 2nd place.
Yeah, Mason's not too far off the 58 club himself. Tommy Lee just inside the 58-second bracket. I said a while ago when I was chatting to Tommy's parents, if he can get back here, he's a good shot to take the whole thing. And down the inside he goes, just hung it to the right-hand side of the ramp. And he takes over 2nd position here. That's brought Ryan Shepherd, I believe, back right into the fight here. Looks like he's disposed of George Partridge already on this lap, and he looks like he's going to have a crack at Mason Chahal as they head down the ramp. Also further back, Kai Bacchini's now up inside the top 8. He's made another position up at the moment, but the fight over 2nd place files through the hairpin. Ryan Shepherd's trying to go for 3rd place. Mason Chahal desperately wants to get his 2nd place back off Tommy Lee. But just coming into this, I thought I just saw Vito Vogt slipping through shot there. He's in this one as well. He could be firing up towards the front of this one. He's in the top 5. George Partridge now 6th. Kieran Leadbeater in 7th. Kai Bacchini in 8th. Marcel's there in 9th. Leighton Wheeler in 10th. Archie Johnson now up to 11th place. But Tommy Lee just starting to stretch a bit of a gap to Mason Chahal behind. A couple of attempts is the advantage. Is starting to eat into the lead that Matthew Bolton has. Saying that, fastest lap of the race last time by. Matthew Bolton 58.08.05. He's flying here at the moment, trying to get away. And look, he's really looking at taking home this BIKC crown Looks like Vito Vogt is eyeing up his P4 at the moment. It's currently occupied by Ryan Shepherd as they head down through the chicane. He's a little bit further back this time, so probably not going to go for a lunge. As Kieran Leadbeater thinks about it on the 1 of George Partridge. Again, he thinks a little bit better of it, though. Ryan Shepherd, though, in the 7, trying to make a move around the outside of the 10. Looks like Mason just hung a little bit on the apex just to try and defend, but that's given Shepherd all he needs. He's down the inside into Dunlop 2. Vokes is going to follow him through. 2 positions lost in 1 corner. Great driving by these young racers here at TeamSport Warrington.
And Mason Chahal had a few crazy racing lines going on there. Just ran this section on the previous lap. And again, as he went out of that final hairpin, just lost a bit of momentum. And that's if you lose a bit of momentum on that part of the course, it is game over. And yeah, a brilliant overtaking maneuver. But Matthew Bolton at the moment is just stretching. 1.5 seconds the lead with Tommy Lee in second. And absolutely brilliant. Ryan is there in third, and it all looks extremely comfortable. But you've got to look at 15. Vito Vogt is now in 4th place. The leaderboard will update as he goes through over the start-finish line on this lap. And it really does look like he is the man on the move. If Amy's going to do some overtaking in this final lap, it's going to be driver number 15, Vito. And he's just a little bit behind the driver in front, but he could just make up another chance. Oh,
no, Radford's round. Oh, no, that's Joe McVeigh. Wrong suit.
Joe McVeigh spins around. He was running in 12th position. We are under yellows. And this surely is going to be the final lap of the race. So at the moment, Matthew Bolton, let's see what his lead kind of is. Once we're out of yellows, I think it's still pretty solid. Has to be said, we have a time penalty for Manning, a 5-second time penalty for John Manning, running down in 15th position. That's not going to be good news for him, but it is good news for the driver of kart number 17 who does...
Reds.
Oh, red light.
Red lights.
We're under reds.
Yes, the lights have gone to red, just trying to find out where it is. Oh, kart 18 sat with no driver at the moment. That's Joe McVeigh.
He's walked off.
Looks like he's not been too pleased about an incident out there on circuit. We did see him getting spun around the wrong way, and there is a chance that he may decide that he doesn't want to take any further part in this race. You've got one of the marshals now just recovering the kart back to the pit lane. We'll get that back into the pits in a safe position and hopefully get this race underway once again. Just keeping it over to one side so they can lift it up over the barriers by the look of it, or drive it round if the kart is safe to do so. Looks like they're going for the second option there. They're going to drive it back towards the pit lane. But what that does mean, if this race does restart, that Matthew Bolton is going to have to withstand Tommy Lee being parked onto his rear bumper.
Indeed. I mean, just parking the kart there. I mean, it's not Tesco's, is it? You can't park anywhere. So, yeah, so I'm sure the driver there not happy with something that's happened on circuit. We will get this race concluded as quick as we possibly can and get that car out of the way. And literally, we are right virtually on the finish line because we only had a few seconds to go. Matthew Bolton has got a really, really solid lead. There he is.
He seemed calm as anything there.
Yep.
Vice champion, there we go.
So he's off once again, and he's only got a few corners to go, and he will receive the checker flag. And this is heat number 5, and here comes Matthew Bolton, and he's going to come through. It's going to be another lap. There's
checker flag
very
goes.
late checker flag, but yes, Matthew Bolton wins, and Tommy Lee coming home in second. Ryan Shepherd is third. We've got Vito coming home. Well, fabulous result for Vito Vogt. We thought he might go I thought he might go a little bit higher in the last lap or so, but he did start in 9th position, finishes in 4th, and he could be really happy with how he's performed during the heats. Mason, great, very a lot of valour, I think, in Mason Chahal's battle to come home in 5th position. A lot of defensive driving. Wouldn't let anybody pass, really, and all the drivers overtook him really had to work their way past. George Partridge with 6th place. Kieran Leadbeater with a solid 7th. We've got Kai Benchini in 8th. Marcel in 9th. Archie Johnson in 10th. Leighton Wheeler in 11th. Jack Bate in 12th. Amelie ended up, she had that knock on the early part of the race and comes home in 13th. John Manning also with a time penalty in 14th. Then we got Joe McVeigh, who I think 15th, and Ross Stephen at the back. So, indeed, that was heat number 5. We got one more heat left, and then we will be looking at what the leaderboard will be to go through into the semi-finals. Everything to play for, Tom.
Yeah, there's still a lot on the table here, and this last heat now is the last opportunity for these drivers to influence where they're going to start on the semi-final grid. Just a reminder for those who have joined us and want to know what the format of tonight is, we are getting towards the conclusion of the heat races, so these drivers are all completed in 6 8-minute heats. The final of the 6th is about to head on track now for our second group of drivers. Then we're going to head to our semi-finals. 2 10-minute semi-finals will decide who is going to be taking up the grid positions for the main event. Then you've also got, in that semi-final, the threat of elimination. So only the top 8 drivers in each of the semis will contest the main event, which will decide who is going to take the British Indoor Karting Championship title. And potentially, we could see our first double champion crowned. Charlie Ratford with the opportunity of doing that this time out, as the drivers take their karts for what will be the final heat, and just over 30 minutes of racing now separates these drivers from a British Indoor Karting Championship crown.
And we have Marcel in the last race, came home in 9th place, but picks up a 5-second penalty. So, yeah, it's unfortunate news there, I would say, because that would push him back to 12th place. So a few points lost there in the grand scale of things, it has to be said. Right, let's just go see if there's anything else from race control here that is of valid. So driving, the yellow, the checker driver, he jumped out of the car on track, which we already know. And he's been disqualified. Joseph McVeigh disqualified for dangerous behaviour. And you can't really do that, you know, in any kind of competition, in any kind of race at a team sport track. Getting out of a car on track is one of the most dangerous things you can actually do.
Yeah, especially considering it's an indoor circuit. However, I do think it highlights the amount of pressure that these young drivers are on, that they all want to go out there, they all want to perform at their best, and if something happens that is outside of their control, then obviously they're going to get a little bit emotional, possibly the wrong way to show that emotion, but yeah, unfortunately that does happen sometimes. Some drivers do race with the heart on the sleeve. I used to be one of them. I used to be a bit of a hothead when I was racing personally, but yeah, it is a huge thing to go out in a British Championship and to put that amount of pressure on yourself to go out and perform, and unfortunately when it doesn't go your way, it can feel a little bit horrible out there.
And it's worth pointing out that there's a lot of comments on the chat about the driver being a superstar. Yeah, absolutely, but you know what, in this event they're all superstars, and when you think you've got 35 tracks in team sport and we have got the absolute elite drivers, that yeah, they are all superstars, but we come to a race meeting like this and it is the absolute best of the best. It is total Top Gun is what it is. And yeah, and also the drivers who are getting to the front, they are highly experienced. They've already done the BIKC Championship last year, and I think that experience of racing only a few months ago and then lining up here, that experience is really, really putting them in good stead. So, but there's a lot to go. There's a lot of racing. This is the last of the heats, so we've got 2 semi-finals. Look at that, Dave McGregor showing off the reverse button on the kart. Anything to show off, I'll be honest. Yes, the Christmas tree kart goes in reverse. Not as fast as forwards, obviously, but hey. So, here we go then. We are in for the last race in the heats. And let's have a look. And yeah, there's a lot of debate over that walking off track, as one would imagine on the chat. Some of it we're going to read out, some of it we're not.
Yeah, quite a lot of mixed opinions on the live stream, but as the drivers leave the grid, we'll run through the running order for this final heat. Jack Brennan, Liam Tricker, Ben Sproat, Tom Hughes, Kieran Eve, Christopher Bruce, Anthony Whitepitch, Jack Collins, Arian Ilias, Caden Welch, Simon Brillick, Daniel Varland, Charlie Ratford, Zacharias Kaufman, Alex Jones and Alexander Leach are 16 runners and riders for this final heat. The Christmas tree kart are heading through the final couple of corners, and now we get ready to go racing for what will be the final heat. Just 3 more races after this to crown our champion. Lights go green, we are off and racing once again. The field fans out, and it's the 16 Liam Tricker that takes the lead straight away. Oh, contact straight away. The 10 of Jack Brennan just down the inside. Looks like one went for the line, the other one was already there, and it just spat Liam off into the barrier, so he's been taken out of contention in this one. What that has done is promote Ben Sproat in the 17 up towards the front of the field. Kieran Eve in the 7 is up in second place, I believe. In the 15, that is Simon Brillick from 11th on the grid. He's running third after just a couple of corners. It's amazing how quickly things in BIKC can change. But the 10 of Jack Brennan down in 4th place. He's still side by side. Looks like Charlie Ratford now trying to make up a couple of positions as they head down the ramp. Liam Tricker looks like he did manage to get off running in. Looks like he's up in 5th place. I think he may have Ratford just behind him. Yes, he does. So Ratford already up into 6th place from 13th, as the 9 of Arian Ilias again trying to put on a defensive masterclass here in the opening lap of the final heat.
Has to be said, really feel for Liam Tricker, because he made an absolute stellar start. He judged that green light right down to the millisecond, and he literally was clean through there, and he got tagged from behind by driver number 10, who know he did it, put his hand in the air straight away. We have to see what James Hislop and the race director team make of it all. So Simon Brillick is looking very, very racy in 3rd place. He is really throwing that kart round, and we have got
Christopher
something
Bruce, I believe, that's
in
spun
the
around
barriers.
there. That's the one of Christopher Bruce, who's off at the exit of the tunnel section there. Lights are on yellow, and now once the circuit is clear, they'll be happy to throw it back towards green flag racing as we now head down the ramp. Looks like greens are back out now. It's still Ben Sproat the lead, side by side. Brillick versus Eve down the inside. Brillick throws it to the inside and just gets in front of the 15. Great move from Simon Brillick in the 15 to take over 2nd place from Kieran Eve as they now head under the Dunlop Bridge towards the start-finish line for the 2nd time of asking. I believe that may be Charlie Rafford up into 4th place. Liam Tricker, despite that off at the start, he's up in 5th. Whitepitch in 6th. Brennan falls all the way down to P7. Arian Ilias still in 8th place, again putting on a bit of a defensive masterclass for the guys behind. If you want to know how to defend in juniors, take a look at that lad in the orange and black.
And Ben Sproat has now really hit the front, 1.2 seconds over the flying number 15, Simon Brillick. Kieran Eve, who's getting a huge amount of support on social media, currently running in 3rd place. Charlie Ratford, the winner of last year's competition, currently running in 4th. And he's got a bit of work to do, because he is a good couple of 1.5 seconds there between Charlie and Kieran. So he's got a, you can see that gap actually coming down quite considerably. As I look at the karts, fantastic, and fastest lap time so far only just over 1 minute. So these guys, we know they can go faster. And Ben Sproat here, what we got? Here we go, 58.813 from Simon Brillick. He's got it, however hard it is, he's got to go a bit quicker than that, because Benjamin Sproat, didn't quite go quite as fast by 4 thousandths of a second. So the top 2 virtually on precisely the same speed. And we have another driver who has decided to pull into the pit lane. But Ben Sproat leading 1.2 seconds away from Simon Brillick.
That's the 12 round. Zacharias Kaufman's gone round, brought out the yellow light. So they were down towards the back end of the field already in 14th. As we try and wait for the lights to go back to green, with Ben Sproat still out in the box seat. Simon Brillick, fastest lap of the race so far. Can he use that to his advantage? Kieran Eve in the 7 behind. Charlie Ratford, defending champion, trying to do absolutely everything he can to try and hold on to his crown this time around.
This is really close up the pack, the yellows. So as we go over the start-finish line, there's going to be hardly anything between 2nd, 3rd, 4th and 5th. Here we go, charging into that corner. let's see, there's a few drivers just kind of setting themselves up. There's a little bit of contact is up from driver number 2, Charlie Radford. He doesn't want to get tied up with these drivers. He needs that clear air. He needs the clear air in order to make sure that he can get through and he can get on the back of Simon Brullick and maybe even go for the win with Benjamin Sproat. They've got time. They've got at least another couple of laps here. It is not all over. There's a lot of racing left in this one. And here we go, right down to the fastest part of the corner. 17 is clear, 15 is clear. But then, here we go, 7. Kieran goes defensive.
Looks like Radford tried it around the outside. Trick is in this one as well, despite the off at the start. He's still up and fighting. Proof should never give up in karting because anything can happen at a moment's notice. Over the start-finish line they go. That gap at the front is down to half a second. 2 seconds further back is Eve Radford and Tricker with a couple of tenths separating. White pitch just behind. Oh, looks like we've got another driver off. I believe that is the 18 of Daniel Varland who's down there as well. Alex Jones has taken a moment to get through as well. You can see what this means to these young drivers. They are fighting tooth and nail for this.
He's not happy, Tom.
He's
I definitely got
not
that
happy
from the body language. But here we go. We are now, we're back racing. We're back on green light and they're going to be coming down. And then it's going to be one more lap for Ben Sproat, who's now only 0.5 seconds in the lead from Simon Brullick. We got time penalty here for Leach. Time penalty, 5 seconds added on for Alexander Leach, who's running in 13th. Here we go, right down the fastest point. We got 16 on the outside. We got 2 trying to hold. Is on. Charlie Radford knows he's under a lot of pressure here, and he's got to hold this out for another lap.
Yeah, as they fire under the start-finish line, Eve Radford, Tricker, Whitebitch, they are all nose to tail, and this battle could go any way. That gap up at the front between Sproat and Brill, it looks like it's come up by a tenth, as Radford now is throwing everything at the back of Kieran Eve, but Kieran Eve is driving the widest kart the Biz have ever made. He's just putting it in the right places to make sure that you can't get past, defending up the ramp. That's an easy overtaking position. He should be okay up onto the flyover. He's got to keep an eye on his inside in the next hairpin, because if Radford's feeling a little bit brave, he could have gone down the inside there. Now it's going to be the move down in towards the first hairpin. Radford's going to have to line him up as they head down that long ramp, but he's got to be careful because you've got Tricker, Whitebitch, Arian Ilias is in this one as well. The 7 of Eve goes defensive. Radford's going to have to run it round the outside. He's not close enough to go for it. Looks towards the outside, but Eve just has him covered as they head towards that third hairpin. In front, at the front of the road, it's going to be Ben Sproat who's going to take the win against Simon Brullick. But it is going to be Kieran Eve that hangs on to third place, and fastest lap on the last lap, 58.538. Simon Brullick is the quickest junior we've got so far. Love to see a little bit of sportsmanship there between Radford and Trick, a little handshake at the end of that one.
But also Simon Brullick with that lap time of 58.538 was only 200ths faster than the last lap of Ben Sproat. So absolutely fantastic racing. And both those drivers totally neck and neck. Okay, right, that was the end of the heats. We are going to take a little break, and then we are going to sort out the grids for the semi-finals, where this really gets serious. We're going back to the studio.
Thank you very much, Russ and Tom. Junior categories, always knew that was going to be a bit of drama, right?
The most intense category I think we've got at the minute. It's crazy out there.
I can't wait. I'm looking forward to the finals on this one.
Absolutely.
Before we move on, though, we've got to get through some shout-outs. There's a lot of people watching all over the place. Keith. Hello to Keith. Naughty Norris.
Naughty Norris from Newcastle.
Yeah. Just to explain, Naughty Norris is a
naughty elf. It's an elf. Not a person.
It's very original around Christmas. Lucinda, hello. Joe McCann. Joe McCann needs a thank you because he was part of getting this place ready for the IDC, and he deserves, and his team as well.
Yeah, awesome.
Who else have we got there, Moles?
So we have got Robin from Harlow, Nikki from Basildon. We've also got Freddie and Monty. We've got Wendy and Duncan watching at home. Who else have we got?
I've got a load here, so you guys can just.
Yeah, you guys can just.
There's loads.
Hello to Sylvia, Andy, Ben, Liv, Val. Hello to Poppy from the marketing team.
And Poppy as well, she's there.
And a special shout out to Eva Atwood, who has been dealing with all of the parents today, and
which is
been amazing.
It can be a challenging role.
Yes.
Anyway, we've been running this competition to win some Smoking Bean merch. Okay, so we asked you to hashtag where you'd. I have been.
Yeah, so you had to hashtag I have been, send your pictures on, Instagram, Twitter and stuff, and we've had quite a few through. I believe we're going to sort of see them.
Yeah, so we're going to pop some up now.
So this is Naughty Norris,
This is Naughty Norris, sent in from Zach from Newcastle. So thank you for that, Zach.
And okay, so from Francine, these guys are watching in the Netherlands, watching a nephew race in the junior finals, saying "Go Flying Dutchman." So hello to you guys all the way over there in the Netherlands. And we've got one from Lindsay Hill here. I have been smoking round track. I love that helmet.
That's right here. That's Warrington.
It is, yeah, absolutely. And I believe this is another one from Lindsay Hill. I have been woken up too early. It's like,
I think we all
felt that. Yeah.
And then we've got I have been spinning my friend round at turn 1, which is what that is. Yeah, so we got that one there. And hashtag I have been to Warrington with my mama bear, and that's Rachel.
Oh, that's lovely. That's very nice. Keep them coming in. By the way, everyone we've just shown then, we're going to send you some merch.
Yeah, you've got some stuff.
We're going to send you some Smoking Bean beanie. There's a shirt. There's a tote bag. What would you put in your tote bag?
What was that?
The t-shirt and the beanie.
What? Yeah.
Are we giving them? We're actually
You would
giving
be
them
wearing
coffee
it,
as well.
wouldn't you?
That's it, yeah.
Actually get the coffee, right? We send
Bag of coffee.
one bag.
One big bag of
we'll have to
coffee.
wait.
So
8 kilos of the
surprise
stuff.
someone
We'll have to
with
figure that one out.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
What would you carry around in your tote?
In my smoking bean,
In your smoking bean tote?
I'd carry around my tops.
Oh,
stickers, cards.
He's so smooth, isn't he?
I'm very smooth. I really like them, to be honest. I think they're really cool. But we'll talk about that a little bit more. Socials, though, keep on it. Keep doing that.
Because we have 10 pairs of View Cinema tickets, 4 family tickets to any Merlin attraction, and 2 tickets to any NEC event.
How cool is that?
Oh, fully thanks to Coca-Cola,
Coca-Cola,
actually.
yes.
So big shout out to Coca-Cola for those
Thank you
prizes.
for that.
So keep your tweets, keep your comments coming in, and we'll keep an eye on them, and you could find yourself winning a prize.
Yeah. So we'll explain exactly how you can win all that in a bit. Just getting ready now for the finals of the junior. I'm really excited.
Based on what we've seen so far, it's going to be. I think it's going to be heavy. I think there's going to be a lot to watch. You're not going to want to miss
Feel
anything.
the tension.
Yeah.
It's been building throughout the day.
has, yeah.
I think everyone's
It's going to be good.
hyped and ready to go.
I think I'm going to pick a space just outside there, and I'm going to be absolutely fixated. I'm going to get my TeamSport flag wherever that's gone. I'm going to be out there. I'm going to be waving that. I'm going to be well involved. Where's my TeamSport flag?
I want to hear from the tracks as well. I know that all the TeamSport tracks have got this on in the fuel bar, or at least they should. Yeah, let's see where you are. Send in your pictures and we'll get them up. Because Basildon are making a big impact here today.
They are indeed. They've got a big banner.
I was going to say, have you seen the sweatshirts as well? The hoodies?
Yeah.
We'll have to get one of them in if we can.
Well, I see on the back. On the back it said, what is it? We're not here to take part. We're here to take over. I was like, that's really cool.
Okay,
like
there's
that.
a challenge set. Lewis has got our flags over there.
No, thanks, Lewis.
Lovely. Anyway, we'll be back shortly. We're going to be talking about the Tops F1 cards and see if we can stick as many of them as possible into this book before the end of the day, and we'll give loads of them away as well. But for now, let's take a quick break.
think this is a double one.
I think this is the right one.
I think that this is half of one.
I know, it's amazing. Sorry, I love that, Joel. 142, I found it in the sticker book. There we go, we've started it. Welcome back. I'm trying to organise all these F1 stickers and get them into this book, but there's so many of them.
We will fill the book by the end of the weekend.
Yeah.
So we've been going through, just trying to. The problem is because we've not got them organised, we don't know exactly where we're putting them. So we're kind of flicking through the book as quickly as I've just discovered something.
What?
Right, look at this. Right, I'm going to get one.
So he's been struggling trying to get these stickers to open, but you can actually
just fold them. If you just fold them, it peels off straight away.
That's great for me, because my nails, no way am I opening these.
And it means I'm not the only one sat here sticking all these things together anymore. What number was that?
Yes.
Yeah, so.
Anyway, enough of us going on about this. We've got the junior finals coming up, so 700 drivers initially signed up to this. We're now down to this. What are you expecting from this, Moles?
I don't even know. That is how crazy the heats have been. It's been so up and down.
Yeah, it has.
It's been amazing.
I just love reading the stats. To get here, we've had 6,436 qualifying visits from students.
That's huge, isn't it?
It's massive, isn't it? Yeah. So massive well done, and thanks to all the mums and dads, by the way, who's travelled all over the country with the little drivers.
We've got some big names in the final as well, so it's going to be very interesting.
Yeah.
We've got Charlie Ratford, we've got Matthew Bolton, Kieran Eve, Marcel.
Vito, yeah.
So many people, so many big names that we saw last year.
Yeah. So
and they've done amazing in the regional finals.
It's going to be awesome. I think we're just about ready to see what's going on. So for the junior finals, let's hand back to Tom Gibson and Russ Mabley. I think. Yes.
The official Formula One sticker collection from Topps. With over 230 awesome stickers of your favourite drivers and cars, plus essential F1 stats, records and quizzes. Your complete guide to the 2021 season. Out now.
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, here we are. And now we are starting to get to the sharp end of the competition. And Tom, it's that time, isn't it? We've got to put our money where our mouth is, yeah? And who's your money on, Tom, to win?
I still stand by what I said earlier in proceedings. There is probably at least 10 or 15 drivers out there that could win it.
You can't sit on the fence. You cannot sit on the fence.
Honestly, from what I've seen so far, looking at where he's probably going to be starting that semi-final, as it stands, I'm probably going to have to put my money on Tommy Lee, you know.
Really?
I think he could be a good outside shot. I actually said this to his dad around about, 3, maybe 4 months ago. If he can get through his local, get through his regional, get back to the national, he's got a really good chance of taking the entire championship. And honestly, I reckon from the speed that he's shown so far, the moves he's pulled and how quickly he's been able to get through the field, I'm thinking he could be a good shot for it.
See, my money, is on Vito. He's done brilliantly, and the main thing there is the overtaking manoeuvres. They've been outstanding. There've been a lot of outstanding overtaking in the heats, no question about that. There's some absolutely stellar moves, but Vito for me had the edge on those moves, and they really is a tantalising 3 races that we have got left. Now, ladies and gentlemen, we are just literally doing a little bit of fine-tuning to the karts. We have a little bit of fuel possibly going in. We might have already done it. So just to set ourselves up, I think there's a bit of checking tyre pressures going on, unless that's the tech team just looking like they're busy kind of thing. Give us a wave, tech team. Are you there? Adam Beale, Dave McGregor. They're the mechanics of the day. They've done a brilliant job, has to be said. They're walking away now.
I think they're a little bit too busy poking.
And so can the whole of live stream.
Yeah, I think they're a little bit too busy poking away at those Honda GX200 engines, just making sure they're all running at top condition to make sure that when we get this junior semi out, it is the drivers that are doing the talking and not the karts. And looks like we have got a few drivers up by the pit lane already, getting ready to go. Just looking through, looks like we've got, I can definitely see Caden Welch is in there. I think we may have Kai Bacini as well. He's getting ready to go as we get a bit of Century Sim branding going out there for the guys over there. As a few hot drinks being provided to the camera crew. Believe it or not, it is quite cold out there, and the guys guys at Revolution Audio doing quite a good job of bringing us some top quality live streams over the course of the last day or so.
Now the big thing here, the big kind of unknown, I would say, for the drivers is tyres. Because as Tom says, it is quite cold out there, and there's no doubt that the tyres would have cooled down during the break. There's been about 10 minutes or so. So with less grip heading into turn 1, this is going to be feisty. And let me tell you, I've got the grid for the first semi-final. And it is Charlie Radford starting in pole position. We've got Vito Vokes starts in second. He's my tip for victory. So, hey, here we go. In fact, this looks amazing. We've got Simon Brillick in third. We've Anthony Whippets is in 4th place. Ryan Shepherd is in 5th. Kai Bacchini is in 6th. We've got Arian Ilias is in 7th. We've got Marcel Chmielewski is in 8th. Caden Welsh, oh, he's been in the wars, hasn't he? Yeah, he's there in 9th place. We've got Jack Bate in 10th. Jack Collins in 11th. We've got Alexander Leach. He's had a very eventful event, as we said. Leighton Wheeler, who's really good, in 13th. Alex Jones in 14th. And we have got Jack Brennan in 15th. Those are the drivers who will be lining up. Just 15 lining up on the grid for the first of the semi-finals. Oh, and there you go. That's how the kart reverses. Look, that's just technology. You see, Adam Beale, he just knows how to show off, doesn't he?
Yeah, he looks like he may have just jumped the gun a little bit. So they're just bringing him back, reining him in a little bit as he's waiting and wondering, where's the rest of the field? Why haven't the karts followed me out onto the grid? But looking through that list of names, it's almost disappointing that only about half of these guys are going to book a ticket to the main event. Out of all those, any of those drivers could be championship contenders, but only 8 of them are going to make it. As Adam just doubles checks, it's like, oh, are we ready, guys? Can we have the guys coming out behind us?
I think easy, Tom. Easy 5 drivers in this race who are real contenders for the overall victory. I think it's a really, really tight semi-final. No question about that. And there you go, Adam. We've seen the kart go forwards and backwards. Can he make it go side to side?
Oh, maybe that may be asking a little bit too much, but hopefully we'll get a few tricks from the Christmas tree kart as he brings it forward a little bit more. The little checker flag sticking off the back of the roll hoop. A couple of people wondering as well why the roll hoop's on there. That is a spec for the American regulations. You can get roll hoops on karts just to prevent in the event that it may end up in a situation you require it. But
and can I just say, right, a big shout out. Pixie Fowler just put something on the social media. Shout out to all marshals from all types of motorsports. The Orange Army, without it, there's no competing. Simples. And that is such an important statement. And we rely very much on our marshals. They've done a brilliant job today, but all around the motorsport industry, the marshals really are. They keep motorsport going. And a brilliant comment there, can I just say, Pixie? And thank you so much for sharing it.
Yeah.
We've got a few others. We've got Josh is going to win, says fresh curry for sale. Okay. We've got Good Luck Charlie for Morgan Ratford. That's Charlie Ratford. So, yeah. We've got, here we go. We've got Vito, Kirsty Bell. Come on, Vito. Team Liverpool. So, yeah, there is. We got Ryan. Who said that? Fresh curry for sale. Ryan is going to lose. That's not nice. That's not nice. Come on. Right, here we go. So, Liverpool, says Sumner Speed. I hope that did that justice. Shout out to the mechanics. We're going to shout out to everybody, I think, at the moment. But, yeah, mechanics. We've got some brilliant mechanics here at TeamSport, and they do a really, really fantastic job. They look after what is, for us, our absolute core product. We always say that going karting and racing our karts like going to a restaurant. If the food isn't good, then you won't go back. And it's the same with us. The karts have got to be good. And our mechanics all around the business do an absolutely stunning job. And, what about a shout out for the regional directors? That's got to be surely. No, maybe. Let's move on. Right, so we got Charlie Radford in pole position, just the top two. If we had the top two, no other drivers.
Yeah, that would be a good race just on that.
Charlie and Vito, right? This would be stellar. So,
but then add in like Simon Brullock, Anthony Whitefish, Ryan Shepherd, Kai Vicini as well. That top 8, 9, 10 drivers down to Jack Bates. These guys now have to fight over 8 places available on the grid for the main event as they're led away. It's led away for the parade lap as they head towards the rolling start. It's Ratford, Vokes, Brullock, Whitefish, Shepherd, Bacchini's your top 6.
Look at number 2, Vito's already slightly ahead even of the pole position driver. He knows that he's going to try and do it at the start.
Yeah, we've seen the second place seems to be the favoured position as the pace car drops the throttle. We wait for the lights to go green. They do so now. It looks like Ratford got a really good jump there at the moment. Vogt slots into second place. Brullock immediately in third place. Whitefish behind. A little bit of bumping budget. Oh, Welch is round. Caden Welch takes a spin in the 14. He falls right down towards the back of the field. Looked like that may have been a little bit of a selfie, but the marshals will take a look at that if required. But leading them up the ramp, that is Charlie Ratford that leads, and up into second place, that is the 22 of Brullock. Where has Vito Vokes gone?
Tom,
looks like Vito's fallen right down. He's contact there from the 3.
Big accident on top of the hairpin there. That's driver number 3. That is Anthony Whipping, who is literally, we're going to surely have to get us, maybe even go to reds here as he is... he was literally holding. It was being pushed back out. It's being pushed back out.
Like
we are on the
yellows. Red. Looks like we are going for a red to bring that one under control.
Vito fell down there. I cursed it. I must have cursed it, Tom. He's running 5th or 6th. We are on the reds. We are just going to take a look at that and see if we need to reposition anything. And obviously, we're just going to check that the driver is okay. Just a little reminder of the safety element of any form of motorsport. I mean, we operate quite fast indoor go-karts, and these drivers are driving them absolutely as fast as they can possibly go. So, yeah, we're just going to... Yeah, he's fine. We're pushing him back out. He's going to be restarting. I think Adam's there on the pace car. He's
just taking a look over proceedings, just double-checking that the driver is okay. That did look like a pretty hefty hit they took into the barrier there. You could see them come forward. But unfortunately, motorsport is dangerous. It does say it on the back of the ticket. That's why we have the safety kit and the procedures that we do. But one of our marshals just up there double-checking that he's all good and trying to find out, trying to ascertain exactly what went on. But it did look like maybe that was a gap that didn't quite exist, the door closing. But the big question, that one, is what happened to Vito Vokes at the start of that one, because he went all the way from second. I'd probably put him just outside the top 8 at the moment.
I think he just got pushed out. He had the wrong line going around that first corner. Didn't get the best of starts, and then he just ended up on the wrong part of the track. And a lot of drivers were just able to go through and take that position. Just really unlucky. But what I will say, this is a long race. These races now go to 15 minutes. And we've already... 10 minutes. I do apologise. Getting carried away. Thought it was the final. 10 minutes. And we know how fantastic he is at overtaking. It's not over. It is definitely not over. But let's see. Here we go. We've got... So driver in kart number 3, Anthony, is going to... possibly resume. Here we go. He's going to slot into a different position. Still holding his head a little bit. You feel that in the morning?
Yeah, he will feel that one. That's not going to be pleasant. This track is tough to drive at the best of times. Add in something like that, it's not the best thing. It does look like he is going to pull off into the pit lane and potentially into retirement there. So that's an unfortunate thing to see. He does drop through and come to a stop in the pit lane. So that is a sad thing to be able to see, but it does mean we will hopefully be able to get this race off and running again momentarily. But looking through here, it looks like Vito Vokes is now just behind Marcel Chmielewski there, so that's going to put him, what, P5, I believe?
See, Stuart Nunnan has come in saying the cadet got repositioned before. Vito should be put back in place. No, he lost those positions without being hit, but from what I saw, it wasn't much contact. He was just kind of in the wrong place at the wrong time. And just a reminder that we do have full VAR facilities. I may have mentioned that a few times today. And so we definitely will be looking at that, and the race directors, there's marshals on every single corner, really experienced racers, led really expertly by James Hislop, and we will get to the bottom of everything. So here we go.
So there we go. We've got Adam Beale flying around in the electric kart. He's just hopefully getting that off the circuit so we can get off and racing again. And the driver's now in formation flying. We should hopefully be able to get off and racing. Another driver who looks like he may have moved up a position. I believe Kai Bacchini up into 6th. Arian Ilias as well is up in there as well. He's had a good run. He's got back in. He's got in front of Vito Vokes. So I think Vokes now in 6th place. They're just going to put the grid back together, make sure drivers are all together. And it looks like Vokes is going to get put back up into 2nd place because when we restart a race, it does go off the previous lap's results. So that would put Vito Vokes back into 2nd position. Just calling the next drivers forward. So that'd be kart 3, which I believe is... So that's kart 10 going back on. That's Anthony Whippet. So he will rejoin the circuit. He's been in for a kart change, so that's why he dropped into the pit lane, not going into retirement, as we may have speculated. So good to see him back in the race and in the running for a place in the main event, which hopefully should be coming up in just over 20 minutes of racing's time.
So here we go. It's just reforming everything around the next hairpin before we hit the start once again. And I wonder what Charlie Ratford is making of all this, because he had it absolutely nailed down, it has to be said. And a few comments like, can we replay? Can we show replays? I'm not sure we can, but not at this particular moment in time.
I think that's something the guys are just working on now, just trying to see if we can take another look at what happened at the start of the top to see what caused that incident.
We do have Joel here, who is a bit of a genius on all the technical stuff in the background, and he does a brilliant job like he does every year. We do have facilities for action replays, but not the easiest. When we're showing action replays, it's obviously we can't show the race. So it's the kind of thing that possibly we might show after the race is over, maybe. I will keep you posted on all of that. But yeah, a lot of speculation. Brad Jones just went for a gap that wasn't there. So
Fred Geeman there asking what numbers Ryan. He's just on screen there in kart number 7, Ryan Shepherd. I believe he's going to be going back off 5th place as we start the karts rolling again. Karts 1 and 2, positions 1 and 2 as they head through the 3rd hairpin. The lights are on yellow. Once again, we're going to be looking for a green light to get us off and running. Ratford, Vokes, Brillick, Whipett, Shepherd, Bacchini as they come over the line. Lights go green. We race again here at Warrington. It's a single file start here, so hopefully a little bit less frenetic, a little bit less contact, but the drivers get through. Bacchini already making moves early on at the expense of Ryan Shepherd there, so Kai Bacchini's not hanging around here. He wants to book a place into the main event, and he's going to try and go about it straight away.
And Vito Vokes was given that 2nd place back on the grid because it was a complete restart. As decided by the race director, so he finds himself in 2nd. He's got to do a better job of what he did last time, and he's got Simon Brillick absolutely all over him, has to be said, as they come down the final hairpin before hitting the down ramp. And here we go, and tell you what, number 22, Simon Brillick, looks really feisty at the end of here. Will he have a go? He's having a look. Oh, I thought he had a little twitch there to have a look down the inside, but he didn't go for somebody is. I tell you what, there's a lot of drivers are heading down the inside there, and they all get through. Brilliant stuff, but Charlie Radford here, he's got a 0.4 second lead, so he's going to be quite cool. He's got a different race now. He's got different people behind him, and he's got people behind him who are proven overtakers. Simple as that. Anthony Whipett in 4th place, really just about holding on to that 4th place from Kai Bacchini, who's running around in 5th. But the top 3 are just starting to edge away from the rest of the field.
Yeah, Kai qualified through from Newcastle. He's absolutely flying around here. Hasn't done the laps that some people have done around here, but he is wasting absolutely no time in trying to get himself into the main event, that 15-minute final. But the top three now look like they've got a little bit of a bigger gap. You've got a pack of three, a pack of four, as Marcel Chmielewski's trying to get in on that fight over fourth place. He currently holds one of the tickets to the main event. Arian Ilias in cart 11, he holds the final one. Caden Welch is up there inside the top 10 as well, hoping to book his place into the main event. But as they come over the line, looks like Radford's just starting to check out a little bit at the front. That gap now up to 6/10, double what it was before. But Chidi behind, he's looking to try and make the moves earlier. The World Championship commentators trying to look for a World Championship level move to make his way up into fourth place at the expense of Anthony Whippich.
And Vito there literally put his hand in the air just because there's a little bit of contact. I think Vito's a bit preoccupied with what is going behind him rather than what is going in front of him, and that is really allowing Charlie Radford just to, I wouldn't really say pull away, but just edge away. And Antti Whippick is in fourth place. Kai Bancini, those positions haven't changed, but look at driver number 9. Kai is right there once again. Are we going to see a look? Are we going to see a move? No, they all play it quite conservatively. Really, they're kind of setting themselves up for the next hairpin and then the final hairpin going in before you go underneath the Dunlop curves. But really, really good. Fastest lap so far is only a 59.1. As I say that, Charlie goes around in 58.8. Probably a little bit of stationary time, a little bit of tyres cooling there. I would have thought as the lap times have just fallen off a little bit for in the heats. They were, all the tyres at the end there would have been absolutely piping hot, and that's where the real lap times would have come from. And now it really does look like that Vito is driving a defensive race rather than an aggressive race. And the first time we've seen Vito having to do that all day. Usually it's been him right on the front foot, going for gaps that suddenly appear and driving absolutely brilliantly. But your top three at the moment, Charlie Radford, Vito Vokes in second, and Simon Brillick in third.
The bad news for Vokes is not only is Radford getting away, but also that train of cars is just getting bigger and bigger behind him. He's got Brillick already. Whitepitch isn't too far behind. Bacchini and Shepherd and Chmielewski are in there as well. So that very soon could become a 4 or 5 kart train, all fighting over second place. He just saw a little look there from Brillick. He thought about going for moves. They get over the line. We've probably only got around about 2 laps left. He looks to the inside, but Vokes just hasn't covered on the inside. Now that train is starting to form. It looks like you've got 6 karts now fighting over second place. All of these guys at the moment have a place in the main event. It's Arian Ilias who's trying to soak up the pressure from Caden Welch at the moment to hang on to a place in the main event in what should be around about 15 or so minutes time. But Vito Vokes, he's gone from the hunter to the hunted, as he's got Brillick right behind him as they now fire through the double left-hander. Radford, though, has checked out at the front of this one. It looks like he's got near 2-second lead. Just look at how big that gap is that Charlie Radford's got. He's proving why he is the defending junior champion here in the British Indoor Karting Championship. But Vito Vokes is going to do everything he can to try and stay on terms with the guys around him. But Brillick is chomping at the bit to try and get past.
I think Simon Brillick is going to make a move here. He's been looking really like he's been flicking his cart, having a little look at stuff. He wants that third place. He knows if he's going to become BIKC champion, really starting 5th or 6th on the grid in the grand final, it leaves him a lot of work to do. Charlie Radford, you're absolutely right, Tom, completely checked out at the front. And Vito Vokes is now really driving defensively. And look at number 10 on the inside. Look at Anthony Whipping. He's going to go through, and look at that. Anthony Whipping has taken that third place off Simon Brillick. Unbelievable stuff. And Simon Brillick, with all the setting up, he was so focused on Vito, he left the door wide open. And then Anthony Whipping said, I'll have a bit of this, and he was straight through. And suddenly the job in the grand final for Simon Brillick has got so much harder. But let's have a look. Is this the final lap? We're going to see. We're going to cut to the start-finish line. Are we going to see a checker flag, or are we going? Yes, we do. The checker flag is out, and Charlie Radford, great drive. Fastest lap of 58.731, who was the only driver in the top 5 to... Oh, no, I missed him. Anthony did it as well. But still, very, very good lap time, Charlie Radford. Vito comes home in second. Anthony Whipping is in third. That great move on the last lap. And Simon Brillick, who was really a bit of a star in that race. Unlucky there at the end. Well, left the door open, and you can't do that at this level with these kind of drivers in the semi-final. If you leave the door open, somebody, you know, whoever's behind you, they're in it.
Awesome. So the driver's just dropping back in, and now Charlie Ratford in with a very, very good chance of keeping hold of his BIKC national title. As the drivers filter in to the pit lane, I believe we're going to head down to our roving pit lane reporter, down to Rod Stone.
Hello, and in every one of our tracks, every customer that comes in always asks staff, who is the best driver that you have? Well, the answer is right here. This is John Lawrence, the reigning champion of the staff champs that we run in TeamSport every year. What do you think of the driving today, John?
It's very, to a high standard. I hope that race was pretty close. I would say the BIKC, it's an equal opportunity for many drivers, and motorsport is a lot more of like a business nowadays. There's a lot of variables that can make or break a driver. So yeah, the BIKC is a perfect platform for them to test their skills.
And have you got your eye on anyone today? Who do you think is going to win?
It's pretty close. We've had Anthony, who just had a big shunt in that race just then. So I think he's okay, but he looked pretty quick, to be fair.
And so what have you been doing karting-wise since winning TeamSport Staff Champs?
I've still been karting a little bit, and I've done a bit of hill climb racing. We're looking to get into like GT4s. Yeah, like I say, it's been a part of the Motorsport UK Academy, following the footsteps of some very successful drivers, such as Jake Dennis in the Formula E, George Russell is now Formula 1. So being around these types of athletes has been very beneficial in just developing many skills that can take me into the future.
Well, thank you for coming down today and giving me your time to do a quick interview. The drivers are just getting seated for the next round. Adam Beale is sitting in the car and ready to go. So let's head back over to the commentators.
Okay, we have quite big news because there's a time penalty that will be allocated to Kai Bancini. 5-second penalty, and that's to our reckoning. We believe that will demote him out of a grand final position.
Yeah, we're going to have to double check when the grids come out, but by our maths, I think that should drop him down. By our maths, that should drop him down to around about P11 or 12. But we'll just double check the grids when they all pop out. But we do have that second semi-final getting ready to go out on track.
Right, here we go. So we are waiting for the grid to come up for semi-final number 2. So this is going to be a 10-minute race, and then we will be running the big race, the grand final that will determine the BIKC final. Right, we've got special. We're going to hand over. Have we got it?
I think we may have a replay of what caused the red light earlier on.
We've got the replay of the crash here.
So heading up onto the top section, it does look like there's just not quite a gap on the inside. So just see it. Oh, that does look like it stings, unfortunately. But unfortunately, that does look like a gap that didn't quite open up on the inside there for young Antti Wipich there. Happily, though, he was able to continue, and does look like he's been able to book a position into the national final. That's just the proof of why we do have to have the safety equipment in place. That is why we do have to make sure that all drivers are safely equipped, and the karts do have the safety equipment to look after the drivers, including the barrier systems that are around the circuit as well.
But see, that is a fast part of the circuit there.
Yeah, it is a very fast.
His body come out the kart there and move forwards before going back into the seat. And yeah, he'll feel that tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, that's not the sort of thing that you shrug off. And the fact that he was able to actually carry on and keep racing in that and fight quite hard as well, it does show the caliber of driver that we've got out there, that he's able to pick himself up. To be a racing driver, you've got to be tough.
Yeah.
It's not an easy thing. If it was easy, everyone would do it. But to be able to pick yourself up from something like that and carry on racing, that is quite an impressive feat.
Now, here we go. We are, in fact, karts are leaving the pit lane. So we are back with Adam Beale in the pace kart Christmas tree on the start-finish line. That goes backwards and forwards. We've got, let me have a look here. Our screens have not quite updated yet. Let's see what's going on in the chat here. A lot of good luck, Charlie. Good luck, Tommy. And yeah, I do love my VAR, Rach. A bit of a shout out there. And yeah, I love you too. I really do. So love the commentators. Look at that. We've got a bit of love out there. Yeah, we'll take that. We will take that all day long. Right. The dude, my dude just drove straight into it. You see, that's what we thought, but we didn't want to say it really, did we, Tom? But we have the power of social media. Okay, right.
Yeah, it's almost like we've got a group of stewards watching along with us as well. They can take a look at the incidents and tell us exactly what's going on there.
Yeah, but also, Brad Jones backs it up, brave for going for it. Even if he got the gap, he would have lost more places than he gained. So, yeah, good move just to go for it. Come on, Archie, says Blob. So, very good.
I like this one from Alfie Phillips. Mr. Commentator Man, could you please say when Kieran gets on that he better win before, otherwise he's going to get beasted in the group chat.
Well, let me tell you, Alfie Phillips, okay, that from both commentator people, men, that, yeah, he's got to win. He has got to win. So, Kieran, if you can hear this, there is a lot of expectation there.
Yeah, so it does look like Kieran. I think he's going off P6 as the grid for the next semi-final does pop up. Pole position. You've had your pick in the front row. Now I've got my pick on the front row. Tommy Lee has Ben Sproat alongside him. Matthew Bolton, Archie Johnson on row 2. Kieran Eve, Kieran Leadbeater, Liam Trick and Mason Chahal. Just that top 8. Those are the drivers that if it finishes as it starts, will head into the main event. The drivers trying to get up there to get a position and get into the main event. You're looking at Zacharias Kaufman, George Partridge, John Manning, Daniel Val, and Christopher Bruce.
Can I just say, we've had this before, yeah, already covered this ground. Christopher Ball, shout out to Neil Durand, middleweight competing tomorrow. Yes, that is tomorrow. We are focusing on the juniors, and we're about to run semi-final number 2, and it's going to be great. It's going to be great. So here we go. In fact, now we're getting a lot of love, Tom, on as commentators on the a bit too much love. It's all getting a bit. It's going to my head a little bit.
I'll tell you what I'm loving, the fact that we've got a semi-final about to kick off. Tommy Lee and Ben Sproat on the front row. We wait for the lights to go green. They come across the line. They do so now. We're racing for the last semi-final. Tommy Lee on the inside, Ben Sproat on the outside, Matthew Bolton. Oh, Sproat into barriers. Looked like he just got a little bit of a lunge maybe from Matthew Bolton, but he's still there in third place. Fair play for carrying on there as he heads round through the tunnel section there. A little bit more jostling behind, but the top 3 are away and gone. Tommy Lee, Ben Sproat, Matthew Bolton are your top 3, not necessarily in that order as they head up onto the top section, but Tommy Lee is the one that leads them through. Archie Johnson's up there as well. You've got 9 of Kieran Eve in there as well. I think you've got Kieran Leadbeater. If he wants to avoid being beasted in his group chat, he's going to have to get his foot down and overtake about 5 or 6 other cars. They head down the main straight and head past the pit lane. Looks like you've also got the 12 up there as well. George Partridge had a really good run. Tommy Lee already having to go defensive from Matthew Bolton, the vice champion of last year. Definitely wants to try and get his hand on the championship crown this time out. But as they come across the line for the first time in this 10-minute semi-final, it's Tommy Lee that leads the field away from Matthew Bolton, Ben Sproat, Archie Johnson just behind as well. Looks like we may have a car not quite picking up there, as we can definitely see Matthew Bolton there in second place, but he's just dropped right down towards the bottom. But Ben Sproat now moves up into second place. Looks like they're still fighting. Archie Johnson's in there as well as they head up on the top section. You've got the 9 and the 11 of Kieran Leadbeater. This is now a 5-kart train, for the lead of this race, but Tommy Lee just starting to stretch his advantage. That advantage now coming up to around about 5 or so tenths of a second. Now as they head down the main straight, once again the 21, the 10, the 7, the 9, the 11, they're that close together. Liam Tricker in the 14's trying to get up there as well. He's got George Partridge in his way, but so far he's got a place in the main event. Trying to gain access to that elusive club though. John Manning, Thomas Hughes, they're in 9th and 10th, just 2 1 and 2 places and a couple of tenths outside of the main event grid.
Tommy Lee there, very, very wide line going around those hairpins. I literally thought he'd left a little bit too much of a gap there. But no, it's working for him. It's working for him in the fact he's gone around in 59.465. But his problem is Ben Sproat in kart 21 has done a 59.289. and is absolutely all over the back of him. And again, Ben Sproat has done some extraordinary overtaking manoeuvres today. I can remember the one around the hairpins in one of the early heats. So we know that he can overtake. And also Ben Sproat also very, very prominent in last year's competition. I say last year, it was the finals were in June. He's taken a different line here because Tommy Lee has had to go very, very defensive, and he's right alongside. He's right alongside. And number one here took that race, took that wide line and pushed him out a little bit. He had nowhere to go, but he's 21 has recovered, and Ben Sproat still remains in second position. But there's no doubt that Tommy Lee and Benjamin Sproat are slowing each other down. And in the background, Archie Johnson just go around in 58.373. What a lap time that is. Easily the fastest lap time of the event so far, and it's taken him right up to the rear bumper of driver number 10, Matthew Bolton, who has now started clocking up, thank goodness, on the circuit. And so his transponder is right there. This is really exciting stuff. This could go any way of the top 4 drivers with 6 minutes left to go, just 3 laps down. This has got a long way to go yet.
Yeah,
defensive for that one.
Tommy Lee
really
trying to go defensive.
Really defensive.
Yeah, Ben Sproat trying it around the outside. He's not quite close enough to go for it. That top 4 covered by, I'd probably put it less than half a second. Tommy Lee just a quick look over his shoulder, just trying to double check if Ben Sproat is still there. Yes, he is, and he's closer than ever over the start-finish line. 8 tenths is the gap. They're all in the 58 at the front, but still no one can live with the pace of Archie Johnson. 58.373, fastest we've seen so far. He's sat in 4th place at the moment, but all 4 of these drivers under the 58 second bracket. Does look like, though, as well, that Ben Sproat's visor does seem to be getting a little bit fogged up there. So maybe a few issues for him that's going to maybe slow him down, cause him a couple of issues as we get towards the latter stages of this race. Just over half gone at the moment, and these guys are still fighting.
Little bit disappointed that Rachel didn't pick up on that on the chat, Fabio's. Rachel, if you're out there, you missed a visor that had fogged up. I just want to make that clear. Also, there's a little bit of dust on that tyre there. That also.
Oh,
anyway,
yellow lights are out. Yellow lights. To see where that is. We look around the circuit, it looks like that may be the 18, I believe, trying to recover back onto the circuit. It looks like it may have been Thomas Hughes that took a bit of a spin as we get ready for lights to go back to green. Look how close that top 4 is as we go green once again here. There's about, what, 3 or 4 laps left to go, and Tommy Lee just has to soak the pressure up from the 3 drivers behind him, but he's got a vice champion and another driver with a lot of experience around him. Bolton to the inside, contact from the 10. That could end up attracting the attention of the stewards. It could also attract Archie Johnson into the top 3 of this race, but Sproat just did enough to be able to hold him off. Great defensive driving from Sproat despite that little bit of a touch from the 10 cars. I think that may put him in front of the stewards.
It might do. I would say, though, the gap was there, and they all turned in. It looked like a racing accident to me, and I don't mean a Max Verstappen racing accident, a racing incident. So here we go, but it's changed the order. It's really mixed it up, and Matthew Bolton has gone through into 2nd position. Can he do anything about the leader, Tommy Lee, who has now taken the opportunity to extend? The gap is a 2nd. This is the biggest we've seen it all the way through this semi-final. And Ben Sproat, he must be absolutely kicking himself. Absolutely kicking himself. He's got a lot of work to do now if he's gonna focus on winning not just this race, but the whole thing, the whole championship. And Archie Johnson still sitting there with that majestic lap time of 58.373.
Yellows again. We've gone yellow once again.
And the yellows. Let's see where this is. Let's see what's happened. And we all slow down. There's about 3 minutes of this semi-final remaining. So we're literally just scanning round, just seeing.
Yeah, it looks like it may have been something towards the back end of the circuit. Lights are still yellow at the moment.
Still yellows. This is such an opportunity here because Matthew Bolton is now right behind Tommy Lee. He's used kind of this opportunity to close up. So what was a 1.03 second lap time. We're off, we're green, and let's have a look. Let's have a look. There's time penalty for Mason, but we want to see going underneath here. Yes, absolutely. Oh, he's lost it.
Tommy Lee's gone out.
Tommy Lee absolutely loses it completely. And Matthew Bolton goes through
into the lead of semi-final number 2, and Ben Sprout is right with him.
Looks like that may have been a little bit of a mistake there from Tommy Lee, the only one he's made this entire race, but it's cost him 3 positions in the process. He's now behind Archie Johnson. He's just got to keep
black and white flag going out.
Yeah,
that's
I believe
Justin
that
Bieber.
may be going
He's
out
got
to
the black and white flag. Who's it going to be?
Yeah, that's gone out to Mason Jihad just to let him know about that 5-second penalty. That has been handed his way. But disaster for Tommy Lee, who's dropped from 1st down to 4th. The problem he's got, though, he's also got Kieran Eve and Kieran Ledby. So the pair of Kierans are fighting together, trying to work onto the back of this pack as they head onto the start-finish straight. This is going to be the final lap here of the semi-final. Matthew Bolton now takes over the lead. He's just got a 10th over Ben Sprout. Archie Johnson in 3rd, Tommy Lee in 4th. Kieran Eve, Kieran Ledby to George Partridge, Liam Tricker. They are the 8 drivers at the moment that have a ticket to to tonight's main event. John Manning's a little bit too far back. I think unless something happens, this grid may just be set. But unfortunately, that 5-second penalty for Mason Child just takes him out of the running completely as they head now down towards the hairpin on the flyover. Ben Sprout is all over Matthew Bolton like a cheap suit as they fire down the down ramp. Bolton just has to keep hold of this one. These guys don't need to fight. They don't need to mess about with positions. They've got a position on the front 4 rows. Ben Sprout took a look at it but thought better of it. Matthew Bolton a little bit wide on the exit that first hairpin, but he gets it back for the second one. Into the 3rd hairpin. He's going to come out of that through the S's under the Dunlop Bridge. The checker flag flies and Matthew Bolton takes the victory in the semi-final. Those top 4 drivers split by just 3/4 of a second at the line. Heartbreak for Tommy Lee, but at least he's got a place on the final.
What a race, has to be said, and what a drive from Matthew Bolton. All that pressure, and he turned into a diamond.
Yeah, diamond, as Lance Stroll very famously said, diamonds are made under pressure. But as cheesy as the line is, that's the case of what happened there. Matthew Bolton just capitalised on an opportunity. So drivers now make their way in towards the pit lane. I'll be honest, looking at those times as well, all of them under the 58.6 bracket as well. The slowest of them, Tommy Lee, at 58.691, as the drivers foul their way into pit lane. We're going to head down to our very own Ted Craffitz. Rod Stone, it's over to you.
Did you see that? What an absolutely fantastic race. Well, with me now is our technical manager, Adam Beale. Hello, Adam.
Hi, Rod. How you doing?
Not too bad, thank you. So Adam has been heading up his team of mechanics right the way from the local finals, through the regional finals, and now we're all here. So, Adam, we have a brand new fleet. Tell us about these karts.
Okay, so we've got the latest Biz karts, Evo 3 adults and cadet fleet here now. We've recently started using the cadets to upgrade from the Evo 2, which has been a solid workhorse for us for many years. We're at a bit of a limbo stage at the moment between keeping putting on new petrol fleets in and moving towards our new eco sort of outlook and going into the electric side. But the current fleet of Evo 3 adults, they're a slightly thicker gauge chassis than the last ones, a bit of a stiffer ride, but I think most people here will hopefully agree they drive absolutely fantastically.
I've driven the new fleet and they are absolutely fantastic. The modifications that have been done through advice from TeamSport that Biz have taken aboard is absolutely brilliant and only good for motorsport. But you can't go anywhere without telling me about the Christmas tree pace car.
The Christmas tree pace car. So that is the latest in electric car technology from Biz Cars. It's the Biz EcoVolt GT. It is lighter, faster, and more exciting than the NG Plus that we currently use in our electric venues. It's got a better capacity battery, much better for the environment because the cells actually last longer. We should be able to get the entire car through its lifetime with only one set of batteries in it. It can last up to an hour on track. Not that we'll do that, but that's what it can actually do. It handles fantastically. I think you'll agree, watching it drive around the track, it looks absolutely stunning, and it's been a fantastic pace car. Real reason for it coming today is really to showcase what electric karts can do. Gone are the days where everything electric was like a milk float. This is a serious piece of kit. I'm a petrol head through and through. When people started talking about electric to me, I laughed. Electric isn't my thing. I pushed back, and then I drove that, and that changed my outlook. Hopefully we'll get a bit of time over the next couple of days to be able to give it a good run against the petrol car, so we can really show what it can do. We had a little race this morning behind the scenes, and it's safe to say I'm not the slimmest and most finely tuned racer out there, and I was racing someone that is, and I absolutely wiped the floor with them.
I saw that race and it was absolutely fantastic. Hopefully we'll be able to put a video on and put that on social media so everyone else can watch that at home as well. But thank you very much for your insight into the karts.
Anytime.
And can I just get a quick shout out for all the spectators on the gallery? Give a shout out, guys. Thank you over there. Well, soon they will be giving out the names ready for the finals. So back to the commentary.
Okay, and you heard it first, ladies and gentlemen, from Adam Beale. He's not the slimmest. You heard it here first. Yeah.
Oh, you're absolutely horrible. You're absolutely horrible there. That's mean.
Fantastic. And that Christmas cart, yeah, that it is a cracker, isn't it? That
Yeah,
Christmas cart.
I've seen that thing in testing, and honestly, the pace that it gets off the line is ridiculous. And the top end speed, you think the electric carts, because it accelerates that quickly, that the top end may not be there. Trust me, it is against these petrols.
We run electric carts, obviously, in our Manchester Victoria venue. We also run electric in Stoke, which is not a million miles away. Lots of other tracks down south that run electric carts. I'm with Adam in the fact that I've been in, dare I say it, I've been in karting 31 years, Tom, yeah? And complete petrol head, but this electric cart that we are using already, and this update that Biz have got, they're sensational pieces of kit. They really, really are. And I love driving the electric carts. I absolutely think that they are the future. There's no doubt about that. And yeah, you can rest assured that when we do go electric everywhere, we're going to have a fantastic piece of kit for everybody to use.
Yeah, they're so much fun. It also seems to be the way that motorsport's going, making sure that we are looking after the environment and dealing with our commitments that we have to, which also is where our prize partner Total Karting Zero fits in. Indeed. As well, a electric karting series built by Rob Smedley and providing a fully funded season in Total Karting Zero for the winner of the main event, which hopefully we should get a grid shortly. You can see a few drivers milling around, hopefully trying to find out the scoop as soon as the grid is published up there. And as soon as we've got a copy of it in the commentary box, we will bring that to you. But honestly, the electrics are so much fun. They're also a really good leveler as well. Sometimes we'll take staff teams and we'll go race at other circuits. We went to Stoke, and how the difference between the gaps around this track where we normally race is maybe 3 or 4 seconds. At Stoke, I believe it was like 8/10 between nine staff. Granted, Stoke is a smaller circuit, but it's not that much smaller. So, especially the electrics, it can be a very good leveler, especially if, like myself, you pack a touch of success ballast out there on circuit.
Indeed. And again, a lot of banter going on the social media. Zin Judge says, we love sexy Archie. Like, it's getting quite personal. It's getting
not
quite
before
personal.
The watershed, guys. Give it a couple of hours.
Ronald James, Vito shouldn't be in this. He crashed into a barrier and got lucky with a red flag. Yes, he did get a bit lucky. But you know what? This is motorsport, and luck does carry a fair amount in it. It really, really does. So you gotta ride your luck, really, haven't you? You've got to ride your luck. And yeah, I'm almost getting a little bit of abuse for that particular comment. Not going to go into that. But yeah, Matt Lintott says Adam should do a lap in reverse. Yeah, would like to see that.
Now that would be interesting.
Might take a while. We've only got 2 or 3 minutes, so no, we weren't going to go kind of that far. Shout out for the Cardiff lightweights, Luke Evans, and the man who just missed out, Joe Peters. Again, that's all for tomorrow. Another shout out from Jennifer to Luke Evans.
Yeah, and another reminder there from Alfie Phillips to Mr. Kieran Eve. If you're on the grid for the final, you better put it on the podium. Otherwise, the beasting you're going to get in that group chat is going to ruin you. I think that's all the motivation that Kieran Eve's going to need in this upcoming 15-minute final. And hopefully, it's not going to be too harsh for him if he doesn't end up on the podium.
And
good luck to him.
Now, Tom has even chimed in. Archie is extremely good looking. I'll be honest. So yeah, just it's important that that kind of stuff gets covered in the group chat, I think. So keep it. Arthur Way, Tommy Mike, greatest of all time, says Ollie Sanders. But is he good looking, Ollie? You know what I mean? You didn't mention that in the post. We've got Holly and Bobby just saying wave. Okay, good. Christopher Ball, shout out to Harry Bell, completing in the lights category tomorrow. Yeah, we got the lights and the mediums and the heavies coming up tomorrow.
Yeah, 3 more
Lots
classes
more
of
racing.
great racing.
If you've enjoyed watching this today, and you would have enjoyed watching as much as me and Tom have enjoyed doing it, because this is brilliant fun. This isn't work, is it? It really is.
No, it's not, but it's good fun at the end of the day.
Indeed. Shout out to TeamSport Harlow. That's what we got. We've got Morgan Ratford. Shout out to Baston Drivers. Smash it, guys. We've got Alfie Phillips. I love these commentators. We love you too, Alfie. No comments about how good looking he is, but hey ho. We've got Blob. Not going to say the next bit. Come on, Archie, you can do this. Blob bum, I can say that. You know what I mean? Come on, Archie. Yes. Baston is dead. Really? Right, what else we got? I should really read these comments before I actually read them out over this.
Yeah, be good. You don't want to repeat of the Liz Anya moment, do you?
Rachel's been very diplomatic, is all I would say. Not gonna read that out, but yeah, very diplomatic. But it's racing. It's what it is. It's racing. Now with all the technical stuff we've got, all the wizardry, all the action replays, with all the experience, with James Hislop up there, it's motor racing, and motor racing is very much. The beauty is in the eye of the beholder. It's all about controversial, it's all about opinions, and all we can do is really look at it with all our experience, with all our technology, and make the decisions as we see it. And it's as fair as we can possibly make it. We've got brand new karts. They're being tested and tested and tested. We've got, who's that, eh? Who's that in there? Yeah.
Yeah, we've got the boss getting himself sorted. He looks like he's going to go and help the guys sort the circuit out. So everyone getting involved here and bringing the BIKC to everyone there.
We've got CBX Explosives. Shout out to Kieran. If he gets podium, I get him sponsored.
Bolton, Vito Vokes and Charlie Ratford around him. I honestly can't wait for this next 15-minute final.
And also, JATP Racing reminding us that, we might have a double champion.
Yeah, it's the first opportunity we've got. There is a couple of chances tomorrow for us to get some double champions. We do have, like we say, 5 champions back for this year, Charlie Ratford being one of them. And could be the chance to get the first double champion. He'd be one of the only drivers to defend his championship in the category that he won it. Tomorrow we're going to see Dante Dillon in the lightweights. He was featherweight champion last year. Then in middleweight we have rising star champion Mackenzie Jones is going to be going up against heavyweight champion George Boothby and lightweight champion Sam Slater. They're all on the same grid together. So the potential for 3 former champions to be on the same grid, all fighting over 1 crown.
Oh, glad to see that the stream is back. I see on some people saying that the stream was lagging a bit, but now, just in the nick of time, it is as we focus on Dom, who is the CEO of the entire business, just doing a bit of mopping up water on the circuit. But here we go. Blob is back on, saying Tom, love you. I think that's meant to be, but it's got T in it. But hey ho. What else have we got? Harlow runs rings around Basildon. Oh, that's a bit
love a little bit of track rivalry. Rivalry.
Let's not start that. Let's not start that.
There's a little bit of inter-track rivalry. It isn't like that us track staff don't get behind our drivers. I know quite a lot of the time you'll get some of the staff will even go to the regionals just to support their drivers. I know the guys at Basildon, some of their guys went down to the regionals just to see how their drivers were getting on, to try and see what was going on there. Then it's also a case of us double-checking live timing during the regionals, keeping an eye on what our drivers are doing. But we do already have one champion today as the drivers now start taking their karts, which means we're not too far away from our second final of the day. And Russ, I've got a grid. I've got a grid for you. Should we go through it?
Do you want to take it away, Tom?
In pole position, he's going to be taking kart 11. It's going to be Matthew Bolton joining alongside him. Defending champion Charlie Ratford, vice champion and champion the opposite way around this time around. Second row, Ben Sproat, Vito Vokes. That is one to keep an eye on there. Archie Johnson, Anthony Whitepitch on row 3. Tommy Lee and Simon Brillick in P8. Marcel Chmielewski, Kieran Eve has a lot of work to get onto the podium to avoid that beasting in the group chat in P10. Ryan Shepherd, who can move quite a way forward from P11. Kieran Leadbeater in P12. George Partridge will take 13th. Ariane Ilias makes it through to the A final in P14. Caden Welch and Liam Tricker complete the grid, which does confirm our deepest fear that 5-second penalty cost Kai Bacchini the chance to get on the final grid.
Yeah, we definitely called that one right. Zach in Newcastle wants me to sing some Cheeky Girls. Now, I would do that usually, if I'll be honest, but I think it might just take the sting out of what is the final of the BIKC Junior Championship. So I'll have to do that. I'll have to give you I'll sing to you Cheeky Girls next time I'm in Newcastle, all right, in a one crew meeting.
I think it's going to be a present for him when you get up there.
I've just lined myself up for something terrible, so I won't do that.
That sounds like something that may come out as at the Christmas party, mate.
So, yeah, so here we go. And we've got Dave McGregor has the privilege of driving the pace car around for the grand final. And I think we're looking like we're on. And tell you what, these karts have now been stationary for a while. I mentioned this before the start of the semi-finals about tyres going cold. And we saw some really interesting strategies earlier on today with that, with drivers just holding back for the first couple of laps till they really find where the grip level is, and then suddenly putting the hammer down and pulling away. So, yeah.
You are getting pressured now to sing. You are pressured. You are getting pressured now.
The karts are literally. I don't know any Cheeky Girl songs, if I'll be absolutely honest. If you'd said Britney Spears, I'll be all over it. You know what I mean? But right, what else have we got? Come on, Charlie. Charlie Ratford, come on. A lot of love there for Charlie. Hopefully, Archie gets top 3. I'm looking really. Well, you know, he's 5th. It's like that's not beyond the realms of impossibility. I have that video evidence. Thanks, Zach. Yeah, I bet you would. Yeah, indeed. We've got Morgan Ratford saying, come on, Chaz. Yes. TeamSport. Well, Blue Roll is so much better, I'll be honest. Because with I'm not even going into it, but Blue Roll is a magic substance, and it actually does do a better job. So here we go. Sing
all
like
we're getting
Spice
is a
Girls.
lot of pressure for a little bit of Spice Girls here now. As the juniors are heading out onto the grid, are we going to get Russ to give into the peer pressure? That's the question right now.
You're not. No, it's your fact. Come on, Charlie, says Sniper JYT. So there's a bit more. Yeah, let's go. There's a lot of people viewing into this. There's a lot of people tuning in. Sing Wannabe. I tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I tell you what I want, what I really, really want. I want the best final we've ever seen in BIKC.
Oh, you worked that one out quite well. That worked for you there. So there's quite a bit. There's a bit of support there from Matthew Bolton saying, "Bring the trophy back to Mitcham. Bring that nice, massive first place trophy back to TeamSport Mitcham." He's going to have to deal with Charlie Ratford, who's qualified through from Basildon, Ben Sproat, who's through from Trafford Park, Vito Vokes, who's through from Liverpool. A couple of northern drivers there, and Archie Johnson who has qualified through from Nottingham. So nice little breadth of tracks already in... nice little breadth of tracks already in this final.
I'll come back if you sing. Oh, what can I sing? What can I sing that I know that's corny enough?
I think in about 50 minutes time, someone's
song. We are the cheeky girls. Like that. That's enough, Rach. You've got to come back.
Oh man, that
Sign
happened.
Rachel up. She's already put it down.
Oh,
right,
man.
here we go. What else can I just... Ryan Shepherd for the win, says Zach Scott. Zach, now, Ryan is starting 11th, so we like a bit of optimism. That's what I would say.
To be fair, Ryan Shepherd, he's a very, very quick driver. His only problem, he's out on a grid with a lot of very, very quick drivers. The last couple of grid events that we ran on Thursday night before leading up to this, he was firing in those 58 seconds. He hasn't quite had luck on his side today, which obviously is part of motorsport. You do need to have a bit of luck as well as a bag full of talent.
Here we go.
As we head off and we get ready to race.
All right, I'm going to take you through the first lap of the grand final. Dave McGregor takes around. This is going to be a goer. All these drivers absolutely precisely in the positions that they need to be to make this race start. So we're going on to the start-finish for the last time today, and we are waiting a green light. We're surely going to get it, and we are racing in the grand final. BRKC and Matthew Bolton gets a brilliant start and uses that pole position and gets through and leads the race going through the first couple of corners. Number 10, Charlie Radford, and these two drivers are already absolutely charging away at the front. We got Vito is there in third place, but he's struggling a little bit to get that car up the hill and has an absolute army of drivers behind. And look at the gap that was already formed between driver number 11 Matthew Bolton and driver number 10 Charlie Radford. Now these two were absolutely slugging it out on track last year. We saw an extraordinary race, and we're going to see the same as number 11 Matthew immediately goes defensive. Charlie looks quicker at this moment in time. Charlie really does look faster. He's got a much better exit of that corner. He's got speed here. He's going to have to lift off a little bit and stay right behind him. Let's see if he goes for the inside going into this corner. No, he doesn't, just stays there. He knows, though, he's got to find a way through. He's got another 14 minutes of racing to make this happen.
Yeah, the smart money now will be for these two at the front to start working together to build a bit of advantage over Vito Vokes, who's already up to third, with Archie Johnson, Ben Sprout, Anthony Wypage and Tommy Lee completing your top 7. Simon Brillick down in P8. Kieran Eve has made up a few positions already. He's inside the top 10, running P9 as we watch our leaders head through the double left-hander, head down the ramp. It is Matthew Bolton, vice champion, leading defending champion, as they head through the fast chicane down by the pit lane and head towards T1. Bolton's already going defensive. Johnson was looking for a move on the inside of Vokes. Vokes already having to defend as well, so these guys already throwing everything they have at each other. We're only 2 minutes into this 15-minute final. Radford has his hand up. He's not quite happy with something in front, as it looks like Vokes is being hounded by Archie Johnson just behind as they head through. These guys are all running in the mid-59s. 58, though, is the fastest lap for Simon Brillick down in P8 at the moment. But Charlie Radford throwing everything he has at the back of that 11 car. But Matthew Bolton at the moment just holding him at arm's length. Meanwhile, Vito Vokes in third place is still soaking up all the pressure from Archie Johnson up on the top section, though. Just have to be careful, run their line. There's a chance to overtake at this bottom hairpin here. Bolton's got it covered. Now it's the double left. If Radford wants to make the move, it's going to have to be into turn 1. And he's going to have to be brave because Bolton's going to know he's coming. Bolton's had enough races around here to know where you need to defend. Look at that train of cars firing through. The entire grid is nose to tail here. Bolton tries it to stay towards the inside. Radford thinks about going to the outside. Needs to try and move to the outside now. Get a good run on the exit of the corner. He's not close enough to do it. You can just see Bolton gets the drive off the corner as they head now over the line. 3 laps in the book. I'd probably say it's around about 8 to go.
Here we go. Now, what is absolutely apparent here is Charlie Radford has got serious excess speed over Matthew Bolton. No question about that. He can just stay with him absolutely everywhere. At this stage of the race, and pace can change. We've seen that a lot as we go through races, that at this present moment in time, Charlie Radford has got the speed. He needs to make it happen right now, because it might not stay like that all the way through the race. And also, I think Matthew Bolton, he really is looking and driving a little bit defensively. He knows he's trying to make his kart as wide as possible, and he's almost accepted the fact at this particular moment in the race that Charlie Radford is just a little bit quicker than him. He's thinking if he can just keep him behind, in a minute it will start coming to him. Perhaps just to do with grip, perhaps just to do with the warming up of the tyres. The tyres were very, very cold at the start of the race, but the way it looks at the moment, and there's a move! He really went for it. He was alongside. Did he make it through?
Yeah,
yes,
Radford's
he
through.
did.
The defending champion takes the lead away from Matthew Bolton. It took him 4 laps to have a crack at it, but Radford now leads as he heads through and up onto the top section. You see the crowd cheering from the bridge. It's great having so many spectators here. It's a real vocal crowd that we've got here at TeamSport Warrington. With 10 minutes to go, Radford now holds the box seat, and it looks like he's just starting to stretch a bit of an advantage to Matthew Bolton. Bolton doesn't look like he's quite close enough, as you can hear the cheers of the crowd as they drop down underneath Vokes as well. He's going to have a lot of pressure still from Johnson and Sproat, and behind you've got, it looks like Whippich and Brillick going at it. Tommy Lee now down in 8th position. He's got Marcel Chmielewski behind him with Kieran Eves still in 10th place at the moment, as he's now dropped through. We're looking at the fight for 3rd place between Archie Johnson, Ben Sproat. That is drivers from Liverpool, Nottingham and Trafford Park all going at it, but at the front, Basildon lead here with Charlie Radford, the defending champion, trying to become the first double champion in British Indoor Karting Championship history.
Okay, brilliant stuff. And we've got 2 races here now. We've got the race for the win. We've got Charlie and Matthew that are literally at the front taking chunks out of each other. And there's no doubt that Matthew Bolton has got quicker since being passed. He knows he has got to get, if he's going to win this, he's got to find some speed from somewhere. He's probably had a look at the lines that Charlie's using. He might have altered his driving a little bit, but he is faster. There's no question. It's not done yet. And then we've got Vito, who is literally driving extremely defensively in 3rd place, and has got a string of drivers that are right behind him that really want to go through. So we got the battle for the win, and we got the battle for 3rd. And exceptional driving at the moment. Everything absolutely cleans the whistle. But as I say that, there's a little bit of a nudge here, I think, from Archie Johnson, just letting Vito know behind, just letting him know that, did you get the email? I'm right behind you and I want to come through. So, yeah, a lot of great driving out here. Now, we're about halfway, I would say, through the race. So still a lot of racing yet to come. And we've got a time penalty for Simon Billick. Time penalty for Simon Billick. That's 5 seconds. So, Simon Billick, where are we? Right, we are... Oh, we're down in 15th.
We're down towards
15th place. So that won't make a great deal of difference, if I be honest.
Yeah, so it's dropped Brillick out of what I believe is 6th place. Looks like Archie Johnson actually has moved out to try and make the move on Vito Vokes. Just showed the nose, just trying to make sure that Vito knows he's there. That young driver from Liverpool, he had a torrid run at the national finals last year, but Vokes is trying to keep on the podium here. The guys at the front are still setting the pace. Radford goes faster once again, 58.5. That gap at the front is now up to a full second against Matthew Bolton. All of the top 7 drivers are now under the 59-second bracket. Correction, top 8 drivers are all in the 58. Fantastic pace coming from these guys at the moment, but it's still Radford that leads. We're watching the fight over 3rd place. You've got 3 karts in it. You've got the number 3 occupying 3rd. That's Vito Vokes. Archie Johnson, Ben Sproat is your top 5. Ben desperately trying to get on terms with these guys, but Vokes is just hanging on at the moment. But that gap, the longer he defends, the more that this gap in front is going to start stretching out. Bolton, though, looks like he's almost settling for 2nd place, but with 7 minutes left on this race, absolutely everything could change.
Now, the man to watch here is Ben Sproat, because he doesn't have any pressure behind him whatsoever. And some of his racing lines in the last few laps have been like there, like right wide. And that's proper contact there from number 15. proper contact, and the officials will be all over that. But you can see driver number 16, Ben Sproat, knows he's not under any pressure behind. He's able to take the absolute fastest, widest line to get as much momentum as he possibly can to try and overtake 15 Archie Johnson, who is no question absolutely being held up by driver number 3, Vito Vokes, who has gone from being really aggressive early on in the heats to driving super defensively, but he's got to hold on that defence. And as I say that, Archie Johnson is absolutely right behind him here. We're looking at the hairpin. Who's going to come out? Once again, Vito holds it, and number 16 is now almost alongside Archie Johnson, trying to go through into 4th position. And as we go on, Tommy Lee is also starting to join this battle. In a minute, we are going to find that the battle for 3rd is not going to be 3 drivers, it's going to be 4, it's going to be 5 drivers. I think we are at that point now. We've got to move. We've got to move from driver number 7.
That's Simon Brullick there. He's just set the fastest lap of the day at 58.3. However, he does have that 5-second penalty hanging over him, hence why he's showing his 15th in the standings, even though he's hassling Archie Johnson over 4th place. But Ben Sproat now has Tommy Lee all over him, so despite holding that penalty, he is still free to race. Brullick can do what he wants, providing within the regulations, but that penalty will just drop him down at the end. But it has cost Sproat a little bit of time for the guys in front. What it has done is take a little bit of the pressure off Archie Johnson behind. So Johnson now, instead of looking over his shoulder, could just focus on the rear bumper of that kart of Vito Vokes in front of him and just try and push on as hard as he can. Out in front though, Charlie Radford goes over the line. 58.409 is his best. Brullick at 58.3, so a 10th quicker. Brullick compared to the race leader at the moment. That gap at the front is now up to 2 seconds. Radford doesn't just want to win this, he wants to dominate this race.
And there's a lot of love on social media for Charlie Radford and what he is currently doing out there on track. Come on, Charlie, just commit to it. Charlie, no mistakes. Come on, Charlie. Once a champion, always a champion. Go, Charlie. It really is. It's like he is just comfortable now. And the battle, the race that we've really got is for 3rd place. And it's Vito and now about 5 or 6 drivers that are right behind. Matthew Bolton really does look like with a 2-second gap, unless we end up with something happening and having to have a pace car and that gap naturally coming down. It really does look like that it's Charlie Radford all the way, and he has driven absolutely brilliantly, but it's not over 3rd, and 3rd also is a very big trophy, it has to be said. So Vito has it at the moment, but it's not a cruise for Vito. He's going to have to drive absolutely the race of his life if he's going to hold on to 3rd place, because they are absolutely queuing up behind.
Yeah, the fight for 3rd at the moment is 5 cars to 7. Will factor out of that one when the final results are published, but he still has to fight for it on track. Vito, though, is soaking up the pressure here at TeamSport Warrington as they head through the double left-hander as they head down the ramp. There can't be that many laps left. I'll probably put it 2, maybe 3 when they cross the line this time, but you can see the gap at the front. Radford's now going through turn 2 as Vito Vokes is heading through turn 1 now, dropping down with Archie Johnson just behind the 15. Sproat back down the inside of the 7. That is a move for position. Oh, Brullick is still on the inside. That's going to give Tommy Lee. They're 3 wide going through the S's. We've seen 2 wide come to grief. How did they get through there without major contact? I think there was a little bit of a bump and a barge and elbows out, but somehow Tommy Lee managed to profit there, gain 2 places. Fantastic driving from these young juniors. I'd probably put it now as we've got 2 laps to go in this main event. There's a final for the British Indoor Karting Championship, and now Vito Vokes still has Archie Johnson behind him, but out in front. That gap is now up to 3.5 seconds. Charlie Radford to Matthew Bolton. This is a dominant display from the Basildon driver. The defending champion is looking to win this one in style.
That would have helped Vito Vokes, because when they're squabbling right behind, they're not focusing on him. And again, he's looking, oh, he almost had a move there, but Vito Vokes had that covered all day long. Cool as you like, little glance to his right. Knew exactly what's going on. Here we go, 17, that's a great move. That's a brilliant move. Tommy Lee flies past Archie Johnson and goes into 4th position. And the big question now is, can Tommy Lee do anything? Because Vito Vokes has now got a different challenge. I tell you what, Tommy Lee just looks faster. just looks like he can throw that car around in different positions on the track and still maintain incredible momentum. So I don't even know if Vito Vokes even knows about that change behind him, because he's focusing on what's going on at the front. So he might try defending in exactly the same way in which he has done, thinking it's a different driver that's trying to overtake. Absolutely brilliant stuff. Here we go, and as Tom says, we are absolutely in the closing stages of the grand final. We've got Charlie Radford with a 3.9 second lead. Matthew Bolton is in second. Vito Vokes, and he's just got to do that again for another lap or so, because they're going to come round and they are going to start.
Checker flag goes out. Charlie Radford is your double BIKC champion. Matthew Bolton comes across the line in second place. Well done, Vito Vokes holds on to third place. But ladies and gentlemen, round of applause for your reigning, defending, undisputed champion, driver of Kart 10, Charlie Radford.
Brilliant stuff. Absolutely fantastic. And that was a final, and that's one of the best finals that we have seen in BIKC. Absolutely, totally phenomenal driving. And we've seen a world-class performance from Charlie Radford. Steve Evans will know all about what that means, but a world-class performance from Charlie Radford there to win, not just to win the final, but become the first double champion that we've got on BIKC, but also to win by a massive 4.4 seconds, which is huge. And ladies and gentlemen, wherever you are around the site, a big round of applause for what is a stellar driving performance from all these guys. Absolutely brilliant.
Yeah, congratulations to Team Basildon. You can see what that means. They've all run straight down to the pit lane. They're cheering their champion on as the drivers now drop back into the pit lane. The carts are turned off. They're going to get a rest for a little bit before we head into some BIKC practice sessions for the guys that are going to be racing tomorrow. But, ladies and gentlemen, your champion, Charlie Radford, takes home the championship. He is now the first double BIKC champion. We get the opportunity to crown a couple more tomorrow when we go racing for the other classes. But it is worth just going through the full results, as there is some impressive performances throughout the field. So just to confirm, Charlie Radford is your champion. Matthew Bolton comes home in second place. 4.4 seconds is the gap at the flag. Vito Vokes, congratulations, takes home P3. P4 goes to Tommy Lee, qualified through from TeamSport Preston. Archie Johnson from TeamSport Nottingham completes your top 5. Ben Sproat from TeamSport Trafford Park, he completes your top 6. Anthony Whitebitch, after that nasty incident earlier, he comes home and finishes 7th in the main event. Marcel Chmielewski in P8, Kieran Eve in P9. George Partridge comes home and completes your top 10, 14 seconds away from the leader. After that penalty, Simon Brillick does bag the fastest lap, a 58.302. But he does come home in P11. Ryan Shepherd in 12th. Kieran Leadbeater comes home in 13th. Liam Tricker 14th. Caden Welch 15th. Ariane Ilias in 16th place. Completes your field. The other impressive mark there, at the 16 drivers, 14 of them all broke the 59-second barrier. Joining me now is the director of the show, Joel. What do you think of that final?
Oh, what a great final, and great to see Charlie get a second. I was here to watch his first championship 6 months ago. We keep saying last year, even though it was only 6 months ago, but what a brilliant performance. He didn't rush into that move. He waited, got into a rhythm, analysed the lines from Matthew Bolton, and when he did send it, very clean, very tidy, and you just saw how he was released and his pace just really came together.
Yeah, he did look like he was the quicker of the two out there, but at the end of the day, it just takes that one moment, that one little spark to be able to go for the move, and he made it clean. That's what it's all about.
Absolutely.
And the great thing now, you can see all the spectators, all the supporters now head into the pit lane to support their drivers on the podium. Anyone who's still around the venue, if you head down and show your support to the drivers who've just put on a fantastic show over the last 3 or so hours. It's really easy to forget that all of these drivers are 16 and under. These are some of the youngest drivers we'll see in the competition, yet they have just put on probably the best show of the weekend out there.
And what a great crowd we've had here as well, regardless of where they're from or who they're supporting. Whatever great result we've had, whatever moves we've had some brilliant applause, great appreciation. They've cheered and hooted them all. It's been a pleasure to watch, and what a great feeling to have such a great crowd in the building.
Yeah, the fact that we were able to open our doors to the adoring public and have as many people here as possible is absolutely fantastic. We've also got some great displays from our prize partners as well, Total Karting Zero and Club 100. We'll be speaking a lot more about tomorrow, but hopefully it's going to be good fun to see what the likes of Charlie Ratford, Matthew Bolton and Vito Vokes can do with that Total Karting Zero prize that they will walk away with. So the guys just get themselves all kitted up for the podium, make sure everything is all present and correct. And as soon as they are all happy down there, we'll hand over to the most excitable driver, the Murray Walker of TeamSport, we've said, because he does commentate like his pants are on fire. I believe they may just be getting ready for us down there. They're just getting everyone together. We're going to head down to the podium. Over to you, Russ.
Yeah.
Over this side, we've got massive. I've known them go, yeah, but it is quite cold, so the temperature affects it. As long as it's still got stuff holding on it, it doesn't matter. Just leave so it's up that, so it's got a bit of that off. Should we go? Yeah. Good to go?
Okay then, ladies and gentlemen, what a race! What a race! How fantastic was that? Few people already applauding. Brilliant, brilliant final. Now, before we get into it, before we get into the drivers who will be standing and we will be crowning another champion, I'm going to hand you over to a few people. We've got Dom, and we've got Ian, and we've got Adriana, who will be handing out some prizes. So here is Dom, who's the CEO of TeamSport.
Thanks, Russ. So first of all, I want to say what a final that was, and what a series of racing through the semis and the heats beforehand. So I think the first people I want to kind of shout out and say well done to are all of the drivers. You've done an amazing job, lads, getting through to all of the regionals, the locals, and now into a national final. So you should be super proud of yourselves. You've all made it through to a national final. That's incredible. So well done to all the drivers that have made it this far. I'd also like to shout out to the TeamSport crew, all of the marshals, the mechanics, clerk of the course, Hislop, Chris Brailsford, all of the team behind the scenes doing the commentary and everything else. Cracking job. Thank you very much. Thanks for all of your hard work today. I know it's been a long day, and another long day tomorrow. And of all of the lads and girls who've been racing this weekend, I'd a big shout out and thank parents. It's a massive commitment for you all to kind of drive them around the country, come and do all the practice heats, and also bring them to the finals. So on behalf of everybody that's raced this weekend, big shout out to the parents and family who've supported you and driven you all around the place. The other people I'd really like to thank are all of our sponsors and partners who've allowed us to put this on for the second time this year. So for the junior category, Total Karting Zero is the headline sponsor. So thank you very much to Adriana, who's here on behalf of Total Karting Zero today. The first place is a full season in the summer 2022 Total Karting Zero Championships. The second place driver is a full season in the Winter Championships, and the third place driver gets a round entry to either of those championships of choice. So fantastic prizes, and thanks to Total Karting Zero for supporting us. Also, thank you to Tops F1 cards. I know there's been a lot of those put around the place. That's a brilliant series. Thanks very much to them. And also Smoking Bean Coffee. I know that's kept most of the crew going all day today. It's great coffee, and I know that without that, I think there'd have been a lot of tired people. Also like to pass over now to Ian Berry from Motorsport UK. Motorsport UK sanctioned the BIKC. It's a fully endorsed British Championship, and I'd just like to pass over to Ian for a few words now.
Thanks, Tom. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for coming and bringing your children here and supporting this. I think Dom and his team at TeamSport have done an incredible job at putting this BIKC together, and it's driven by passion. And 30 odd years or whatever it is since indoor karting started in the UK, it's great that for the last 2 seasons we've had proper British champions representing this very specific sport. Racing today, both this morning and this afternoon, exceptional. That last few races, it was just amazing. It's so clear that when you've got good drivers out there, you know, they have to be so precise, so on it. Any slight error means that you're going to get done into the next corner. So I was, brilliant racing from all the drivers. And that's all for me. Thank you very much for coming. Cheers.
Round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Dom and Ian. Right then, let's get to the sharp end of proceedings. Now, before we get to the top 3, there's one other person. Our fastest lap time of the event, 58.302. Simon Brillick, well done. Fastest lap in the final. Very, very well done. He was fast. Right, we have 3 podium positions. And surely winning the defensive drive of the day, holding off everybody for every single corner of every single lap behind him to come home in 3rd place. A very well-deserved 3rd place. It goes to Vito Vokes! Okay, 2nd position, and this was the kind of battle that we were hoping that we would see in the final. A very, very well-deserved runner-up spot. It goes to Matthew Bolton! But we've got one driver left, and what a race that was. He started 2nd, hounding the leader for the first 4 laps, and we were looking, where was it going to happen? And it happened just underneath the, going underneath the underpass there, and then he absolutely cruised away to become the first ever double BIKC champion. Ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Charlie Radford! Whoop, whoop! Now here we go, ladies and gentlemen. As well as the paparazzi shots, there are 3 armed bottles of champagne there. Now the cadets did a great job of soaking the track. They did a brilliant job. I'm just planning my getaway. So here we go, those champagne. It's armed, it's loaded. Fantastic. Oh, there's still one more to go. There's still one more to go. Look at that. Fantastic. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for your winners. Are we going to have a shoey? Did he do a shoey? Fantastic. Go on, do another one.
Stand by.
Go on, ladies and gentlemen, the shoey. Whoa! Ladies and gentlemen, there is just one thing left to do, and that is to say a final farewell. And just a last thank you to all the support that everybody has given us with the championship over the past 5 months when we have been running it. We will be back for BIKC 2022, but from everybody here at TeamSport, Motorsport UK, Total Karting Zero, Club 100, thank you very much and good afternoon.
What a fantastic podium that was. Clearly, they had a lot of fun. So in third place, it was Vito Vokes. In second, it was Matthew Bolton. And first is Charlie Ratford for the second time running. Soon, they will be brought over here, and we'll get some quick interviews with them to find out how they found the racing. Here they come now with their trophies. As you can see, the trophies are pretty large. Hello, you're right. How are you? Come on in, come on in. You got it?
Yeah, I got it.
Thank you. You got that, Matthew? Okay, Matthew, so you came second. Do you need a towel?
I'm all right.
You're all right,
I'll be
you're right.
all right.
So how was that race for you?
Sometimes racing's a bit disheartening. Yeah, obviously this is the second time in a row now. Lost out to Charlie. But you know, he is an exceptional driver, and there is no denying that. There's also another thing, which is, you know, with all my kit on, I'm well over. I think about 80 kilos, and it's a mechanical difference, and I can't stop that. But you know, that sort of stuff happens. But you know what solves that? More power. So I hope that these new championships should open some doors.
Hopefully it will. Well, you did yourself really, really proud today, so well done. Like we said, thousands of drivers entered this competition, and you made it down to second place, so well done. Thank you. I'm just going to find, is Vito around? Vito and Charlie? Hey, you're right. Here he comes, running. Hi, come on over. Vito, stand over, how are you?
Really good, thanks.
Came third. Did you expect to have a podium position today?
I was hoping for a podium position, but I wasn't sure if I was going to get one. And when obviously I started fourth, then went down to fifth, and then 2 corners later I take turn 1, went up to third, and from there I just had to defend because I could have possibly catched up to second and first, but it would have been too risky leaving the corners open because I probably would have got overtaken.
Your defending was absolutely breathtaking. Brilliant driving from you there. Are you going to enter again for next year?
Of course I am.
Are you going to win next year?
I'm definitely going to try my best to win next year.
Good, good. Be positive. Well, congratulations, you have done yourself really proud. Well done. Who are you here with today? You've got a fair few supporters around.
I'm with my family, everyone at Liverpool, and I would really like to thank everyone at Liverpool for their support. It was really brilliant, and it definitely helped me come third. I'm so thankful for all their support, and thanks to my family as well, and everyone watching on the TV at home, like my grandma, granddad, everyone, really thankful, my friends as well.
Well, I'm sure they're all incredibly proud of you. Well done. Thank you. Is Charlie around? Charlie Ratford? Here he is. Charlie, you won again.
Thank you.
Showing them how it's done. You're a bit damp there. Do you need a towel? You're all right?
I think I'll make it.
So, how was that last race for you? Hey! How was that race?
Yeah, really good race. It was a nice battle with Matthew. Yeah, it was a good battle with Matthew. When I got fast, just nice, pulled away, nice ending as well. Didn't have to worry much.
So, did you expect to win today?
Not a win. I expected definitely to get to final, top 6. I would have been happy with that, but this is just a bonus.
A bonus? You are the first ever double British Indoor Karting Champion. That's something not to be sniffed at. You have done amazingly well. So you've got a fair few supporters today. Who's here with you?
Everyone from TeamSport Basildon.
Okay, guys, come over. There's loads of people here all to say congratulations.
And I'd like to say one more thing. We weren't here to take part, we were here to take over.
Well, thank you. You have sure done that today. So congratulations, and I will see you again soon. And let's head back to the studio.
Well, an amazing final there, Dom. Unbelievable. Second time.
Second time, first and second.
Yeah.
Same results.
Unbelievable. What can we say?
What a race. I think it was clear that Charlie had the edge in terms of pace there, and once he got past Matthew, he was just gone. I think it was a couple of hundredths of every lap. Yeah. He was just building up that lead. I think for me though, Vito's defensive drive there in third was remarkable.
Unbelievable.
Amazing.
I mean, that pressure he was under for the whole of that
the whole thing. Yeah, I was worried whether he'd be able to.
Extraordinary. There was 3-4 behind him the whole way. Yeah. So brilliant drive.
Especially after last year as well. You know, with his incident, they had so much improvement. Seems to be so much more mature in this race. It was amazing what he done. But unbelievable, even for the cadet Jacob as well. Brand new champion there, great performance. But tomorrow.
It's been a great day of racing, hasn't it?
Yeah, it has.
It really has. I think it's amazing. It's an amazing achievement. Charlie's backed it up and won it 2 years running. Yeah. Thoroughly deserved winner, I'd say.
That's cool. And the confetti on Rod's head there was probably the cherry on top of the cake, we could say.
Indeed, and the Basildon takeover really did happen.
It did. Yeah, it did.
They have 7 drivers across the 2 categories.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
And then they've got a champion.
That's it right there. Once again, thank you to Top Cat and Zero for getting involved in this and with the prizes.
Yeah, brilliant prizes, and I think all of those drivers are going to really enjoy their racing next year as a result of that. Big thanks to Rob Smedley and Total Karting Zero. Amazing series, and really glad that they're part of BIKC and sponsoring us. I think also to Tops. Our top stickers here. I can see this. We nearly have a fully completed book. We need 204.
204.
Everybody's got 204.
We've got 204 out there. We'll have a fully completed book.
Molly, between all these takes, has been busily filling the book up.
Literally. We'll probably give that away
There's been
tomorrow.
about 6 of us on it. Literally.
Give it away tomorrow.
Ripping, sticking. We've done a lot.
I noticed you're on the George Russell page there.
I was on the George Russell
any reason
page.
visited us?
Might be a little reason.
He was at Leeds. He was at Leeds about a week ago with his niece.
Yeah, that was
racing at Leeds. Yeah.
It's nice to see. Dom, thanks for joining us for the final segment, and
thanks very much.
Have a good one.
Thank you.
We'll see you in a bit. But basically, tomorrow, lightweight, middleweight, heavyweight, we're going to be giving away a coffee machine. Can we have a round of applause? We're giving away a coffee machine tomorrow. How exciting is that?
And it's really good coffee as well.
I believe so.
I've had several cups of smoking bean coffee today.
There it is right there.
It's really good stuff.
Big shout out to Matt Osborne and Jess Barnett as well. Thanks for joining us. We're going to be back tomorrow at 1 o'clock with loads of giveaways. It's going to be amazing. Don't miss it. We'll see you then. See you later. Bye.
See you later.
Bye.